India's digital media and entertainment sector, currently valued at $12 billion, is poised for a remarkable expansion with projections to triple by 2030. Amidst this dynamic landscape, quality and unbiased news reporting remain more crucial than ever. Witness the coming together of India's most credible voices from policy, media, entertainment, governance, and India Inc. as we navigate the challenges and opportunities in the dynamic world of digital media. Join us as we seek solutions that uphold the core principles of journalism and celebrate those whose contributions to society and the nation are truly commendable. DNPA Conclave Awards 2024, where innovation meets recognition and the digital media industry shapes the future. Stay tuned as this journey of transformation with excellence, innovation, and recognition unveils.
In 2019, the world's largest democracy went to polls. As millions cast their votes, there emerged one undisputed winner: News 18 Network.
On election result day, our news network had the highest cumulative reach.
भारत के सबसे बड़े न्यूज नेटवर्क के तौर पर हमें एक निर्णायक बढ़त मिली, क्योंकि 2019 में हमारे पास थी रिपोर्टर्स की सबसे विशाल टीम, जो देश के चप्पे चप्पे की हर हलचल लाती रही,
जिससे हमने देश को यह भरोसा दिलाया कि सिर्फ हम आप तक लाएंगे सबसे तेज और सबसे सटीक नतीजे।
So what's new in 2024?
As we head towards the general elections, we're only getting bigger and better.
आंकड़ों के इस गणित को सुलझाकर न्यूज 18 ने मार्केट में शिखर पर अपना कब्जा और मजबूत कर लिया।
Our digital brands are among the country's most admired and followed. We've built a formidable following on social platforms that allow our messaging to spread wider.
Our websites are now 320 million unique visitors and 5 billion page views.
Our studios have been built with the latest technology and storytelling tools
That will keep our audience engaged, informed, and entertained.
न्यूज 18 नेटवर्क पूरी तरह से तैयार है इस चुनाव की महा कवरेज के लिए, आप तक सबसे तेज, सबसे निष्पक्ष, सबसे भरोसेमंद खबर पहुंचाने के लिए।
And not just the politics. After all, politics and the economy are inextricably linked.
We will bring you a ringside perspective of how does the market perceive this momentous event.
Partner with us as we dominate the consumer mind space once again.
With our path-breaking 2024 general election coverage. We're going bigger, grander, and deeper than any election so far.
The battle for Bharat, सिर्फ न्यूज 18 नेटवर्क पर।
So book your ringside seats now.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 700 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC, and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News 18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 52 weeks. Our national brand, News 18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business. so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV 18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 96% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awards, has been the trusted partner for traders for 19 years running. Delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India. But we're not just focused on numbers. We want to change lives, one campaign at a time, going big on purpose, creating initiatives that matter. We are changing India through Local 18. We've extended our reach to small towns, villages, gullies, and mohallas, telling stories from the grassroots, creating access to untapped markets. We are Network 18, where news breaks on all platforms, made possible by converged digital-first newsrooms. We put the new in news.
अरे जब स्कोर इतना हाई किया है तो बी ग्रेड कॉलेज में एडमिशन क्यों? कहीं लड़की वड़की का चक्कर तो नहीं है ना?
वैसे पापा आपका भी तो क्रेडिट स्कोर हाई है, फिर बगल वाले बैंक से इतना महंगा लोन क्यों? कहीं आपका तो कुछ। जब हाई क्रेडिट स्कोर के साथ भी पूना वाला फिनकॉर्प के सबसे किफायती लोन्स नहीं लोगे तो लोग सवाल तो करेंगे ही। पूना वाला फिनकॉर्प से आज ही किफायती लोन्स लें और बचे हुए पैसों से अपने बाकी सपने पूरे करें। पूना वाला फिनकॉर्प के द्वारा आपके धन हित में जारी।
For best loan offers, download the mobile app now.
Every once in a while, a success story comes along that redefines and reshapes everything. Welcome to the world of Poonawalla FinCorp, where upwards is the only way to go. We operate on a simple philosophy and vision to be the most trusted financial services brand and to help individuals and businesses to achieve more by offering the best-in-class customer-centric products and solutions. In short, to be a pillar of support to people from different walks of life, with a focus on ethical, transparent, and end-to-end digital lending. Our products, service, and philosophy resonated with the customers, allowing us to script a historic business story. With a record-breaking turnaround time in the history of financial sectors in India, the current valuation of the company stands at over $4 billion. 2023 has witnessed an exponential rise in our business valuation. In just 2 years, Poonawalla FinCorp has managed to race ahead faster than any other player in the finance sector. Behind this phenomenal growth story is a hard-working team, led by leaders with a razor-sharp vision, who are bound by our values of credit. Every team member involved in the success is valued at Poonawalla FinCorp. Through everything we do, our values and culture shine through. With a relentless passion for excellence, we are on our way to enabling dreams for millions of Indians. Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams.
हमारी कंपनी की इतनी बढ़िया पोस्ट छोड़कर तू क्यों जा रहा है? लॉटरी लगी है क्या?
सर आप भी तो हाई क्रेडिट स्कोर होते हुए किसी भी फाइनेंस कंपनी से इतना महंगा लोन क्यों ले रहे हो? आपकी लॉटरी लगी है क्या?
जब हाई क्रेडिट स्कोर के साथ भी पूना वाला फिनकॉर्प के सबसे किफायती लोन्स नहीं लोगे तो लोग सवाल तो करेंगे ही। पूना वाला फिनकॉर्प से आज ही किफायती लोन्स लें और बचे हुए पैसों से अपने बाकी सपने पूरे करें। पूना वाला फिनकॉर्प के द्वारा आपके धन हित में जारी।
For best loan offers, download the mobile app now.
India's digital media and entertainment sector, currently valued at $12 billion, is poised for a remarkable expansion with projections to triple by 2030. Amidst this dynamic landscape, quality and unbiased news reporting remain more crucial than ever. Witness the coming together of India's most credible voices from policy, media, entertainment, governance and India Inc. as we navigate the challenges and opportunities in the dynamic world of digital media. Join us as we seek solutions that uphold the core principles of journalism and celebrate those whose contributions to society and the nation are truly commendable. DNPA Conclave Awards 2024, where innovation meets recognition and the digital media industry shapes the future. Stay tuned as this journey of transformation with excellence, innovation and recognition unveils.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow enthusiasts of marketing excellence. A very warm welcome to the Storyboard 18 Digital News Publishers Association Conclave and Awards 2024, presented by Poonawalla FinCorp. Capturing the pulse of today's fast-evolving digital era, this year's thoughtful theme for the DNPA Conclave and Awards is navigating digital transformation in the media industry with a cornerstone laid upon content, credibility, and catalyst. The DNPA has been serving as the umbrella organization for digital wings within the Indian media landscape, championing the restoration of quality and integrity in news publishing. The association represents a total of 18 media publishers. Having said that, it's an absolute privilege to have you all here at the DNPA Conclave and Awards, where we'll deep dive into the profound impacts of digital transformation on the media industry, addressing crucial topics like the role of online intermediaries in shaping public trust and impact of misinformation, disinformation, and deepfakes on a diverse society like India. Simultaneously, the DNPA Awards celebrate the contributions to digital technology innovations that promoted nation building. And on that note, let's commence this conclave today and awards without any further delay. And for that, let me also welcome Mr. Manoj Gujran, the Chief Compliance Officer and Head of the Legal and CSR Poonawalla FinCorp, to deliver our keynote address today. Mr. Gujran has been instrumental in shaping the success story of the Poonawalla Group and is a seasoned professional with diversified experience. Mr. Manoj, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to be here today at this DNPA Conclave. I would like to express my gratitude to the Storyboard 18 team and DNPA team for organizing this unique event. This conclave serves as a platform to identify and honor the cutting-edge digital initiatives that have had a profound contribution in the country's progress. I would also like to congratulate all the winners who have been instrumental in creating significant impact with the innovations and technology-driven solutions. Those who couldn't make it also deserve a huge round of applause, as some of the initiatives have the potential to create meaningful impact. I also want to take a moment to appreciate the efforts of the esteemed jury members, chaired by Shri Suresh Prabhuji, for meticulous process of selection. I am sure it must have been a challenging task for them to select winners from some of the finest nominees. These awards recognize the achievements and extraordinary innovations made in various sectors such as health, education, finance, and media, alongside pivotal areas like women empowerment, environmental protection, governance, and administrative reforms. These awards and achievements embody India's digital journey with innovation while setting global standards. I firmly believe in digital innovation and inclusion. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, India is emerging as global powerhouse with its digital-first approach, an emphasis on usage of innovative digital solutions. With the government's focus on digitalization, innovation, and adoption of emerging technologies, I am confident that we will achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Rapid digitalization has been instrumental for India's growth, and digital public infrastructure has played a crucial role in the formalization of the economy. With announcement from recently presented interim budget, it is clear that the government will continue to invest in new age digital technologies which are changing the lives of people and businesses. Government and industry collaboration will simplify access in high demand areas and will pave the way for achieving $5 trillion economic goal. I would like to appreciate government's focus on Skill India mission that has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new industrial training institutes, which are critical for the development of skilled workforce. This will help in addressing the AI skill crunch and bridge the talent gap effectively. Owing to the rapid adoption of digital platform and devices among the younger population in the country, fintech NBFC lending to young borrowers has surged by 100x between 2015 and 2021. The Indian digital consumer lending market is projected to surpass $720 billion by 2030, representing nearly 55% of India's total $1.3 trillion digital lending market opportunity. Thus, there is ample growth opportunity for India's financial sector in the near foreseeable future. At Poonawalla FinCorp, we believe in offering end-to-end hassle-free digital lending experience to all our customers. Under the dynamic leadership of our Managing Director, Shri Abhay Bhutra ji, we believe in providing best-in-class customer-centric products and solutions. As they say, digital transformation is a journey and not a destination. We remain committed to continuous improvement and innovation, to be quick and adaptive amidst the rapid digital disruptions. The focus on digitization of processes, along with the use of robotic process automation in operations, has helped us make the process faster, error-free, and scalable. With a digital-first approach at its core, Poonawalla FinCorp is uniquely positioned to further disrupt the lending business and become the lender of choice. Once again, I would like to thank DNPA and Storyboard team for conceptualizing this engaging conclave to decode and celebrate digital innovation and excellence. I am looking forward to listening to some meaningful conversations during this day-long conclave where distinguished Indian policymakers, global experts, and influential leaders will be sharing their valuable insights. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gujran, for setting the tone right and inspiring us with your words. On that note, let's also commence this conclave and awards without any further delay. And for that, I invite Mr. Tanmay Maheshwari, Chairman, Digital News Publishers Association, the DNPA, and Managing Director of Amar Ujala to share his insights and thoughts behind DNPA Conclave and Awards 2024. The stage is all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. At 9:30 a.m., I called up the team here and said, "Aaj kafi thand hai. Kya log aaye hain?" They said, "Yes, the hall is full." So thanks to all of you to come here on the early morning of a Delhi winter which just refuses to go away. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to be here with all of you and welcome our Honorable Minister here who has taken out time to be a part of this conclave. So who are we and what is DNPA? As per the technical definition, DNPA is a collection of digital arm of legacy news media companies of India. We represent more than 80% of digital news traffic in this country. But our soul is much more than that. We are much more than just an association. We are a collection of body and minds which dreams of free-flowing, verified information in the digital ecosystem. We believe in the true spirit of journalism, and we want to build an ecosystem where truth and knowledge dominates and misinformation has no place. While the age of internet has given us free-flowing, unlimited sources of information, the true sources of knowledge have really dried up. Imagine your young kids going to the internet, genuinely looking out for some piece of knowledge. But what they get? They get raided by the vultures of misinformation and get trapped into an endless loop of information bias. Can you guess what would be the level of misinformation or so-called unverified news or information on the internet? Any wild guesses from you? What would be the percentage of unverified news or information on the internet? So according to a very latest research done, it is more than 50%. So almost half of the internet's information is actually not true and verified. In Q3 of 2020, there were 1.8 million fake news engagements on Facebook. 18 million pieces of COVID-19 misinformation was given on the internet. And to top it up, publishers of misinformation get 6 times more engagement than the actual news. Wow. They get everything, the traffic and the eyeballs, which leads to, you all of know. DNPA includes Dainik Jagran, Dainik Bhaskar, The Indian Express, Malayalam Manorama, Inadu Television, India Today, Amar Ujala, Hindustan Times, Zee Media, ABP Network, Lokmat, Times of India, NDTV, Express Network, Mathrubhumi, India TV, The Hindu and Network 18, whose digital arm is helping us to curate this event. Future of digital media in these exciting times of AI transformation looks bright. And we all believe that all of us can actually work towards a brighter future. India is on the cusp of rolling out a very forward-looking Digital India Act, which should help us, the policymakers, to create a more level playing field in the digital ecosystem. We already have amongst us Honorable Minister Shri Rajiv Sanshekharji, Ministry of State for Electronics and Information Technology. Shri Anurag Thakurji will also join us during the day. As policymakers, we look forward to engage with all of them to chart out the new road. All of us believe that the government, the big tech, and the publishers have to work hand in hand to create an ecosystem which is a long-term, sustainable flora and fauna for our industry. Imagine a world where the news ecosystem doesn't exist. Imagine a day where you open a Times of India, a Indian Express, Amar Ujala, a Hindu, a NDTV, and it says 404, the URL does not exist. I'm sure the world doesn't want to see that day. And I'm sure that all of us together will make a difference to work towards a world which has nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maheshwari, for setting the tone right and for sharing those invaluable insights with us. Moving on, I'd also like to invite Ms. Mariam Matthew, the Chief Executive Officer of Manorama Online, to give a welcome address for our Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji.
Union Minister, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor and privilege to welcome Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Union Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. The DNPA, or the Digital News Publishers Association, is dedicated to promoting, supporting and protecting the growth of digital news publishers in this rapidly evolving landscape of the country. Our goal is to continue to reach out to the citizens of the country, keeping them well informed with credible news. Digital news is at the crossroads, as Tanmay presented. Misinformation, dependency and challenges from monopolistic big tech, who are here, the unknown world of AI, and a lack of a viable business model. In these challenging times, DNPA is looking to the government to frame policies that would offer a level playing field. Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji is a visionary, a philanthropist, and a public leader. He understands technology and policy better than anybody else. He is leading the efforts of the government to transform the Indian digital landscape. Digital India Act will lay the foundation for the future that will be the fair and equitable for all, including digital news media, as well as to promote innovations while balancing the interests of both consumers and businesses. He is doing this keeping the interests of each and every citizen of this country in mind. Sir, you were our speaker at our first conclave, where you gave us your candid views on the Indian digital landscape. Please join me, everybody, in welcoming Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji to DNPA 2024. We look forward to hearing your vision for navigating the digital transformation in this media industry. Thank you so much for being part of this.
Thank you, Mariam. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji and Shivani Gupta on the stage for a fireside chat on India's digital-first approach, helping in acing the global race. Please join me in welcoming our Honorable Minister and Shivani Gupta.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. And a big thanks for the minister to spare his time. He is one of those ministers who can actually speak from great experience, personal and professional, when it comes to talking about tech, IT, the industry, and specifically the digital space as well. So we couldn't have had anybody better than Rajiv Chandrasekhar to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to begin by asking you, how would you define India's place today in what we call the digital world? And what is it that you specifically, your government specifically is doing to maintain whatever comparative edge we have or to safeguard India's interests today?
Look, I think, all of us are reasonably aware of what transformation India has gone through in the last 10 years. And we can speak to transformation on almost every segment of our life. But certainly in the digital and tech space, the transformation has been, I'm not a man used to being very adjective driven, but certainly in technology, you cannot but use the word spectacular. In the last 10 years, what we have seen in this country is that we've gone from being a nation that was predominantly an ITES nation with being the back office, as the phrase used to be used, to the world's enterprises and governments, to now an ecosystem and an innovation economy that basically spans the entire digital ecosystem, current and emerging. So whether you look at AI, whether you look at semiconductors, whether you look at electronic systems of the future, whether you look at Web3, whether you look at, any of these areas that you look at, as you look to the future, an Indian flag and Indian startups and Indian innovation is there front and center across the landscape. So that is one. The second is the most important aspect of what has happened in the last 10 years is that India and Indian talent is now being seen not just as a place to have a cost arbitrage or have a back office base in India, but really from a point of view of being a partner in shaping the future of tech. And I think that transformation is not a trivial one. It is really a significant one. And it is something that we intend to protect, nurture, and continue to catalyze. This is our Prime Minister's vision. In terms of, you make the broader point about protecting our interest. I think we are certainly at a stage, at a launching pad, at an inflection point, where we are going to only grow further. And there are, of course, going to be challenges that we will face from certain neighbors of ours who don't like the rise of India, don't like India's leading role in shaping the future of tech. And there will be many of these things that will play out in the global stage. But I certainly, without the risk of overstating, can tell you today that the rocket that is the Indian tech and innovation ecosystem is certainly now in orbit, and it is an unstoppable force driven by hundreds and thousands of innovative minds and startups all around the country. And digital content and digital media certainly is one very important element in that.
I will come specifically to digital content and media, but you've been a technopreneur yourself. Why is it that Indians are doing so well? Why do you think, what is it about us that we are doing so well? We are no longer just being looked at as a workforce, but as partners, as you said.
So to answer that question, I'll just share an experience of mine. Some months ago, not some months ago, but 2 years ago, when I just became minister, I led a delegation of 30 startups to the UK. And I've said this story before, if somebody has heard it before, so excuse me, I'm going to repeat it anyway. And when I landed there, the High Commissioner in the UK told me that there were 7 ministers of the UK government that wanted to meet me. So obviously, being a politician, I said, wow, I have suddenly hit the international stage and there are 7 UK ministers who want to meet me and I'm very important and all of that. Then I drove to the hotel and then it was clarified to me that they didn't want to meet me, they wanted to meet the startups. So 3 days after meeting startups and all these ministers came just to experience what these youngsters are doing and why they were doing it. On a Sunday, the last day of our stay there, we had a breakfast with Boris Johnson, who was just the Prime Minister then. And he held my hand and he said, what is Narendra Modi feeding these youngsters in India that you have this confidence and talent? So I said, he's not doing anything by way of feeding them. And this is the answer to your question. Essentially, what has happened in the last 10 years is the government is now, and the policies of our Prime Minister is all about enabling the talent and success, that talent and the initiative and the effort that always was there. And I come from an era where I was also an entrepreneur in the pre-Narendra Modi era. And I can tell you, it was a struggle, it was a pain, it was about dealing with governments that put roadblocks at every stage of your development. And instead, in the last 10 years, what you have is policy making and government that is a stakeholder in the success of a young entrepreneur or a young person with an idea. So I think that is the qualitative structural change, and that is what has clearly created this kind of momentum that you're seeing today. And I'll tell you again, Shivani, what you're seeing today, and again, I'm not a person used to overstating or rhetoric, is the tip of the iceberg. The next wave of startups, the next wave of innovation that is around the corner is going to be deeper, much more tectonic than what we have seen in the last 5 years.
Absolutely. I do want to ask you, you're at the forefront of policy, you're at the forefront of trends, and you interact with, not just the tech industry all around the world, but obviously governments all around the world to understand concerns globally. What, according to you, is the biggest challenge we are looking at when it comes to the tech space?
I think the biggest challenge, and I may be a contrarian on this, a lot of people say infrastructure and computers and so on and so forth. I really think the biggest challenge, and I don't say this this is not an unsurmountable challenge, but it is a goal that we must meet, is that we have to make our talent pool really global standard, and we have to aim for really the sky. In areas like semiconductors and artificial intelligence, it is no longer enough to be just an engineer, or just have a master's, or just have an undergraduate, or just have a PhD. You really need the ability to research and innovate. You need research and innovation embedded in your colleges and universities and in the places that you work. And therefore, in this budget, when the Honorable Prime Minister announced $12 billion, 1 lakh crores as seed money, not even the final amount of money, the seed money for research and innovation, I think that is a sign and a signal to how much importance Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji places on shaping the potential and catalyzing the potential of our young Indians into really global standard talent. The real challenge for the world today, Shivani, is not GPUs or AI compute infrastructure or data centers or the internet infrastructure. It is about where do you get these smart young minds from that will shape, innovate, and create solutions in the coming decade, So, and I think the answer, we must all collectively agree, is that a large part of the talent should come from India and can come from India.
I remember asking you when we were discussing deepfakes concerns recently, and I asked you, is it really possible to control something like artificial intelligence? Can you be ahead of it, or are you always going to be chasing the 8 ball? You seem to be very optimistic that we don't need to fear the kind of technologies we're looking at coming at us.
No, I don't think we should fear technology. I think that is, it is like fearing what is inevitable. You know that AI is the greatest invention in our lifetime. I come from a time, and it may be obvious to you that I'm an old man, that I did my master's thesis 30 years ago in AI, 35 years ago in AI. And those days we struggled to train a model with 8 parameters and 6 parameters, and we failed. And today we are talking about models that are training 2 billion, 20 billion parameters, and they are aiming to train trillion parameter models. So we are certainly progressed a huge, huge amount in the last few years, and it is inevitable that AI will shape, change, transform the way we live, what we know as the normal, and that is just obvious. But what we can do as government is not to fight that or impede that or roadblock that, but to harness it fully and create the guardrails and accountability on the platforms that offer AI-trained solutions to our consumers, to be accountable for the safety and trust of those platforms. So our approach is very, very simple, clear, and consistent. Whether you're a big tech from the US or wherever, whether you're a company in India, whether you're a small company, big company, what you give to our consumers has to be safe and trusted. The digital Nagarik's rights to consume safe and trusted content is something we believe is the duty of the government to ensure, and for that we will continue to legislate in a manner where platforms that deliver AI are accountable for the safety and trust of that AI. So whether you're a social media platform, or you're a shopping e-commerce platform, or a chat GPT like generative AI platform, we will insist on the safety and trust of the platform before the platform is made publicly accessible by the consumers. And it will be accountability under law. So there is none of this, what we've seen for decades of self-regulation, guidelines, try it if you can, a small nudge and a small there. These will be legally accountable guardrails where platforms cannot trespass and cannot allow their users to trespass into criminality or harm using those AI platforms.
Right. I have a particular set of concerns of the digital media publishing industry, and we'll come to that.
Sure.
But the way you talked about AI and you talked about your own thesis 35 years ago, personally for you, Minister, this must be a really exciting time.
Oh, yeah, no, I say this, I have had the privilege and good fortune of going to many, many colleges, campuses, over 80 campuses over the last 2.5 years. And I will say this with the utmost responsibility. This is the most exciting time to be in tech, whether you are in deep tech or you're in media tech or you're in digital media or whatever. This is certainly the most exciting period to be a stakeholder and involved in tech. And of course, even for a grizzled veteran like me, it is certainly the most exciting time for me as well. And it's an absolute privilege to be a sort of participant in the unfolding of this great story that is the Indian tech story.
Absolutely. Let me come to some concerns that digital publishers have today. First of them is a lingering concern that has been raised over the IT rules regarding censorship. And the concern that some of the rules are so arbitrary that they will make content providers needlessly guilty of what is the concern over, legitimate concern over fake news and false information.
At the risk of sounding a little rude, Shivani, I think anybody who characterizes the IT rules as being arbitrary or far-reaching or censorship, I will submit to you for your kind consideration, hasn't read the rules. And if you have read the rules, you will find that the rules are absolutely clear, very simple, very consistent guardrails to protect the consumer and the consumer from harm. What we've laid down in the rules are 11 types of unlawful content that should not be on any platform. Unlawful not just under the IT Act, unlawful under the criminal code. For example, CSAM. Now, nobody can argue that prohibiting child sexual abuse material on any platform on the internet is an overreach. Nobody can argue, for example, that any content that violates somebody else's ownership patent is overreach, because it's a violation under certain law. Nobody can argue that misinformation and deep fakes of using patently false information is an overreach, because under the criminal code, under 469, under 177, under forgery, these are all prosecutable crimes.
But particularly information on government.
No, there is nothing. We are saying today that there are categories of content that are unlawful under the law. Those, just because you're on the internet, that suddenly doesn't become lawful. And the internet certainly cannot become a space where there is the law does not reach. So what we are saying is today, every one of those 11 pieces of unlawful prohibited content is unlawful under the criminal law. So these are all prohibited under law in any case in the real world, and there cannot be an argument that it has to be permitted in the cyber world.
The concern is particularly over what is deemed false and fake, pertaining to any business of the government and a government-mandated body deciding what is right or what is wrong.
Again, it's a misreading and misunderstanding of it. Number one, there is nothing subjective about patently false. If you say 1 + 1 = 3, that is patently false.
Not in today's world.
No, well, then you and I have a disagreement on that. I'm not a woke, and I certainly don't get into saying ambiguity on issues like 1 + 1 may not be 3. I'm not in that world. I have to protect the Indian citizens from anybody who goes and says 1 + 1 is not 2, it could be 3. So that is certainly our duty to protect people who go and preach that. So if you believe 1 + 1 is 3, then that is the problem that you have. It is certainly not a problem that I can solve for anybody. But having said that, what I'm saying today is even the fact check unit, which this was agitated by a comedian who went to the Mumbai High Court, and there is a story, that statement itself is a story. The court in a split decision has found that this needs to be referred to a third judge. What the fact check unit was doing was, simply because intermediaries wanted help from the government in determining what is wrong and right about the government, and because no third party can determine whether a government decision is really right or wrong, because only the government has the information for it. So the fact check unit was a response to a demand by intermediaries or a request from intermediaries saying, we are unable to determine what is right and wrong and what is unlawful in the absence of information from the government. And we said, okay, the government will volunteer a fact check unit telling you what is right and wrong. Number one. Number two, we never said that a platform needs to take down the content. We said what is in dispute should be labeled as saying disputed. Now, if people have a problem with that, that's fine. How that becomes censorship? In my book, censorship is when a government mandates, without establishing any basis in law, saying take down this, I don't like this, take down this, I don't like this. This is not what we are doing. We are saying very clearly 12 types of content are unlawful. If you are a social media platform, you certainly should not have your user posting that content. And if you continue to want to have your user anonymous, then you lend yourself to being prosecuted and your safe harbor drops. That's it.
At the same time, recently, India has been rated top at risk of fake news and misinformation. How do you look at that?
No, I look at that with great concern, and I look at that in a sense of validation of what we have been saying since October of 2022. We put out the rules, we talked about fake news way before the world woke up to it. We talked about deep fakes in October 22, way before it became fashionable to talk about, because we sensed this. We are today a country with 90 crore Indians using the internet. We are surrounded by people who are deeply desiring of slowing down India's rise. They see today no longer an option to fight us at the border. They see no longer an option to use terrorism as a tool. They see clearly an option to use the internet, use misinformation to cause law and order and chaos and disturbances in India as a very, very soft, vulnerable underbelly of the Indian democracy. And that is why every step we are taking today is, on one hand, to ensure that no citizen's fundamental rights are ever transgressed or violated. We are the trustees of that. The government considers that we are trustees of protecting citizens' fundamental rights. At the same time, understanding that this is a real challenge and a real problem, and that we have to have legislative guardrails that ensure platforms are accountable for the correctness or for the trust of the content that they put out there for consumers. Therefore, there is a responsibility that is cast on platforms to be doubly and triply sure that what consumers consume is really the truth and safe and trusted, as Tanmay mentioned today. And that is, in my opinion, a shared goal for anybody who wants the Indian internet to be a robust, healthy, profitable, monetizable internet, rather than an internet that is toxic, with content that is 50% unsure, unverified. Nobody knows what the truth is. Nobody knows which platform delivers the truth and which platform. That is certainly not a goal that any one of us wants on the Indian internet.
Over to the concern that I think most of the hall is waiting for, which is revenue sharing. Content providers, content creators are worried about the hegemony or monopolistic tendencies of big tech as far as revenue share is concerned. We've seen certain continents, certain countries move towards this direction. Could India be the next?
No, so India has already spoken, our government has already spoken that we are concerned that there is a deep asymmetry between those who create content and those who help the content creators monetize that content. We, from a policy-making point of view, we want the internet to be open. What does open mean? We don't want the internet or the monetization on the internet to be in the purview of or to be controlled by just one or two or three companies. We are very clear about that. We don't like monopolies, we don't like duopolies. You saw the recent action by the NCLT and the Competition Commission against Google. We are certainly not of the opinion that our internet, with 120 crore Indians that are going to be consuming the internet by 2025, should be catered to by these big islands on the internet that are carved out, whether they're e-commerce, whether they are search, whether they are social media, or ad tech. So that is a basic principle-led approach on the part of this government. Now, are we concerned about ad tech monopolies and duopolies? Certainly. Do we have an answer for that? Certainly. The Digital India Act, in its pre-consultation, laid out this as one of the issues that we were going to deal with, that we were certainly going to have to deal with this very, very pronounced and very visible asymmetry between the small guy or even the medium to big guy in the Indian content creation ecosystem, and these big platforms that are, in a sense, the gatekeepers to monetizing the content. And that asymmetry, I believe, needs to be legislated, or at least at the very least, least regulated through rules of a new legislation. And I'm hopeful that after Prime Minister Narendra Modi resumes office, that this will be one of his priorities.
So this is going to be in the third term?
Yes.
Okay. You've teased the third term as well. I do want to invite some questions from the audiences as well. Any more concerns that the digital publishers would like to raise to the minister? This is your opportunity. And even as we wait for any questions, I have one about how do you feel digital content providers, publishers can safeguard themselves against AI, for example, eating into content creation? Or is this going to be a cannibalistic world?
It's an important, almost existential question about these platforms, especially generative AI platforms, scraping the internet and using publicly available content to train their models. And there is a case that is now underway in the US, New York Times versus OpenAI, that I think will be the defining case on what are the rights of a digital news platform, or indeed anybody, even an individual who puts content that he or she has created out there for public consumption. Does he or she forego all rights just because they put it out for public consumption, vis-a-vis a model that uses that content to train and then monetize that trained model? So I think this is a very defining case. I personally, and I'm giving you my personal point of view, I think that is not a tenable model. As I said, the basic principle is that the content creator, whether he or she has put it out there in the public or has kept it behind a paywall or some other way of safeguarding it, must have a right to whatever value comes out of the monetization of that content, is my thought as an individual, as a matter of principle. Now, how do we enshrine that, legislate that? How do we make that happen? That is an issue that we will have to discuss.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, we have one gentleman at the back. Could we get a mic to him?
Hi, sir. Arundeep from The Hindu here. We are seeing a lot of interest from AI big players this month. Microsoft and OpenAI are both potentially visiting. So what are the biggest items on the agenda that the government will have when it meets with these players?
I didn't understand the question.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, what are the biggest items on the agenda when the government will be meeting with the big AI players like Microsoft and OpenAI this month?
There's no, I don't think we have a big agenda when we meet them. I think we have a very consistent agenda, which is that regardless of whether you're a big AI or a small AI, I said this recently even in Bletchley in the AI Safety Summit, our approach is that you can only offer AI that is safe and trusted in India. You can offer only models that are trained to deliver safe and trusted outputs in India. Even if you are a platform that uses algos and not a full-blown AI model, those algos have to be safe and trusted. So, and there was an example recently of Google Bard, I think, responding that the reason there was an error in the output of that model was that it was under trial. And so we are making it very clear that nobody can put a publicly available platform on trial. You will have to sandbox that. And the moment you create any errors, you won't have a defense saying that, no, excuse me, I forgot it was on trial. You can't put a car out there on the road and say it's a prototype car, it's available for everybody to drive, but it goes off the road and creates accidents. You can't fly an aeroplane today unless it goes through safety checks and it is certified. That is why the 737 MAX gets grounded when there are safety issues. So certainly those are the principles that we are using to make sure that platforms understand that we take the business of safety and trust of our digital nagriks very seriously. As much as we do for airline passengers, as much as we do for car passengers, we also treat digital nagriks and their safety at the same pedestal.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Any questions? Yes, very quickly. The gentleman at the
Yeah. Honorable Minister, good morning. I am Puneet Ahuja from Preferail Limited.
Will you lift your mic
Sir, we are from Preferail Limited, UK-based body. Sir, I wanted to ask you, since now the DPDP Act, the Data Privacy Act, is operational in India. So, what will be the, what will be the functions for the digital media in that regard?
No, under the Data Protection Act, Digital Data Protection Act, we define every platform that seeks consumer data as a data fiduciary, as a person who holds the data in trust of the data principal, which is the owner of the data. So for digital media, as with any other platform, you can only seek data that is absolutely necessary for you to discharge the service. So let us assume somebody is signing on to a paywall of a digital media platform. You can ask all the details relating to the paywall, the credit card, etc., but you can't ask him his father's name, his father's date of birth, and go generally on a hunting expedition. So what we call purpose limitation. So you can take the data that is absolutely minimum required to deliver the service. You can use the data for the purposes that you have got the consent for, that is purpose limitation. And you can store the data for a very finite amount of time. After delivering the service, or after, in this case, after the membership runs out, you have to delete that data. So consent, limiting the amount of data to the minimum required, purpose limitation, and storage limitation. And I know, by the way, I forgot to tell you the main news, which is that if you breach the data, if you lose the data, or you sell it, or you do something like that, then you go to an organization called the Data Protection Board, who will fine you, depending on the nature of the data, up to 50 crores. It could be up to 50 crores per subscriber's data that you have lost. So it is punitive, and it basically, hopefully, will usher in good behavior, behavioral change, and put the brake on exploitation of personal data.
I'll take 2 more minutes. Yes, the lady there, if you could please give me your question very quickly.
Hello, sir. Good morning. I'm Swati Bhatia. Sir, as we have seen that you are talking about the emergency and the concern of the fake news and all cybercrime. What my concern is right now for the internet purpose is like there are a lot of content which is definitely not authorized to be there on the screen, and everyone can access that. And also there is something which is the ads are popping up, and like lot of monetization has to be there, which were there in the rules. When we talk about journalism, we have learned a lot of laws and clauses, but over the internet we can't see anything. Is there any measures, because we all know we are concerned about it, but is there any measures we will be looking forward in the future?
I didn't go get the question. Did you get it? I didn't
quite... advertisements that are, I think...
And also the content. Is there any monetization or some scrutiny would be done in future if we can see?
You mean for ads which are against...
not only the ads, but also the content.
But what type of content?
I'll explain to you, it's very simple. In the rules, we have basically provided for 11 types of unlawful content. These are unlawful under the law, both IT Act, but more importantly under the criminal law. We have said these 11 types of content, a platform has to ensure no user of its platform posts on the platform. And if the platform is aware of that, has to take it down, block it, and gateway that person to either deplatform him and or prosecute him. तो ये हमने बड़ा स्पष्ट रूप से आईटी रूल्स में 11 ऐसे अनलॉफुल कंटेंट है, और अनलॉफुल हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, अनलॉफुल है लॉ, इट इज अंडर द एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ. वी हैव मेड श्योर दैट वी हैव, and to all the intermediaries and all the platforms who were, let's say some of them were blissfully unaware of this, we have also shown them what are the provisions under the criminal law that will be violated if you allow consumers to use post those type of content.
Particularly harmful content, which I think
unlawful.
Is what
the word I use is unlawful. These are unlawful. These are not harm as interpreted by Shivani and disagreed by me. It's not harm like that. It is unlawful and therefore harmful.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's get our industry expert to ask our final question from the Minister.
Rajiv ji, I think just a comment with a question, your view more than sort of a very point. I think we have a very interesting problem. On the one hand, none of us want government involved with regulating news. And that's fundamental to how we've been thinking about news forever and ever, and it will always be the case. On the other hand, we're in this mad world where there are million-plus news websites. There are 500 news channels who've got 500-plus websites of their own. There are how many other newspapers? Actually, 1,48,000 registered newspapers. All of them are websites. How does a government think? Do you recognize that, in this mad world of news, this crazy, cluttered, crowded place, there is some differentiation between organizations that have a legacy, that are invested in doing it in a certain way, versus, just santabanta.news.com. How do you think about that when you think about policy?
No, so Anand, first of all, I want to tell you very clearly, and this is an absolute sincere truth coming from us. The government would prefer not to be an arbiter of this at all. Government would only like to be playing the role it traditionally plays, which is to ensure the law is enforced. Now, what has happened, let us understand before, and then I'll tell you what is the best way to go forward. What has happened, unfortunately, is for the last several years, and let's look at the last decade in particular, social media platforms in particular, okay, and because of the reach that social media platforms have developed, on the back of them, these new digital news platforms, let's call it digital news for want of another name, have suddenly got the reach that traditional media and traditional legacy platforms never have, don't have today. Now, social media platforms, unfortunately, have not been responsible behavior demonstrators. I'm using like longish words to make sure it's soft landing. So responsible behavior demonstrators means they were irresponsible, essentially. Because they had Section 79 almost like a free pass for them, saying that kuch bhi hum kare, we will keep all users anonymous, we will allow the users to do anything and everything, including unlawful content, and we have the Section 79 immunity, so we can never be prosecuted, and the law enforcement agencies have to go down this rat hole, warren hole of trying to identify who did this and never find them. That is now, since October of 2022, progressively be moved to a framework where there is conditional safe harbor, saying if you behave correctly as in what? Behave lawfully, that your platform is not a place for unlawful content, then you have safe harbor. Otherwise, you risk being prosecuted. Now, I will tell you very, very honestly, the government does not want to play the role of an arbiter between the dispute between an aggrieved person who's aggrieved because of the fake information or the misinformation or deep fakes and the platform that is causing it. What is the answer for it? The only answer is that platforms make themselves more accountable under the regular law. No new law. Under CRPC, under the 469 for forgery, that transition and transformation is happening. Anand, I will tell you, in the last 2.5 years, the conduct and the performance of platforms have significantly improved. They are themselves understanding the risk that they are undertaking today by being irresponsible. We have issued an advisory today to going to the granularity of saying that, look, you should also amend your terms of use, where a user signing up on Facebook or Twitter or Insta knows very clearly what the legal consequences are if you do CSAM, if you do deepfakes, what the consequences are. So it's also about educating the user. Going forward, I feel the model that we would all be comfortable with, and you will be comfortable with saying that the government does not have a role, is basically have laws that are absolutely open and transparent, and the issue is whether you comply with law or not. There is no big brother, there is nobody telling you this is what you should do. And so that law, in my opinion, we have in parts, but going forward, I think we need a new legislation that will make sure this happens.
Just to make your job a little bit harder, I think in this thing you're trying to navigate, there is now a lot of tech platforms who are saying, yeah, it's too complicated, news is too complicated, we don't want it. I think with the honorable exception of Google, Facebook basically now is saying we don't want news on our platform because it's just too much of a headache for us. Now, as somebody who knows tech, who knows news media, and as a policy person now, how do you encourage them to say, boss, don't shun news because society needs news
I
also?
have a slightly different theory about that, and I don't know if Facebook is in the room, but if they're in the room, I'm just saying it because it's the truth, so don't misunderstand me or understand me. Look, I think these social media platforms initially encourage news and current affairs and editorial type contents because they wanted more and more users to gravitate towards these platforms. Now when there is this robust ecosystem of influencers and content creators, they are playing pick and choose and playing God in a certain way. I have a certain view on this, which is that no platform can deny a content creator access to their platform to distribute and monetize it just because they say you are much more troublesome. They will have to give you grounds that you are unlawful or your content is violating the law. That is why we are excluding you. But it is essentially exercise of market power, abuse of market power to say, I will wake up one day and I'll prevent you from posting on my platform. And I will not allow you to use my platform to monetize and reach my audience. That is frankly, that is something somebody should have challenged on a competition commission. It is not something that they have the right to do.
Can you just take one final question, Rajan?
Hi, morning Minister. This is Himanshu from Amar Ujala. I just wanted to ask that what model will India follow for revenue share? And is it safe to assume that it will be part of Digital India Act?
No, see, this is something we will have to talk through. I think what I said is that we recognize that we have to address the principle or the issue of asymmetry between content creators and the monopoly, duopoly, and certainly market power of a kind that is unhealthy between these 2 or 3 platforms that are, in a sense, gatekeeping to the monetization world. What should be the solution? What should be the solution is something that we will have to publicly consult, discuss with everybody, and then come up with a framework. Will the government prescribe revenue share? I doubt it. But certainly government can always step in and say, we will prevent the abuse of this power that basically creates prejudice to a small guy or a big guy or a medium guy because these people have suddenly become gatekeepers over the last 10, 15, 20 years. So that certainly, those principles of legislation, certainly we can explore. But nothing we will do without elaborate, extensive, deep public consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. A big round of applause for the Minister for taking all the questions and of course for explaining his point of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such invaluable insights and motivation. In fact, sir, may I request you to please come back on stage with us. I'd like to invite Mr. Manoj Gujran to join us on stage. Sir, we'd like to felicitate you. Please come on stage. And let me also invite on Mr. Gujran to come and felicitate our Honorable Minister. Thank you, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, our Honorable Minister, and Mr. Gujran. I want to extend our gratitude to Poonawalla FinCorp for coming forth for the cause of publications. It's time to move on with that to our next conversation for the day. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, as we move on to our next conversation for the day, the past 2 decades have marked an unparalleled growth in the Indian media landscape, wielding a significant influence in reshaping public discourse. In this segment of our conclave titled State of Media, the Big Picture, let's explore the evolving facets of the media scenario in India. And to shed light on this, I would also like to invite our esteemed panelists, Mr. Anant Goenka, Executive Director, The Indian Express Private Limited, Mr. Senthil Sinya Chengalvarian, Executive Director, NDTV, and Mr. Shekhar Gupta, founder of The Print. I request our esteemed panelists to please come and join us on stage.
Thank you. I think we'll wait for Shekhar. He's here in a couple of minutes.
Aren't going to be what they can. I mean, these algorithms are actually all built on news. Without news, I don't see people or business being able to decide to invest in their own cricket scorecard. They wouldn't have known that that's the kind of market. The algorithm or like it's all started with news. So I think big tech is investable. I think evolved big tech to understand that it is in their interest from their short-term because we're using the word news change journalism. Actually important piece without journalism. It's not good for any innovative company if there's no journalism happening. That's fundamental to how they exist and how they
I think, first of all, let me just correct you. I'm truly Can journalism get value for the credibility and the weight it brings to these platforms? Because these platforms can have any amount of money. They can spend any amount of money. They can hire the most expensive journalists. They cannot create credibility.
Okay.
So that is what matters. And that's the reason I think that news media has to negotiate much better with platforms.
Okay.
If I can just add one thing to support what Shekhar was saying, and I just to agree with him, they can, as he said, platforms can throw as much money as they want and hire the best journalists, etc., etc. But look, I think one of the most innovative companies in the world is Apple. How many years has Apple been trying and failing at getting Apple News right? I think the fact that we bring credibility as journalism, as journalists, it's because what we do is hard, and that the fact that Apple couldn't get it right all these years really shows that journalism actually it's hard. It's hard to do. And that actually gives a bit of a more bargaining power in that equation.
Yeah, it's hard to do, but yet, as you said, we have 175 newspapers.
How many of those newspapers do journalism, though, Senthil?
So we are walking into that territory. So who is the journalist? What is, but there are a lot of people out there who would say that, we are more journalists than you.
I mean, look, this is a never-ending discussion, right? But I think at the end of the day, you'll see consumers have kind of taken a call on what they believe journalism is and what they believe journalism isn't.
Okay.
you know, in COVID, most of us in DNPA, most of us had a significant bump in traffic, huge in traffic. How many people come and give Gyan to explain the news every day on YouTube? But look at Shekhar Uncle's, you know, YouTube presence. It's, you know, so I think consumers eventually come and kind of take a call. We have to give them also that faith.
Well, I think the problem with journalism is that journalism is not a defined profession. It's not like you have to have an MBBS or MD to practice medicine or an LLB to practice law. Anybody can get up and say, I'm a journalist. And that's one of the reasons I have strongly and sometimes at the risk of irritating a lot of the advocates of the idea, stood up and spoken very strongly and aggressively against the idea of citizen journalism. And I have a simple view that if you start going to citizen doctors and if you start hiding behind citizen lawyers in courts, I will start getting my news from citizen journalists, because journalism is a specialized profession for which you need training. And that's where a new phenomenon now come up. That's the YouTube, quote-unquote, journalist influencer. So now you have people on YouTube and other platforms also, I suppose, just standing there and holding forth and ranting. You can rant on this side, you can rant on that side. Usually ranting against somebody or some side is better than ranting for somebody. And in a polarized environment, you are immediately guaranteed for ranting a large audience. And as you build a large audience for ranting, and platforms reward you, because platforms put no value to the quality of what you do. Platforms simply go by, I can say the same thing that I'm saying with in a completely different tone, in a seventh gear, with a couple of expletives thrown in, and I can say bleep bleep, right? And that will go viral, right? Platform will benefit. So there is a new factor now, which is the influencer/YouTuber who claims to be a journalist. And you find that politicians now, increasingly politicians, public figures, even corporates, going and giving their longer interviews, detailed interviews to these YouTube influencers who, in 9 cases out of 10, don't know what questions to ask. So if they're told a stunning lie, they say, wow, I didn't know it. And how come the media never told you about this? And people on that side will say, हाँ बात तो इसकी ठीक है, साले media वाले सब बदमाश हैं, चोर हैं, they are sold out, right? So that is an issue right now. And you see now from all sides, including Rahul Gandhi, all of them don't want to be interviewed by real journalists, because real journalists can ask real questions. Okay. So they go to entertainers and the platforms benefit.
So and just to make it worse, I think entertainers often have been given the question by the guy coming for the interview. Yeah. So small.
Look at Raghuram Rajan. I mean, for someone like Raghuram Rajan to go to these, I mean, those guys don't know fiscal deficit from trade deficit. I mean, I struggle to know that, but I can ask somebody.
Okay, but the fact is, it's happening. And the fact is that we are not liked. We have never been liked through history. I mean, people tolerate us, they need us. When I say we, journalists are not a liked tribe. I mean, if you're liked, you have a problem.
That's wrong. That's wrong. I disagree with that. That comes from looking at Twitter too much, right? Because when we look at Twitter, we watch too much of fellow journalists. So fellow journalists never like each other. Never like journalists too much. But if you step out, you tell me, you take so many flights. How many times has somebody walked up to you at an airport and said, I hate you guys, right? Even people say, oh, I abused you a couple of times, but I didn't quite mean it. Can I take a selfie with you?
Okay,
so people don't hate journalists.
No hate. Don't like. I mean, the very fact that as soon as something comes up as a plausible alternative, they would rather try that out. So your point on people giving interviews to influencers, do you see that lasting, or do you think that finally they'll all come back to...
I don't see it lasting, to be honest, but I must say, I do a few interviews myself, and I keep wondering, why is the same... We did an Adda with Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Our Adda on YouTube got, I think, 50,000-60,000 views, I can't remember what it was. And his interview with Beer Biceps, got close to 1 million. So that definitely registered in my head, right? And I was like, why? Because I watched the Beer Biceps interview because I want to make my interview better, so I want to see what that worked. And, I can never do that interview. I will never do that. I cannot ask the question that Beer Biceps asked. It's just not what I can do. Yeah. It's not my audience. I don't want that to be my audience. I don't want that to be my questions. So, so we're different. But I don't see most of these they're not institutions. These are personalities. They're attractive, and generally their shelf life is limited. Generally, that's what we see around the world. Sure. But I think we shouldn't shy away from the fact, and we shouldn't look down on the fact that it's an engaging conversation. For whatever it's worth, it's choreographed, it doesn't matter. It's an engaging conversation, meaning there are 900,000 people, 800,000 people who sat and watched 1 hour or 50 minutes of Rajiv Chandrasekhar talking to Beer Biceps. We shouldn't discard that reality. So what can we learn from that is how I would like to approach it. And I think we need to make our conversations also a little bit more entertaining. We assume that the audience knows way too much when we ask these questions. And we're a large country with the different kinds of people. We ask questions thinking that the people watching are journalists. We're not asking for the audience. I think the audience has kind of left the mind of the journalists. And I think we're all, in this digital world at least, we're all bringing the audience back in when we frame
are we bringing all the audience back? Because often we're told that we've lost the younger audience. They say that from 15 to 30, nobody watches any of us, picks up news from us. One, is that a fact? Or is it always been like this? That if you look back when we were in school, how many of our classmates actually picked up a newspaper? So are we losing a younger audience? If we are, what do we need to get them back?
I don't think we're losing. I think certainly as a challenge area, but I don't think we should write them off. I think at least if you give the young audience respect, you believe that they are intelligent, thinking people who want to learn, who want to grow, who want to impress at the job interview, who want to, then we have certainly benefited from a growing young audience on our platform, whether it's in the newspaper or whether it's on digital.
Okay. I agree with that fully. I think media leaders tend to be older people. And older people tend to instinctively look down upon younger people because they know that younger people don't think like them. But younger people
both of us look up to Anand.
Well, younger people are...
He didn't agree with you, huh, Senthil?
Younger people are smarter than us. Younger people live a very competitive life. They have to go out and face a tough world. And they need to know better. And they need to also impress. They want to sound and look smarter. So I think younger people are actually a very good audience. It's very convenient to say younger people don't. They will choose a different platform. So don't judge them for the platforms that they use. Okay. At the same time, to say they are not interested is completely wrong.
Okay. So I think we'll wind up here because we can go on, but there's a whole day where you'll get many ideas explored. A lot of these questions answered by experts sitting right here. So thank you. You have a great audience. Thanks, Shekhar. Thanks, Anand.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chengalvarian, Mr. Gupta, and Mr. Goenka for those invaluable insights on the changing media landscape in India. Now, over the last 25 years, the Indian media industry has undergone a remarkable evolution, fueled by digitalization, economic boom, and the changing needs of the masses. During this time of change, digital news and press publishers worldwide have faced a shared concern regarding the pursuit of modern regulatory conditions that support the economic viability of independent and diverse journalistic offerings, a cornerstone of our liberal democracies. And now, in this next conversation, we have the privilege of delving into the changing trajectory with two distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Anil Malhotra, Head Public and Regulatory Affairs, Zee Entertainment Enterprises Limited and President DNPA, and Mr. Florian Nem, who is a Senior Advisor Public Affairs at Axel Springer SE, one of Europe's largest digital publishers. Mr. Nem will be joining us virtually, shedding light on the transformative forces reshaping the news and media industry with a key focus on overcoming the disparity of bargaining power prevalent in media. Without further ado, Let's welcome Mr. Florin Nem and Mr. Anil Malhotra.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good morning from India.
Good morning from Berlin. A pleasure and an honor to be in this meeting. I've been listening and following, and I'm extremely enthusiastic because the discussion I'm hearing is exactly the same in Europe, in Canada, the US, and Latin America.
Which basically stems from disparity of bargaining power news media has against big tech or the platforms. So how do you see this happening across the world before we come to the Indian context?
Yes. The development started 15 years ago in Germany, where a discussion started by some publishers to see that the snippets were the gold, the few words in the news aggregation, that most clicks came to the aggregators, Google News, for example, and the Google search, and only a few of these clicks went then through to the full story. And the big change was, of course, that at the kiosk you would pay for the copy, but in the digital world you can copy the content without paying for it because it looks the same. And the snippet, and this was the key element, is gold. These few words go together with the established brand, a credible brand you can like or not like, and a summary of the news, and a title, a catching title. And out of this, the German publishers proposed to the then coalition of Angela Merkel to introduce such a law. The law was weak, and then the Spanish government, in those days, absolute majority of Prime Minister Rajoy, did probably the world's best regulation regarding this bargaining power by imposing mandatory collective management. All publishers had to stay together to negotiate, and then the European Commission took this idea up in 2016. Very long process. 2019, a law, a European regulation was then ready. Then came COVID, and it had a tremendous delay. Now, the European case is weak. It's not working adequately. Then the Australian case came. You remember, early 2020, suddenly Facebook unfriended Australia. The Australian approach, and I recommend very much to read the 600-page, not the 600-page, but at least the summary of it, where this bargaining code, the Australian proposal that then became a law by the Australian Consumer and Competition Committee, they had another approach, saying the government will then decide what is the final offer to take when the two parties negotiate, publishers, these weak sides, and the giants. And it is working well. It's different. There was always a fear of discriminating with smaller publishers, but we hear good news from Australia. And then Canada started a similar process. And remember, the Canadian Minister for Heritage and Culture, Pablo Rodriguez, son of Argentinian immigrants. I grew up in Chile, so we were neighbors, and he came to see us in Berlin to see how can I deal with the criticism coming from large platforms to introduce this law, since Europe and Germany had similar experiences. And Canada has now introduced a similar model to Australia with some differences, but it is as well this arbitration element of the final offer. And Latin America, there is an association called Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa, Inter-American Press Association, from North Pole to South Pole. They have, after many discussions, issued a joint statement that we ask for regulation to help in overcoming this disparity. But Latin America is many countries, and there is no real law yet. United States has a different problem. You might be aware that there is a law that does not allow publishers to sit together in a negotiation. They have to overcome this first. So India is a tremendous hope. You're one country, one society, very diverse, but the discussion I was listening is precisely, it touches precisely the same questions, arguments, and needs and hopes for a better regulation we have seen along all these years in the various continents.
So, Florian, how this collective bargaining works? You negotiate, first of all, you need to form an association or organization which will negotiate, and then will get some money, say in Canada case 100 million, which will be redistributed down the line between the organizations. So how does this whole process works? Because there would be smaller organizations, there would be large organizations, there would be individuals also.
Excellent question, and that is, maybe the problem, the challenge is in the character of publishers. Publishers are, as one of the speakers said, the ego-driven personalities. This is fantastic because these people prefer to publish and not to bring their money to the banks. And this is the salt and pepper of democratic societies, etc. The first challenge is to unite publishers, to bring them together under one umbrella and one goal. So it took a long time that the associations agreed to take this initiative. I take the German case. And once you have such a law, you need to come together in a joint negotiation team, the collective management or rights management organization, the so-called CMO. Not easy, because some publishers say, I want to negotiate my rights for myself, and I will not join the team, etc. And you can imagine, the more united you are, the better. Take in Europe, the German Collective Management Association has a representative membership of only 30% of German publishers. The Danish are much better. They have up to 97% of publishing, including public television. But they're a small country and a small language. So it is always the situation of negotiating disparity, small and big. And unfortunately, European publishers have not been able until now, in the 27 member states, to form a joint collective management organization. And invitation is to Indian publishers, to go first, and we will learn from you.
So, Florian, there is a problem that if all of us come together, this might lead to a violation of another act we have, which is called cartelization, which probably a lawyer will use in a court of law. Let's simplify the whole thing. In Indian context I was talking about. You see, in India, contract is between two parties, and agreement is based on the terms of agreement they have negotiated together, right? And then if there is a problem in future in relationship, you can go to court and challenge those terms of agreement only. Court will not decide your terms of engagement. They will not decide how will you do business together. Court rather will not interfere into that part. They will only go through the agreement. Now coming to this, new age agreements which come via net to you, where you have to agree or disagree. There is no way you can negotiate these contracts. These are one-sided terms or conditions which you have to agree to be able to enjoy their services. Now under these circumstances, once you say, I don't agree, there is no way you can get a ride on their network. You are driven out of business also. And the time you take with their legal teams to renegotiate even a comma or full stop probably will take a year. Now, we had similar situations in telecom and broadcasting as well. We had our minister today. He said, I don't want to come into your revenue assurance or revenue sharing arrangements, because governments are not supposed to do that. This is between two businesses. He also said that we will make sure that your access is provided. So you have to be carried on the network. So a simple law saying that there is a must provide or must carry obligation upon the platform for the news channels, and they have to agree to free, fair, transparent and non-discriminatory revenue share arrangements with the news providers, and onus of providing these terms is on the platforms. Will that solve our problem?
I cannot answer. I'm not a specialist in national regulation, etc., but the problems you mentioned sound familiar. And I come back to the origin of the situation, but the game changers we have. And I would mention two game changers for our sector worldwide. Democracies have free and need free and diverse press of fact-checked, curated content. That is the difference to bloggers. And where there is no economic viability, you have news deserts that can lead to all the misinformation and fake news. And remember, the United States, a news desert situation that has led to, among others, as analysts say, to the assault on the Capitol. So there is a relation between security, democratic stability, and the offer of diverse, economically independent news, curated news to society. And this is important to bring to the attention of governments and requires a lot of public affairs work to bring these arguments forward. This cartelization you mentioned sounds familiar to the United States problems. The United States publishers are stuck exactly with this element, and they have not been able to overcome this in Congress because of the polarized situation. And this is why the discussion with the News Media Association in America is important. Now, the two game changers. If one is the video conferencing, that we are able to talk to each other, well, of course, personal meeting is much better, but this helps worldwide to communicate and to share experience and learnings. And the second one is the translation machines. In Europe, we have 20 different languages. In the past, when a Finnish government had a Finnish text, you needed a translator, and it took days and weeks. It was extremely expensive. Today, you can translate this in a few seconds, and it's not perfect, but you know what it is. So this is a game changer, and I imagine a similar thing is true in India. Now, with these two new elements of communication, my recommendation is to do exactly what you have been doing. Invite and contact actors in Canada and Europe, and I invite you to do so with Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, because very similar problems and challenges there. And the learning process can be speeded up this way. So I cannot specifically give a recommendation on the Indian situation, but let's talk more among the actors in our sector in the big democracies to speed our processes up, learn from Australia, learn from Canada, see what went wrong or is not perfect in Europe, and inspire Brazil and inspire India, because just the news, the announcement of a tough law will already have an effect on negotiation attitudes on the other side of the table.
Agree what you are saying is, and that is perhaps what happened in Canada and probably what will happen in Australia and other countries also. Yes, you are right that every country has its different viewpoint and different way of doing business and different laws, and you have to be subjected to those laws first before you come to any conclusion. Can I ask floor to be open for any questions? Anybody want to ask Florence? Anyone has any questions on this? Thank you. Thank you, Florence. Thank you for joining, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Nem. It's been a pleasure having you here to help us discover the aspects of the transformative forces reshaping the news media industry. And thank you so much, Mr. Malhotra, for a great session. In today's fast-changing times, the integration of technology and artificial intelligence is reshaping industries, economies, and societies at an unprecedented pace. It's time we delve deep into the opportunities and challenges of navigating this digital frontier, exploring strategies to harness the power of technology while mitigating its potential risks. Let's embark on a journey of insights and innovation together with our next session, a digital-first world navigating the tech plus AI juggernaut. And for that, I would like to invite our session's chair, Mr. Shaveen Garg, MD and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. And joining him on stage are Mr. Pavan Agarwal, DMD, Dainik Bhaskar Group, Mr. Puneet Jain, CEO, HT Digital, Ms. Durga Raghunath, Head News Partnerships at India Google. I'll request our esteemed panelists to please join us on stage.
Hello, panelists. So I'm very glad that we could have this conversation. I think the first set of conversations we have done already, a lot of some of the points which we thought we will discuss are already there. And our attempt will be to discuss something different, more from a collaboration between how the tech and the AI plays an incredible positive role potentially in the news broadcasting or journalism. So we'll talk about that. So I think just to start, I mean, the digital age, I think that is inevitable and that we have talked a lot about. I was just reflecting, what is the cause and effect of it? Is it that we have these big tech players, or the people want to go into digital platforms because they want it? Or is it that it's a created need where now the cause and effect, who is creating the need and who is serving the need is kind of a confusing element. But it is inevitable. The role of AI, technology, social media, digital, all these jargon words, there's a lot of implication of that on news. I would request maybe a set of questions first to Pavan. I mean, as you think about the pivot, which you would have made in this way of like, yes, there's a lot of the first need of digital is to reach the customer at the place where the digital is. Other than reaching the customer, is there any other role which technology has played, or do you think will play in news broadcasting, and how you see that role evolving?
So I think you spoke about collaboration, right, with publishers and the big tech.
Yeah.
The first collaboration started with, our own Durga from Google, who actually started from DNPA, from the publisher side. So now, she understands the plight of the publisher. So, I think the first seed for collaboration. So, anything that the publisher and the tech relationship started way back in the first phase where publishers created content, wanted discovery on platforms. We didn't know what route to take. We didn't know where it will go. We just created content with the hope that it will get discovered and we'll figure out some model in times to come. I think that was the first wave which we saw in 2000. First, newspapers would look at homes to subscribe to their products. TV channels would look at homes with a set-top box or a cable TV. And when we exhausted those two, we said, how do we reach out to this new smartphone users across age groups, across demographics? And I think that's where the first phase of relationship started. You all have seen it over the last 2 decades, how we've gone through that relationship, the various pivots that all of us have gone through. Facebook became the largest source of content for us, largest source of traffic for us, how it just disappeared overnight, how traffics have been going ups and downs. The good news in actually all of this is there's still a hope, which is that there are over some 600, 700 million 4G users, with 5G yet to come. And each of those smartphones will have all-you-can-eat data. 10 years ago, I used to say, India will only progress if we have all-you-can-eat data packages on your smartphones. And now with $200 a month, you can actually have unlimited internet on your phone. And now the question is, and which I want Puneet also to talk about, is how will we write this new relationship, especially with AI in picture?
Yeah.
We haven't figured out, to be honest, in the last 2 decades, the relationship with big tech, but I do hope that with the new AI in picture, we should be able to figure out a new relationship with big tech. Also regulators, also the government should be able to figure out, help sort of bring this collaboration in place.
Yeah, I mean, it's a follow-up to that, and maybe Durga to you and Puneet. Other than the traffic part, which you talked about, right? Clearly the role of big tech in providing the traffic access to the consumers, because they have access to the consumers. Is there any other, you talked about AI, but is there any other part of personalization, AI? Take a pick of this technology landscape. Is there any other part which can influence or create collaboration between the big tech and the news publishers? Is there any other service use cases which are to offer?
Absolutely. I think, from Google's perspective, I think obviously it is access to news, right? And that's what Pawan alluded to when he talked about how can news users access content from India globally, right? Because there's a lot of interest in India news globally as well. Second is the diversity of news, which I think in our book more and more is beginning to include languages very, very heavily. We're doing a lot of work with Pawan, Puneet, and lots of, folks. I mean, Avinash from ABP is here. Lots of partners, Amar Ujala, where we have thought about both news, language news at a system level when we step back and said, okay, the language user is growing. How do we create the supply demand? How do we fix for that, right? So today, if you have English, somebody searching in English, the supply side is almost 100x of a search in Hindi, right? Yeah. So there is a disparity in the system. We ran a languages program, 400 publishers participated, 100 publishers have created, apps, increased inventory. So we look at it at a system level, but we also look at it at a single partner level, because there are
like the DNPA, this congregation of 15, 16 publishers who are going to be examples and who are going to be, first movers in terms of whether it's Gen AI, whether it's tools and newsrooms, whether it's cost reduction, new formats, languages, so on and so forth. So I think the collaboration is, for us, we look at it at a systems level with the news publisher. We also singularly try and identify publisher partners who have different strengths to collaborate with us on specific things, right? Whether translation, whether cutting time to market, how Gen AI can help with misinformation tracking, several projects with several publishers.
No, very interesting. I think you mentioned the news, the localized language with AI or other technologies on how it can create that the gap of demand supply. You talked about misinformation tracking and using that. But Puneet, from your perspective at HT, as you think about this collaboration and the role which, say, the big tech or any other technology can play, and some of it could be in-house, right? As a part of the HT Digital, you have a bunch of those technology solutions at your own end. How do you see that collaboration playing? Is there anything you would, forget the revenue sharing for the time being, if we keep that aside, let's assume that it is solved, what kind of a collaboration you feel that HT Digital can get from big techs like Google or Microsoft or Meta?
I think, see, if you look at the overall landscape of digital media and the entire transition that we are currently seeing from an internet age to AI age, there have been lots of learning in the process, right? The last couple of decades, the internet age where digital media consumption really grew manifold, and it reached to billions and billions of human population, and certainly 900 million Indians in India consume digital media content now day in, day out. And the role that big tech has played in distributing and taking to them. What has happened is, in that overall role, the publishers like us, who were, and the legacy players like us, who have been responsibly generating this credible content, we have been like a player by chance. We just happen to be, let's say, a participant over there. And which has, over time, led to various, let's say, imbalances, which has been now, I think, all of us are trying to solve, including, I think, Google, who has taken, I think, several key steps in the last few years to address that. I think, in my view, and at the same time, I think for publishers like us, learning has been that while we are focused on content generation, and we thought that that's our primary goal, we realized that the role of product and tech cannot be, let's say, de-emphasized. So while we believe that our strength is content generation and we leave it to the big tech to solve the product and personalization and tech needs, but we realized that, hey, in our ways of working too, we have to bring in product and tech to the core. So hence audience-backed content generation, analytics, data, infrastructure, etc. has been central to us. So we have been playing that catch-up game for the last few years. And now, as we are beginning to get a little better at it, let's say at least at table stakes, we are now on the throes of another world, which is the AI world, which is a much bigger world, much bigger unknown. While it can be a golden age, if you look at the words of the Honorable Minister, but for players like us who are still, let's say, still coming out of it, it's almost like another black swan event. We don't know what we're entering. So, to your question of collaboration, in my view, how do we learn from these learnings of the last couple of decades, and hence do a much more proactive strategic collaboration with big tech? So not just, let's say, of course, I mean, revenue is I would say, is an outcome of the various events that happened. But we are wiser by the past. So as we move forward, how can credible content be central to the design of this AI-led media world we are entering in? How can there be signals given to the user which emphasizes credible and trustworthy and legally verified content? Those can be sort of emphasized upon.
No, I think you said, I mean, in fact, I mean, very smartly you put that very, very nicely, that there is a need, which is a common need for both of the players in this, that providing credible, trustworthy information is the right intent. And of course, there is money to be made, and therefore there should be some sharing mechanism and so on, which can be figured out. But there is a catch-up game which you mentioned was played, and now instead of playing the catch-up game, can there be a collaboration proactively to take the benefit of the tech, the learnings they have had with what is needed in the AI platform? I think that is very well said. But one of the biggest, I wanted to raise that question to all of three of you, is the benefit of this AI and technology has been the personalization, right? As in providing the news or the information to a customer which they need or they are thinking about. And that's where my question was on, when it comes to news, when it comes to other content, it's fine, right? Because you're providing the content you need. Where do you draw the line between influencing the people or telling them what they should know and somebody else deciding, an algorithm deciding, versus just the traditional news publisher, which was about let's publish the reality and let people pick the neutral opinion, versus the borderline on where it becomes so personalized that it's almost borderline influencing people's opinion. Do you see that there is a threat or there is a risk in using technology where it becomes so personalized that it loses the core purpose of news?
Before I get on to that, I just wanted to make one comment on your remark. You said, leave the revenue aside.
For this conversation, I meant. For this conversation. Because that we would talk the entire day, I'm sure.
Okay, so, it's sort of very connected to the whole question of personalization and use of tech. Because for the last 2 decades, I think all we have been doing, and all of us are traditional media organizations, all that we have been doing for the last 2 decades is use the cash flow from our traditional businesses to fund our digital business. Correct? Is there anybody in the room who is profitable? Please raise your hand on the digital side. So that's what we've been doing. And, we have spent crores of rupees, all publishers sitting in this room have spent crores of rupees on building technology for their own platforms, to put out a better product out there. Now this big opportunity, or let me call it opportunity as well as a threat of AI, which will lead to several benefits, but it also brings in a lot of, let me call it, challenges. Benefits would be, and a lot of you use AI in your newsrooms, which is, text to speech, text to videos, change of formats, summaries, putting in a research assistant for your journalist to just create your own language model to do research. There's a lot of work that can be done. There's a lot of work that is being done. Personalization is one thing that I want to comment on, that a lot of us have tried personalization, but the challenge with us is we generate, 100, 200, maybe 500, maybe 1,000 stories a day. Out of those 1,000 stories, probably 100 stories are relevant to our user. To put in personalization is great, because even to show those 10 stories in the top feed is a big challenge. And if we can, but the issue is the cost of personalizing those 10 stories is humongous for us. While we are all doing it, but there's a huge cost to do it in-house. As far as AI is concerned, the big caution that I think most publishers have, we have, and most publishers have is, we built our businesses over last several decades on just one word, which is trust, credibility. We are all known for that. And we are known that unlike an internet website, which will create something, and if it's incorrect, it'll take it off immediately. We can't do that. We're not used to, actually, our DNA doesn't allow us to just remove something and say that, oh, it was a mistake. We've never done that. Our newsrooms have been very, very cautious, have known that this is what we live for, this is what we stand for. Our words cannot be erased. And with AI, the problem is giving a huge weapon to a journalist and making them accountable at the same time. That if it goes wrong, tomorrow you can't blame that tool. You can't say that this tool suggested me something and hence I use that and publish that to my reader. I think the last 50, 60, hundreds of years of our existence has been on credibility. So the biggest battle would be to make sure that, we don't play with that credibility ever.
Can I just add to, one thing to what Pawan is saying? I think, Google's approach to at least journalism and AI has been, I think, much ahead of the process, right? So whether it's, from a news gathering perspective, we've always thought about how can you augment journalism, right? Not to, I think, in a way, replace journalism in any way, right? So whether you take Pinpoint, which is a tool where today a reporter who is on the field can upload a recording, audio or video that gets translated, transcribed within minutes, translated to Hindi with we gave beta access, 70 to 75% accuracy. So your publishing time is reduced by 35 to 40%. So I think it's things like that, or you get, 200 press releases a day. How do you find intelligence with all of them? So we're looking at it as a reporter's notebook. When we showed it to editors in India, their overarching reaction, right, which I would like to tell audiences today, was one of positivity. Right? Of course, there was some anxiety within the room about all the things Pawan is talking about, but to be able to say, can I create the first draft of journalism much more easily than I could create 10 years ago, and then add quality sourcing and substance to it, right, and use my time differently, I think that part was hugely appreciated. So I am an optimist, so, I do focus on the benefits of AI, because I see an enormous increase in productivity, in intelligence, in just explaining things to users via AI tools. But I'm very mindful of what Pawan is talking about in terms of misinformation, substitution, etc. And I think at least within Google, there's a lot of responsible talk about it, Pawan, right? Even if there aren't immediate solutions in place.
So, Durga, just to follow up that question, I think you said it, that what AI, and I mean Google as an example, but what AI can do is to add added benefit to the reporters rather than it being a replacement. It's an added benefit or tools which can be provided. So what has been and again, keeping that revenue aside, but what has been the challenge from your perspective? And you've seen both sides of the equation. You have been a publisher and you have what has been the challenge to get that partnership going?
So it's still very early, right? It's still very early. I think last year we were talking about kids using it to copy homework and so on. And even in 12 months, the conversation has moved towards, I think, the minister put it very well, saying that the difference it can make to research, the difference it can make to time, the difference it can make to intelligence in general is quantum. Right? I think that people are getting to understand. I think, Google definitely took a lot of time in releasing BARD, etc., because it took a lot of effort in thinking about correcting and testing for hallucination and so on, and that process continues. Because I think with each day, and I'm not the expert in this, right? There has to be an engineer speaking, but the leap is so quantum, right? That I think we are very much in the early stages of AI, right? I think the attitude that we require is to be extremely open, extremely humble about it. And also, I think both Puneet and Pawan's point saying we all have to be collectively transparent about it, because I think it requires more than 2 to 3 people to solve these extremely complex issues.
And Puneet, maybe a question for you. If there was no restrictions today in an hypothetical world and you were to offer a partnership to, say, Google about what you need and how can it help HT digital or other digital media space immensely, right? What would that be asked? What will be your ask to make this partnership work with no restrictions on the table?
Can we invite the entire news audience for this response?
So, see, firstly, I think it's an extremely important question, and it's a question that, in fact, two of us, or in general, publishers and the various big tech constituents should be doing a lot more often. Because I think both of us are very complementary sides to the same partnership or same problem that we are trying to solve, which is to democratize access of news and information in the most engaging manner for that user. Yeah. I would say three things. First and foremost, I think the participation of credible news generators like us by design in the creation of this product. Right now, we literally come at the last stage of value chain. And it's not just to Google, but to, I think, more players in big tech who are missing in this room. In fact, I mean, it's commendable to have Google and Durga in this room, but other players who are equally big in generating content and taking it to various players. And Facebook has one player clearly named out because they have just taken out news by convenience because it was not suiting their business model now, but they have already leveraged that all this time. So in general, how do we participate by design in building out this product? Because we understand news perhaps more than anybody else out there in this world. So how do you include us over there? Right. Second is, I think, incentivize credible content generation. Right. So while personalization and other such user engagement metrics are extremely important for players to, let's say, build repeat user behavior and all the such associated technical jargon that all of us use in consumer internet firms. But what is, I think, important is there should be enough and more incentives for players to generate these content at scale. It should not be linked to some currency which is completely out of the influence of the various stakeholders. Or let's say that currency which is changing over time, so nobody really knows what happens 2 years, 5 years down the line. Right. For example, even right now, when we have ramped up our investments in tech, and it is now reaching to level of 50% for some of us, it was 5% 5 years back. Right? The content investment is still the larger one. Right? So we continue to invest in content while at the same time ramping up in tech. I think there is no player in this world who is playing in both the games. We seem to be the only one. It just can't sustain. So hence, coming back, incentivize content generation, credible content generation by design. And third is, I think, help us in the product and tech transformation. This is clearly an area, while we are putting our efforts to improve as much as we can, there is absolutely no way we can match the data science capabilities or data infrastructure capabilities that Google and such players have. There's so much to learn from them. So how you can help us in critical areas and handhold us so that we create content which is actually user loving to have, right? And not unnecessarily do hate and spray. So yeah, I think outside revenue, these three would be my top 3 wish lists, if I can.
No, very well put, very well put. And I think that intent part, and please keep me time check if you need to stop. It's a tough question. So in my head at least. Durga, is the intent with news publishers have, which they said their intent is to provide credible information to the customer, make them available, and then it is for them to choose whether they use it and get influenced, but their intent is to just provide that information. Whereas for many of the big tech or technology players, not just Google in general, will be to make them click, which means that they want them to actually read it. It's a bar of news versus entertainment that they would they would have an incentive which is linked to people actually reading and getting influenced and engaging with the news, which creates a need for sensibilize in the tonality of the news or the titles of the news. Do you feel that there is the difference in intent which causes this, or do you feel it is aligned?
I think it's a great question, and Google has different surfaces, right? So when you look at news.google.com, you will see, and I remember from my publishing days also, the more explanatory the headline, right? I'm not saying this is a rule. I found that it got indexed more, right? There is obviously a freshness, a recency. There is, quality, right, as defined by, different parameters that are at this point. One can't get into some of those parameters, but quality is a huge standard of news.google.com. That is a push surface, right? As against search, where again, it is very much determined by the query that the user uses, right? So I would say from at least what is user-driven and what follows the new quality standards. And we're trying to get, after feedback from publishers, all our surfaces on the same standards. It is not to push clickbaity content, right? Internally, we've gone through, every time there are changes, right? All the changes are towards greater and greater quality, right? At least I can say for Google, and I can't speak for social media, it is very much driven by what are quality standards, with of course some aspects of user intent. Like, are users choosing this link to best answer their question will obviously and logically be factored into a response.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe before I summarize, Pawan, do you want to add anything to this debate of this partnership on what would you want? I mean, what Puneet said, anything, and then we'll summarize it.
I think Puneet summarized everything very well. I have just one more ask, since you said keep monetization aside and start this relationship afresh. I think this debacle of the fact that platforms have become publishers from a user's standpoint. When a consumer goes, he starts thinking of platforms as publishers. I think that is what is causing the controversy, the conflict. Whereas, and if the platforms decide tomorrow that we are not publishers, and our job is to basically enable publishers with good tech and sending traffic back to them, and not making the user consume the content right then and there. And I think with AI, with generative AI, this conflict is going to get much bigger.
Much bigger. Yeah.
It's going to be a dynamite actually, if this is not solved in time.
Yeah. Fair point. No, we won't solve and we won't make this collaboration on this while I tried my best. But thanks a lot for your inputs. I think it was what I took away from this conversation is that there is a strong intent for both the teams or both the groups to work together to make it work, right? There is, for both sides, the intent of providing credible information, as Puneet you mentioned, is there. There are a few challenges which needs to be ironed out as what is the role which each of the players play in this ecosystem, right? What is, as you said, what is the role which publisher plays, or will the big tech play the publisher or act like a publisher? Who controls the information and the misinformation? Who owns the right in terms of how does a product in the tech gap, which is a tech capabilities of the big techs and the product capabilities or the content capabilities merge together? And to Puneet, your point on, is the collaboration designed with publishers kept in mind versus them being just a participant? I think there are a few of these very interesting debates and propositions which are needed, and this is why this conversation is hard but very important. But thanks for sharing your inputs. It was quite insightful.
I just want to thank Durga and Google for participating and being in this room. I think if only other big tech players can take cue and look to. So thank you, Durga.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garg, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Jain, and Mrs. Raghunath for enriching this discussion with your insights and perspectives. After this absolutely enlightening session, let's gear up for a lot more excitement and some useful insights with our panel conversation on cracking equitable models in digital media. In this session, we'll navigate the intricate web of revenue generation in the ever-evolving digital media landscape with a focus on understanding the pivotal role of big tech in shaping journalism compensation and its profound impact on the delicate balance in the digital advertising market. And to shed more light on this, I'd like to invite our session's chair, Mr. Avinash Pandey, who is the CEO of ABP Network. Mr. Pandey is known for steering the transformation of Star News to ABP News. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Pandey. And joining him on the panel are Mr. Florian Nehm, who's a Senior Advisor at Axel Springer SE Public Affairs. He'll be joining us virtually as he did earlier. Also, Mr. Dhanendra Kumar, Chairman, Competition Advisory Services. Ms. Elena Perotti, who's the Executive Director, Media Policy and Public Affairs at Warn Ifra. Mr. Arun Anand, who's the founder, Inc. Value Advisors. He's the former Director, Revenue and Strategy at HT and former CEO at The Hindu. Also, Mr. Senthil Chengalvarian, who's the Executive Director at NDTV. Let's have a huge round of applause for all our
This is okay. Yeah. So, equitable is a very strong word, and I hope we have equity at the end of this conversation. Let's have some fun while talking. So, I'm thankful that I'm in this esteemed panel, which most of you are expert in regulatory, the worldview, and also about media and tech industry. My first question to everyone, and anyone who can pick it up, that these big tech giants have amassed a huge amount of data and metrics, while publishers like us, and I belong to a publishing firm, and I'm supported by my colleague Senthil. So, they are owning all the channels of demand and supply. So us as publishers are left at what I call the law of diminishing return every time that we invest in the algorithm of this big tech. We do not have data access like these companies have. So how do we bridge this gap of what they have access to and what as a content provider we can provide to? Anyone?
Hi, hello. Well, we can't. We cannot bridge the gap of how much data they have about our audiences because they will not give it to us. So I'm afraid that the only powers that can bridge the gap are governments. We need the government's help to ensure that we're handed out the data about our own readers by the platforms. I'm absolutely convinced of that.
Arun, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
See, to begin with, I think you can't have the cake and eat it too. On the one hand, publishers want the intermediaries for the large reach, but on the other hand, there is a complaint that we're not getting enough data. So you can't have it both ways. But having said that, I think there is a lot of collaboration, and some of it is group-based collaboration with intermediaries, some of it is publisher-specific. And depending on how much bargaining power you have, it should be possible for you to at least get more data than you are currently getting. But that has to be part of your one-to-one contract. But the third thing is, I think publishers themselves, as it is, have a lot of data. And I'm not sure if the publishers are using the data that they have enough for you to be asking for more data from elsewhere. So use what you have to begin with. Look at the collaborations and see if you can have a better bargaining power. The better you're able to use your own data.
My large question is that, see, the big tech companies are owning both the supply and the demand side, while you are blindsided by what the new algo is going to come and push your content down or up. You are investing according to the new algo, and by the time you design your newsroom to suit to those algos, the algo changes.
See, the point, that's a completely different point from the earlier question, which is that news publishers have always liked to bundle their stories, whereas the intermediaries act against it because it has a higher probability of creating an echo chamber. And that itself is a problem in terms of information flow, especially in countries like ours where there is a lot of polarization and there is a lot of different kinds of content, and where there is a lot of misinformation that's coming from other social media. The algorithm subject is a completely different subject, which partly would come under the competition law, which probably Shri Nanendra Kumar will probably be able to speak about that a little better. Senthil?
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think we should be even bothering to invest too much in collecting that data, because it's going to get too expensive. We can't really afford that. We should be investing perhaps in how to use that. Yeah, can you hear me now? Thanks. Okay. As I said earlier, that we shouldn't be, I agree that we should not be investing in trying to collect that data, because it's too much of an investment for us. We should be really investing in what we can do with the available data. And on the algos, all we want is some kind of transparency there, and that's where I think the regulator comes in, because it is at the moment a moving target. The moment you do something, it gets changed the next. I mean, one small change and everything changes. So some transparency is what we'd like there.
Sir, sure.
Your question was very important, and it's fundamental. In this era, everything is turned digital. All the services are turning digital. You may take any service, including e-commerce, healthcare, whatever it is. And there is so much infusion of technology and digitalization and everything. And the platforms have access to that data, and therefore, willy-nilly, they get variety of data, volumes of data, massive data. And in the morning, the minister mentioned about the Digital India Act also, that they should maintain the data only for limited period, only the relevant data, and so on. News also similarly is becoming digitized, and therefore the same thing applies there also. But coming to something slightly different, I have been chairman of the Competition Commission of India, and therefore I am interested in what's going on in the CCI. And there is a case which had been filed 2 years ago, and CCI passed a preliminary order, and they are conducting investigation. I believe it is still there with the Director General of CCI. And in the preliminary order, it was acknowledged that there is an imbalance of power between the two sides, the technology platforms and the publishers. And therefore, we have to see how to harmonize the two. And this probably would be taken up by the CCI, and they have done a lot of studies in this, enormous amount of study from the information which has been provided by DNPA and others, and also on the other side. And the final word is yet to be out. We have also to see what has happened around the world, in Australia, France, Spain, Canada, everywhere. So there is an element of negotiation depending on the imbalance created and the capacity to negotiate. There are also issues relating to Copyright Act and so on. So therefore, to answer this question, I think, would be slightly complex at this stage as far as India is concerned.
Right, sir. Mr. Florian has joined through VC. Is he there? Because he has an experience. Yes, sir. So your initial thought on this equitable model, we are all talking about regulatory things that are happening in India through CCI, and what both the publishers have pointed out that what we should do, and how do we collaborate with the tech platforms and what tech platforms should do. What's your initial thought on this?
Now, out of the many aspects, I pick one that is the arbitrary downgrading of news offerings in the search engine. Search engines have a monopoly in the market of being found, and monopolists have, therefore, in most economic orders, special rules and obligations. And it is now the implementation that is lacking, or the specific regulation for these cases. In the European Union, there is such an effort called the Digital Markets Act that is now being step by step implemented, and that addresses the gatekeepers by naming them and now negotiating the way to implement these special obligations. This is an approach from the European Union. It looks like it is leading. We will see how effective it is. And my suggestion would be, as I said in my first part, it is important that publishers talk more to each other. The Indian Digital Association with the European, the Brazilian, the Canadian, the US, etc. Much more to go into depth and to see what works, what does not, and then bring these lessons learned to the policymakers so that economically viable diversity of journalistic offerings can be the basis of our democracies. So my recommendation is more exchange and tougher lobby vis-à-vis our governments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, the question leading to this is to you. Now since the DNPA and a host of other publishers have gone to the Competition Commission of India for equitable share in the revenue, do you expect a pushback from big techs on what we are doing or what our content
from the big tech?
From the big tech, as to what he just pointed out, that what happens is that and previously also what I think two of the panelists and Minister also pointed out, that look, at the end of the day, it's a government job to protect the law, and we do not want a particular kind of content to be pushed up or pushed down just because a big tech is liking or not liking them. Do you think there could be a pushback because of the CCI case?
No, I don't think there could be a pushback from the big tech or anybody else. It's your right to go to CCI. That's the right platform for you to go. And the whole thing started in Australia, where the ACCC, Australian Consumer and Commission, Competition and Consumer Commission, they looked at it and they came to a conclusion. The government also passed some legislation and so on. And then we had similar situations in France, we had something in Spain, we had something in Canada and so on. So everywhere the publishers body, they have gone to the Competition Commission or equivalent jurisdiction. I completely agree with the comment made here that probably it would be useful for the publishers to talk to each other and talk in one voice and also understand what are the issues involved. Because it's as I mentioned in the beginning, it's a very complex issue. What's the comparative investment made by the two sides, the efforts made, the cost, and also the technology, what goes into it. The big tech, they have invested a lot of money, and they probably now have developed dominance. I'm talking particularly of Google. And willy-nilly, they have a dominance by which they can dictate terms. But to think that they would be pushed back, I don't think both the sides are intrinsically intertwined with each other, and one cannot live without another. So I feel that at the end of the day, there would be an equitable solution which would be found, both in terms of policy and in terms of regulation. As I said, regulation would be under the competition laws. It could also be under the copyright laws, which, all the news and content which have been created carry certain copyrights.
Right. So now it is given, Arun and Senthil, that we are clearly seeing, and I was talking to our friend who was here on the panel from Google yesterday, saying that the Google revenue is 27,000 crores. That's what reported, right? And I don't think our combined DNPA revenue would be, Sujata can bail me out, 6,000, 7,000 crore, I don't know. No. Yeah, and most of us all of us, most of us are in losses. Though entire 27,000 crore is not coming to that, but Mr. Chandrasekhar made a very good point, that initially when these big tech platform wanted traffic, they allowed news to come in. Now we have walked on that street and we are realizing not enough customers are coming and testing our flavor because maybe other players have joined who are not into the big business. So what model do you suggest that would be equitable for between the big tech and the publisher?
It will be difficult to say a specific model at this point of time. Even in the last few years, several experiments have been done. So, for example, there is the Europe experiment, which was spoken about. And while that has worked in some countries, India is a little different. So, for example, Europe went on the copyright approach. But they found that small publishers and regional publishers were not getting adequate compensation. Now, India has a lot more of the small publishers and regional publishers. So our approach has to be necessarily different on that part. Australia, on the other hand, took Competition Act as the basis. Now, of course, Competition Act and copyright, they're not distinct. There is some overlap there. But again, they found that Rupert Murdoch and his group was getting significant advantage, and several others were having were getting shortchanged. So then there are some countries where publishers have come together and have done collective bargaining. That seems to have worked in some places, but not necessarily everywhere. But again, as was suggested, if publishers can come together...
So you are saying the legal bargain is not a right way to go, is it?
Sorry?
Legally mandated bargains are not the right way to go? Are you suggesting that?
No. The subject is complex.
Regulatory or legally, whatever that
I'm not saying anything is 100% right or 100% wrong. We have to use all the reference frames and come to a convergent solution. So, for example, copyright. Now, we know journalists. And journalists today would start using ChatGPT and BART to write articles. Now, there is a huge issue on who owns the copyright once an article has been produced out of these LLMs. So, if copyright is going to be used as a method for revenue sharing between publishers and the intermediaries, what are going to be some of the issues going forward? Because who owns the copyright itself is a huge issue. And we now know that a lot of publishers are using LLM-based content, right? It has to be step by step, where you keep on evolving, and there is going to be no one silver bullet in one process in one model that we would use. But I think fundamentally what we must agree is there is a FDI restriction on news in India. And there is a reason for that, which is security, etc., etc. So if publishers on one hand are being held back on FDI and funding, and if on the other hand the intermediaries are making tons of money, the numbers that you said,
and the investments can come from anywhere.
The government then needs to come in and say, hey, listen, I have tied these guys' hands. It cannot be that I'm going to bring these people down and you make the money. So there has to be some regulation and some acts that has to come in to deal with that. But it hasn't worked well. Like USA has now got a JCPA bill, which is highly contentious. It's not coming through yet. Canada has got the ONA, the Online News Act, which also nothing has happened. It's going to take a while.
So, Elena, I'll come to you on this one, because I know you want to say something on this. But let me ask Senthil first on...
Yeah, so I think what we've got to... just to bring about a comparison of scale. You spoke about Google revenues compared to the DNPA revenues. I mean, it's not just revenues in India, it's their sheer dominance in the world. The top 5 American companies by market cap are tech companies. And that hasn't changed in many years. Very often, like 3 days ago, what 2 companies in the US lose in the stock market because of on a bad day is more than the market cap of maybe the top 5 Indian companies.
That's right.
So you're fighting against, I won't say fighting, they're huge. So I think we can't see them as adversaries yet because our relationship is very symbiotic. So I think Anand covered most of it. The only way going forward is continued conversation. So that conversation cannot stop. Conversation with big tech and conversation with government in India. I think you made a very important point. We need to be freed a bit because regulations here, apart from how they dictate our revenue sharing or whatever with this thing, maybe it's time to look at regulations which really restrict us here because again, I won't want to use the word fight, but now when you say media, they are as much media as us, and they're huge.
Right.
So we need to be freed a bit, and regulation has to look at a whole host of things, not just one aspect of it, of revenue sharing. That will happen. I mean, I'm sure Google, as you can see, revenue sharing will come about.
Elena, you had such a large body. Vanifra, what is your experience on these issues?
You will have to ask me a more closed question because last time I spoke about this, it was 84 slides.
Okay. Okay, so slide 1 only. No, so I'm saying that what, according to you, should be the equitable model between the tech giants and us on revenue sharing. Right now, for example, for hundreds of years in media business, and DNPA is a body of traditional publishers and broadcasters. Our business worked on 85-15 or at best 80-20. That means 80 came to the publisher, 20 or 15 went to the intermediaries. These days, it's just the reverse. And that's what is our best guess, that what comes to us is probably 15 or 20. Now, how do we use regulators, technology, and our own publishing business to arrive at a model which would be if the 1585 was bad, then what it could be 2080 or 2575, but it has to move in that direction because there is no investment if happens in content. What kind of content we are going to see in the marketplace is already Government of India is worried about through the fake news and etc. So,
well, I think that the only answer to ensure that news publishers keep putting out good content and therefore keep being able to invest in good content is that they are remunerated for it. So whether we're speaking of the redistribution of revenues coming from advertising that right now are going at a gigantic amount directly to the platforms, or even we're speaking of artificial intelligence and how they're using right now our copyrighted content. In both those cases, we need 2 things. We need government help because we do not have a strong enough bargaining position. There is only one Google, there is only one Facebook, there are plenty of publishers everywhere. So that is just a fact. And the second thing we need is to stay united. It is really the most important thing that we will see also in my presentation in a second. What loses power to publishers is when they accept handouts, peanuts from technology companies, rather than instead uniting together and try to obtain what they deserve. Because, as I repeat, as you all know much better than I do, I'm not a publisher. I'm a big friend of publishers, but I'm not. And you know better than me how much you're investing in money, in energies, in passion, in the content that you're putting out. And that should be paid for.
You know, my next question is leading to that, and any one of you can pick up, but you can begin, Elena, on this one. See, so far we were worried about too big tech. You know, there was a duopoly that a lot of people spoke about here. Now, the AI has come, and generative AI is now curating content and probably giving answers to the questions much better than what existing platform could do before. Now, a lot of publishers, including some of our members and outside of it, are using these generative AI and they're allowing them to crawl our content too, you know, to generate right questions for this. This is exactly what started happening 20 years ago when the big tech came. We all allowed them to go on their platform, put our content, and then now the model has just changed for both of us, you know. So what is your suggestion, how this generative AI or the AI field market, what should we do to shift our businesses in the direction which we can harness AI in a better way for our business?
Okay, this was even more slides, well, you made a very good point there. The first thing we need to do is not to do the same mistakes we did at the beginning of the social media era. We cannot start giving away content for free, and we cannot accept the small handouts that they are going to give us. I have a couple of data written down because, I mean, the amounts are so gigantic that I can just not commit them to memory. The first thing we need to remember about AI is all the money that is involved. So OpenAI won 1 million users in 5 days after going public. They have made in revenues in 2023 $1.6 billion. That means a year-on-year increase of 700%. In 7 months, they got to be worth 2 times what unscript is worth. Microsoft owns 49% of OpenAI and is on track to be the first $4 trillion company. The whole point that I'm trying to make is that they have money, and they should, as a consequence, pay for the news content that they use. They have to use our news content in order to keep being relevant, to ensure that their output is relevant, that their summaries of stories is a summary of a news of a good content. So what should we do? We should, first of all, stop giving out of our content for free. So in your terms and conditions online, put out a no crawl now, immediately.
That's a very good point.
No crawl. Also, don't expect your paywall to be protecting you from crawling, because it's not. They only need to have one account, and in a second, they will have all the content that you have up there, you know? So, no crawl, immediately. The New York Times has done it months ago.
I'm glad the regulator is sitting next to us, so... No, so she's saying that, you know, even if you allow for a minute, the generative AI will, or the AI companies will actually crawl all your content, historical data, everything. They know what you have done. So the competitive advantage that they get over the normal publisher is so immense that it will be a mammoth task, what she's suggesting. If once you allow, you should put it behind the paywall, all the content. That's what Elena is suggesting.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And if I may conclude, so you put up the no crawl in your terms and condition, and that then you need to get informed and train your staff, and I mean all of your staff, on the use of AI technology. You need to know that your staff is using it right now. Your journalists are using AI, whether they're saying it or not, and they need to know how you want them to use it. So publishers should be rushing, I think, to produce guidelines on the internal use that they expect their journalists to do of AI, and that they expect their vendors to be using as well, because that is another way of protecting yourself in your content about how AI is used. And then, very importantly, you need to start negotiating. But even more than you did with social media, you need to do those together. you might know that Associated Press, for example, already signed a contract with AI. And I'm sorry, I realize that I'm speaking too much, but the short story is, what they need is your content. They need good content, right? So when publishers start making small deals, accepting small money from OpenAI in order to get access to their content, then that is a big share of the pie that the other publishers will not have anymore, because OpenAI only needs one good publisher, right? But they absolutely need it. They cannot have zero. So the only solution is, don't allow anybody among you to go out, rush off, and accept $100 for each old article from OpenAI. Pull together, negotiate together, and get a lot of money for your combined content.
And for that negotiation, we need good regulation and regulator, right?
You need association.
Yes. So we are running out of time. We have last 1 minute left. So I would start by asking Mr. Floriana. You are still there? One parting line for, so each one of us can say the last word that they want to say. I think all of us agree that three of us need to work together, which is the publisher, regulator, and big tech, to arrive at equitable model which is sustainable for a long run, right? Which actually allows everyone to invest in good journalism, people have good content, and businesses do well. So last one line, what according to you we should do for this equitable model?
My comment is that the information, the know-how is in the room you are discussing, and the experiences and regulatory models are known, Australia, Europe, Canada, etc. Recommendation is, please bring the analysis with lawyers together and then develop an important lobby exercise to convince members of your government and leading parties to modernize the regulation. Without that, we were nothing in Europe, nothing in Canada, nothing in Australia. There are different models, and yes, they are working differently, effectively, etc. But do not continue only analyzing, go into action, and prepare your lobby campaign. And we're very happy to support this with all knowledge from the American Association, the Canadian, the European, the Brazilian, etc. This is my urgent recommendation. Thank you very much.
Dhananjay, sir.
You said only one sentence. I would say, I'm reminded of a famous couplet, खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना, खुदा हर तकदीर से पहले पूछे कि तेरी रजा क्या है. You build up your strength, you build up your positivities, and you invest in technology which is suited to your work. Once you are that powerful, while negotiating with the big tech like Google and so on, they would themselves come around and ask you, what do you want? And this is what has happened elsewhere. I'm sure it would happen here also. And you have next few months until the elections. Nothing is going to happen as far as politically these laws are concerned, but certainly on regulation front, CCI, things would go on as usual.
Right. Senthil?
We are in the business of content, I think, and that we create good content, all of that is given. We have to do all of that. But in this thing going forward, they are the intermediaries, and I think, like in any business, intermediaries need to be regulated. Fair regulation which protects their interests. They made huge investments, and it has to protect the interests of publishers as well.
Absolutely perfect. Absolutely. Arun?
See, we've heard two words, one journalistic standard and two equitable, both of which are highly subjective. Equitable in particular, promoter-led company looks at equitable differently from a society, from a trust, and so on. What we do know is that most media houses across the world have reduced the number of journalists in their payroll. And to me, today, if we are talking about any model that is equitable, any model which will prevent further loss of journalists in a media house is a good enough model. The rest of it can then evolve.
Perfect. Thank you. Elena, last word.
Well, I think that, yes, lobbying is very important. The support of government is essential. But if I had to have a hit parade, I would say that the most important things of all is, as I already said, publishers to stick together through their associations and negotiate together.
Great. So the punchline is that focus on the content, invest in good tech, partnership with the regulators and the platform provider for us to have equitable world. Thank you, audience. You have been a brilliant audience. All this while, nobody asked a question, nobody clapped or anything, so I believe everybody was completely engrossed to what we were talking about. Thank you.
Many thanks to our distinguished panelists for that insightful and terrific discussion. Also, may I request Ms. Peroti to stay back on stage for the next session. Now, as news consumption shifts online, a codependent relationship has developed between news publishers and big tech giants like Google and Meta. As a result, big tech acts as an intermediary to generate traffic for news websites while taking a portion of ad revenue in exchange. The problem arises when big tech allegedly takes on a higher percentage of ad revenue generated, the extent of which is uncertain due to an opaque ad tech system. So are existing laws doing enough to resolve the gap between big tech and news publishers? It's time to find out. Let's gain some insights on the laws regulating the relationship between publishers and big tech around the world by Ms. Peroti. Ms. Peroti, the stage is all yours. We'll have you, Pranjal, in a bit. There's a Q&A that you
I will find a way. Sometimes I will have to give the lecture. Okay? Hello, everybody. Hi. So, I was just told that I'm supposed to speak for 10 minutes, but I will speak instead for at least 20 minutes, just so you know. And this is the first good news that I have to tell you the truth, that 20 minutes is going to be challenging in order to go over a global overview of the regulations on publishers and big tech. It is very good news because six years ago, WANIFRA was literally the only organization saying that this was a solution. I was representing the publishers in the Internet Governance Forum, for example, where sit plenty of the people that are right now speaking about how important regulations are in order to solve the problem of revenue sharing between publishers and big tech. And 6 years ago, they were saying, oh no, why should Google and Facebook save the publishers from the fact that they are not innovators enough, that they are stuck in a traditional world? So this is actually really good news, that I will not be able to be exhaustive with my presentation, but I will try and give you as much as I know. This is the first point. EC Communication 2018, the European Commission was the first one speaking about how important it was to try and level the playing field of bargaining. As we said before, there are plenty of publishers out there. There's only one Google, only one Facebook. We have no choice. We have to negotiate with them. They have plenty of choices. The solution for the EU was the Copyright Directive. I should probably tell you this. I'm going to cover 3 laws. European Union, Australia, and Canada, because these are the places where everything happened, and anything that happens from now on is going to be shaped by those 3 laws. The Copyright Directive is from 2019, and what they did was that they established a new right, the press publisher's right. It is extremely important because what this article says is that the press publishers are the only ones who can decide whether their content can be reproduced or communicated to the public online. It is important because before this happened, in Europe, the press publishers only had one solution. They had to go around the internet incessantly, try to find out any use of their content and photo that they didn't agree with, prove that they were the people who were supposed to be granting that, send infringement notices to all the tens of thousands of infringements they found, and then they wouldn't get any retribution anyway, because damages were very, very seldom granted. Now they have their own right to pursue, and that is much easier. Also, it is not extraordinary. It is exactly what happens in the music industry or in the movie industry. It's not only the actor or the singer who has a right to a song, but also the producing company, for example, has it. Why shouldn't the newspaper hold a right on an article which is authored by a journalist, but it is produced thanks to the salary that they give to the journalist, to be very simplistic about it. I need to skip a few slides. The status of the directive is that it should have been transposed into law by 2021. Not everybody did it. They are now almost done. France. France was the first country who was ready to go ahead and transpose the directive into their internal law. This is how directives work. The European Union makes a law, but that law is not law in all the countries. The countries have to make it their own internal law in a specific amount of time. So France was the first one. They were ready right away, same year. They published the law in July 2019, and it was expected to be enforced on the 24th of October 2019. What was the reaction of big tech? I will focus on Google. Google attacked right away. So what they said was, either you publishers give me a free license to all of your content. They said this 1 month before the new law came into force. So either you give me a free license to your content, or this is how the search engine is going to change. This was the 8th of October 2019, and I did a search of the word Brexit, only one word, Brexit, on Google. And the result was this, the one that you know. So snippets, small videos, pictures, a few words, and then the links. What the Google said is, either you give me free licenses, or the results to a search like Brexit will go from this to this. So no pictures, no videos, no snippets, no context at all, just the raw link to your homepage. So what was the reaction of the French publishers? What would you have done? They gave all free licenses. They sued Google in front of the antitrust authority. They kept negotiating, and they also asked for interim measures before the result of their court case in front of the antitrust authority came to mind. They asked for interim measures aimed at ordering Google to negotiate in good faith. This decision came from the competition authority, which in April 2020, so we're only 6 months after the law, asked Google to negotiate in good faith and to conduct negotiations within 3 months and provide the authority monthly reports. Most of all, the authority asked Google to negotiate in good faith. The second thing that Google did after having attacked was to divide. They are going to do this in every country. That's what they've done in every single country where these laws have come to mind. So what they did was they concluded agreements with the biggest newspapers in France. Le Monde, Libération, Le Figaro, all signed with Google, while the Association of News Publishers was still negotiating. The most important thing is that if you read the articles where Le Monde, Figaro, and all the others announced this deal, and if you read Google's blog announcing these deals, they all say that these deals satisfy the requests of publishers with regard to the directive, to the press publishers' right. The interesting thing is that this is absolutely not the case. They were just showcase agreements. The law was not even mentioned, aside from saying that it was satisfied. This year kept negotiating. This is us standing, as OneInfra, standing with the French Publishers Association during their negotiation with Google, which was ongoing. This is another important point. What is the main point of contention between Google and news publishers when it comes to the value that you bring to their coffers? What Google says is that the only searches that bring money from publishers to Google is when people search for news. In my case, I search for Brexit. What they are saying is that the actual money that comes from publishers to Google is if I had searched for news about Brexit. Okay, it's a very clear distinction. News about Brexit, they say. And secondly, the only revenue that comes to Google from publishers' content is the advertisements that are displayed alongside the Google page when a search like news for Brexit is made. So very narrow. What publishers say is that every search that somebody does online is enriched by news content in it. My search, again, was not news on Brexit, it was Brexit. But the first results, you saw it, it was all news content. And secondly, what publishers say is that the main revenues that platforms get from us is not the advertising displayed. Of course, that is a revenue as well. But the main revenue comes from the data of our users who read their snippets and do not proceed to go on our websites because their short content, the short parts of your articles that Google displays, are enough for that user to read. Those data are data that Google uses, collects, does not share with anybody, and resells in programmatic advertising. In February 2021, there is an agreement between the Publishers Association and Google. It is unsatisfactory. We don't need to spend time on it, but it was not enough. We are now 2 years after the approval of the law. And we're leaving France here because Australia happened in the meantime. What I learned as Executive Director of Media Policy for OneInfra is that ever since these matters started going around, the most important thing that we can do for our members, the associations can do for their members, is to disseminate information as much as possible about what is going on everywhere around the world, because as you will see right now, countries are copying one another, they're getting inspired by one another. And the same thing publishers need to do in order to react for the same problems that are the same, again, across the world. So, France was living what we just saw, and then Australia happened. 2 March 2021, the News Media Bargaining Code becomes law. The need is the same that we saw for the European Commission, addressing the bargaining imbalance between publishers and platforms. Main thing is that there is a standard time for negotiation, then mediation. If an agreement is not reached, there is an arbitration. What the arbitrator decides is the law between the parties. It becomes an agreement that lasts at least one year. It is that they cannot be appealed, and if an agreement is not concluded on the arbitrator's decision, then fines can go up to 10 million Australian dollars. There were other parts of the code that were very much feared by platforms. They do not like to share data. We already said that. And the code foresees that they have an obligation to notify any changes in their algorithm that affect the resurfacing of news 2 weeks in advance to publishers and share data of the users. The status is that the law exists in 2021. It is law, but it is not really enacted because something didn't happen. The designation did not happen. So the Australia's Federal Treasurer needed to say which companies, which big tech companies are affected by the code. We all know that it's going to be Google and Facebook, but the Treasurer did not say that Google and Facebook are affected by the law. Therefore, right now, Google and Facebook are not going to be ever submitted to to the final offer arbitration, which is the thing that they really fear. Why not? Because it is all a dance. So, right before talk about the law happened, Google and Facebook were negotiating with publishers, but very little, very slow dance, very little money. First they say yes, then I say no, and so on. Then the code became law, and in the code there was written, guys, if you want, you can avoid ever being designated as a big platform that need to undergo all those obligations that you don't want to have, as long as you conclude enough agreements with publishers. And that is exactly what they did. They started signing agreements. Winifred has a friend, Chris Jans, who consults on these topics. And he used to be, until very recently, the chief of the digital operation of Nine, which is a very big publisher in Australia. And he revealed to us that a few amounts, but he revealed to us that these deals are all very different. Some are all cash, some have very big servicing costs, some include in-kind contributions, some make no difference to the bottom line, and some cover half the newsroom's costs. We will see in a second what makes that difference. The totals are confidential, but we know Rod Sims, who was the chief of the antitrust authority who pushed the code onto the government, he said that the aggregate value of the various agreements between Google, Facebook, and publishers in Australia are approximately valued at 200 million Australian dollars a year. And from commentators, we know that those deals compensate about 30% of the publishers' editorial salaries and cost. This was unheard of before this. So what lessons do we learn from Australia? That they will attempt to split the industry. They will invest immensely in lobbying. You will never be able to invest as much as they do in lobbying. You need to have a clear plan in mind, but most of all, you need to negotiate for the money, not Showcase, not Facebook News tab, because what they're going to tell you is that Showcase, for example, will bring you a lot of public. But it is not true. It just doesn't. You need to bring real money in, because when Google or Facebook negotiate with you, for example, a Google Showcase agreement, what they say is, you publisher have this very good piece of news. We give you the possibility of transforming it into panels for Google Showcase. So a special way of delivering that piece of news. This will make people even more interested in your content, so they will click through and get to your website, and there will be many. Two problems with that. Number one, most of the people will be content with the amount of information they find on Showcase. And number two, it was demonstrated that the amount of traffic brought from Showcase to your website is ridiculous. And number three, very important, producing content for Showcase is not free. This is what I meant when I was speaking about servicing costs. If you sign an agreement with Google that is only exclusively limited to you having to produce these panels for Google Showcase, that agreement means that you have a contractual obligation to produce those panels. And that costs a lot of money. You don't have enough, you have to hire people to do it. You have to pull them out of our task to do these things. So these are the servicing costs, the cost of producing what is required in order to be compliant with agreements. You don't want that. What you want is cash, bottom line. That is what you need to negotiate for. And of course, be careful that they don't try to get around your paywall. So what happens after that? Europe saw what was happening in Australia. They said, we want the same thing. They went with the copyright law, but they realized that antitrust is actually a good lever, and it really is. Remember those interim measures that the antitrust authority in France sent to Google saying you have to negotiate with in good faith? That was April 2021. 4 months later, the antitrust authority said, well, Google, you did not negotiate in good faith. So here you go, 500 million euros fine. because you did not negotiate in good faith. Remember that the publishers in France had an agreement which was unsatisfactory to the point that they didn't even tell you the details about it. Well, after the News Media Bargaining Code in Australia, after the antitrust authority in France fined Google, 6 months later, there was a different new agreement between the French publishers and Google. And this time, it was satisfactory. In June 2022, Google agrees to pay the 500 million euros fine. So they agreed not to appeal. And they sent commitments to the authority, of the antitrust authority. So they basically said that from now on, they will bind themselves to negotiate in a different manner. So again, this was not imposed by the law. It was Google who voluntarily said to the authority in France, because of all that happened, we promise that from now on we will negotiate in good faith. We will accept to be an arbitration when we cannot decide exactly how much to give to publishers. We will be neutral in the negotiations, so we will treat in the same way publishers which negotiate with us and publishers which do not. Both of them will resurface in the same way in the algorithm. And we will withdraw the appeal. This is to show how important it is that an old democracy like Europe, which of course went with the copyright route, could learn from a new democracy, which was Australia, how important competition was, and increase the efficacy of their own law with the experience of Australia. We'll get back to this. Canada just happened. So 22 June 2023, Bill C-18, the Online News Act. It is expected to bring 329.2 million per annum, based on what we know from how much the Australians got. It becomes law on 22 June 2023, as I said, and it has very similar points with Australia. In particular, the good faith is mandatory. News outlets can negotiate together, so they are allowed to negotiate in the form of coalitions. And the process is very similar. There is a 3-month negotiation, a mediation, and an arbitration. There are some differences with Australia because, as we said before, governments are learning from one another. They are improving their laws about this. So, as I told you, in Australia, the ministry can decide not to designate platforms, and they didn't. In Canada, it's slightly different. They can exempt platforms from being subject to the law. And they exempt the platform under very clear circumstances, which translate into the fact that a platform can avoid being subject to the law if they give fair compensation to news outlets based on the deals that they already have with the market. If those deals promote the content production, protect the news independence, very importantly, if the deals that are signed with platforms support the production of news content, this is a new thing, which is extremely important, because the Australian law only said that Google and Facebook needed to give money to publishers, but not what publishers needed to do with that money. It could have been distributed to shareholders, simply. Not in Canada. In Canada, the deals need to support the production of news content, need to pay salaries for journalists, need to pay for trainings. Platforms need to demonstrate that. They need to involve local indigenous news business. They need to be diverse enough, include small and big publishers. And transparency is another important thing. As we all know, the Canadian deals are not transparent at all. We don't know at all what is in there. We will not know what is in the Canadian deals either, but the Canadian Radio Television Commission, which is the authority that is in charge of enforcing this law, they will know it all, because after 2 weeks of signing these agreements, they need to be communicated to them, and they can, as a consequence, monitor that all these conditions are met and keep to be met, and they also need to publish every year an annual review of the law's impact on the Canadian digital news market. Facebook just stopped producing, letting news on their platform. So since June 2023, Canadian users do not see any news in Facebook or Instagram, in all of the Meta platforms. So Facebook is out. They will not have to pay anything under the Canadian law because they're not using news at all. Google said that they would do the same. Google said, okay, well, then in this case, we will do the same thing. We will not allow any news to surface from a Google search in Canada anymore. The deadline was 17 December 2023, which was the day where the Canadian law needed to become, to get into force. What happened was that 2 weeks before, a deal was reached between the country of Canada and Google. They decided that Google would put 100 million Canadian dollars every year into a fund to be distributed among Canadian news on the basis of very strict rules in order to respond to their obligation under the law. So what does this mean? It means that the law asks Google to conclude agreements with publishers and to pay them. Google said, okay, I'm going to give $100 million to the government, which will distribute this money to the publishers, and that will ensure that Google is fine with the law. How will this money be distributed? It will be distributed based on the head count of journalists, how many journalists the news publishers employs, but with caps that say that of this money, 63 million will go to news publishers, which means that every journalist will be worth 20,000 euros a year for the publishers, which is a very good result. I'm down to my last 2 slides. So just to give you an idea, another important thing is that studies have been made about how much really publishers bring to Google as revenues. This Swiss study says that Google, on the basis of complicated calculation, which I can share with you in another situation when you want. My members know about it because I do briefings about this every 8 weeks. Google owes 154 million Swiss francs a year. And a very recent study in America shows that Google and Meta owe US publishers between 11.9 and 13.9 billion each year. This is what we learned. We will learn even more, for sure. And this time I really finished, and I will finish just with a final number. So all these laws, which sound like a lot of money, bring in Australia 200 Australian million to publishers. In Canada, 100 Canadian million to publishers. But that is a tiny fraction because the total revenue, combined revenues of Google and Facebook last year was 424 billion US dollars. Final phrase from an article which just came out in The Atlantic by Paul Farhi. He said, the news industry has been in steady decline for 2 decades. We all know that. Expecting some kind of free market-based turnaround is lunacy. If journalism is essential for preserving democracy, then only democracy can preserve journalism. And that is what all these laws are all about.
Thank you, Ms. Paroti, for that diligent presentation and rigorously researched facts and figures. And with that, let me also invite upon the stage Mr. Pranjal Sharma, who is an economic analyst and author. Please join us on stage to take the deliberations forward.
Thanks, Elena. This is very, very fascinating, and I love the closing points you said, which is hold your ground and stick together, which is easier said than done. Do you have any advice for India? Because this is a publishers association, and there are many, the industry itself has several associations. Do you see that as the way ahead for the news publishers?
Well, as I said, I think it is really paramount that news publishers stick together with the associations. Our member, for example, is INS, the Indian Newspaper Society. I think that the Indian Newspaper Society should be speaking with the Digital News Publishers Association, and you all should be deciding together how to deal with your government, definitely.
So I want to raise a very fundamental model. You know, there was reference to GenAI earlier today in the sessions. Let me pose this model to you. Today, all the regulations are about a Google search or a link which is going to appear online, and then somebody clicks on it, uses it, reads it. But we also realize today that the concept of online search, Google's own business model, Bing's own business model of a search engine is near collapse. Because while we talk about the fact that journalists, and why don't we sit? So while media and reporters will be able to use GenAI, so will all the users. Why should anybody go to a journalist's report when, as a user, I can go to a chatbot and say, give me the latest studies on news publishers associations? And the bot gives you the report. You don't go to a media house. Now my question is, when the search engine model is going to be broken, how will these rules even make a difference?
Well, extremely good point. You're right. With the real risk of generative AI is that the user will never get to move from the environment of ChatGPT and go onto our website, for sure. But it is not a matter of what are codes for if Google's business model is going to die, because it is very much not dying now. So then, first of all, let's just solve that problem. We need to solve that problem while we address the other problem as well. So get deals with Google and get deals with OpenAI at the same time, learning from the mistakes that we did with not having deals with Google so far.
So, see the point, you're right, these laws are very important because it sets the balance between the publishers and the technology platform providers. But the concept of intermediary is also going to change, because ultimately you're saying, I'm the creator of content, and you are the user, the tech companies are the intermediaries. But if the intermediaries are changing, do you think that the regulation that you in a detailed way you showed between Canada, Australia, do you think the regulation itself needs to evolve to plan for the next 10 years? Because what the regulation has done today is to try to correct the mistakes of the previous 10 years.
What the regulation has done today is?
Should it plan for the next 10 years? Because this regulation is for the existing situation, but we need regulation for the next 10 years.
Well, no. Regulations are, the regulations in our business need to be updated regularly for sure. What they could foresee right now, regulations for AI right now could at least give obligations of data sharing, for example. Transparency is very important because as news publishers you want to know how much of your content was used to train Gen AI bots, and how much of your content is plagiarized, because that is what they're doing in content farms and so on. So they need to be updated regularly for sure.
Do you see that language makes an impact? Because increasingly what we find is it's not just about English. You know, there's content being generated in a country like India and a region like Europe. There are so many different languages which are creating content. Not just written content, but also video-based content. How do you see regulation being managed on that front?
Well, on that front, I think it is more about negotiation than regulation, tell you the truth. We're still speaking AI, right? Well, I read a very interesting report from academics who said that actually publishers who publish not in English have an even stronger negotiating position compared to publishers who publish in English, because there are far more numerous sources of good news content in English than in Italian, for example, or in French, or even better in indigenous languages. So the difference between, the main difference I could find right now between publishers and OpenAI and publishers and Google is that with OpenAI we have a stronger negotiating position, because they really, really need our content, because their output is only going to be as good as their input is. If they don't have our input of good news, good content, then their output is going to be worthless and people are just going to leave them. They're not going to use their content, they're going to use ours. Whereas Google is a different matter. But if your language is not English, then even stronger your position, because they need you even more.
One final question I would like to take to you is about content regulation. We talked about content sharing and regulation, but content regulation itself is going to change, because again, when GenAI creates a content, who is accountable? What are the laws regarding that? The ethics of it, but also today if a news publisher puts out something, that publisher is bound by their nation's laws. But when a Gen AI bot is the intermediary, and the Gen AI bot, and for a lot of you may know that this year, most mobile phone companies are going to launch phones with Gen AI bot embedded in the phone, which means all of us over here can be creating our own articles, and they will be shared. Now, in an era where a bot is going to be generating content, how do you see content regulation playing out?
Well, the first thing that the regulator will have to deal with is responsibility for content, because when you publish something which is defamatory, for example, on your website or your paper, you're going to be bound by laws about it. Who is going to ensure that the OpenAI bot pays the same thing that you would pay in case of defamatory content being published? So I would say the regulator, first of all, needs to deal with the responsibilities, and with of course, revenue sharing with publishers. Publishers need to be paid for their content. And I had another thing in mind and just forgot.
About Gen AI? Was it about Gen AI?
Yes, it was about Gen AI.
Okay.
Plagiarism.
Right.
They need to deal with plagiarism. The NewsGuard is an institution that deals with misinformation. They found out that there are plenty of content farms out there which are taking material from websites of well-known publishers. They are scrambling it around, but it is the same content. It is just being reformulated and publish it as it is. And there is programmatic advertising from blue-chip companies being displayed on its side. The bad information is that the technical tools that are out there to find out whether plagiarism is being used, Grammarly, for example, said they are unable to find out when content is being scrambled. It is absolutely the same, but scrambled and plagiarized. We need regulation also for that.
Thank you, Elena. I'm going to end the session here. It was a fantastic, very in-depth presentation on the various laws. But I think what I can summarize is that the law itself is going to change very rapidly. It will have to perhaps be principle-based because the models of content creation, sharing, and selling themselves are changing very, very rapidly. Please join me in thanking Elena for her wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perotti and Mr. Sharma, for that very insightful discussion. Moving on, let's gear up for another key session, empowering digital media, policy initiatives, and future directions. During this session, our guest will reflect on the pivotal role of the government in fostering a vibrant digital media ecosystem. We'll get a better understanding of the policy initiatives that shape the media ecosystem and its present, and also pave the path for future advancements. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He will be presenting a special keynote address. Please join me in welcoming Shri Krishnan.
I guess that makes me about 6 inches taller than I need to be, but good afternoon to all of you. I don't know whether I've caught you before you've had your lunch or just after you've had your lunch, but either way it's a difficult time. But then I think it's something I brought upon myself because I was caught up in the morning and couldn't make it in the morning. But I thought this was, in a sense, a very important event that I needed to attend. In a sense, what digital news publishers do is a very important element of which way the law is playing out on how we need to look at digital content that we consume on an ongoing basis. Our own perception within the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in the recent past has been dictated by the rapid changes which are being brought about because of artificial intelligence and what it is doing. Suddenly people are waking up to the risks that artificial intelligence poses, the various kinds of problems that it can bring up. But while looking at it, you're struck by a few things. One, that it's more a matter of a change in terms of degree as opposed to a change in terms of kind, though many people would like to define it as a change in terms of kind. It perhaps is, in some senses, a change in kind, but in other senses, it's more a change in degree. And somewhere then we realize that our laws currently do not actually deal with the whole set of issues that we need them to deal with. We presumed our IT Act of 2000, which was very forward-looking at that time, got formulated on the basis that most of what we needed to regulate was a utility which will just carry information from one end to the other. It's almost like you will carry content in terms of emails from one end to the other, or particular static websites which have information, and that's the way that the whole thing was designed. And therefore, internet intermediaries, in the way that it was defined, were just people who provided this service where somebody else just put up their stuff, and therefore they took responsibility for whatever they put up. This is not what an internet intermediary today means. So we bring in everybody. So we have tried to use that old law to actually bring in a wide range of people as internet intermediaries. So today I would like to bring in somebody who offers online games as an internet intermediary, because in the broadest possible way, the way the term internet intermediary has been defined in the IT Act will fit in some of what he does. Likewise, anybody who offers a search engine comes within that same framework. Likewise, somebody who offers multiple kinds of social media services falls within that framework. The only difference now is that these are no longer the old internet service providers whom we wanted to originally regulate under the law as internet intermediaries. And therefore, the omnibus safe harbor clause, which is contained in section 79(1) of the IT Act, becomes a little problematic when we deal with this whole set of issues today. So that is one key area that we are looking at. The second key area is that the internet has become so ubiquitous and everyone uses it to such a great extent that today people who produce news content, many of you have been struggling with this for the last 15, 20 years in terms of printed newspapers. There are still, there's still few old fogies like me who actually want to read it in print and see it in a newspaper, but most people prefer to read it on their tablets, on their phones, on their internet, preferably not paying for it, or sometimes paying for it through advertising. So this is the way it works. And content which gets generated through the internet, content which gets generated through digital news providers, who then curate the news content and who sort of go through a whole trouble of having a series of journalists who will fact check various things, who will follow some rigor in terms of process before they put out something in the public mind, gets treated on par with someone who just voices an opinion and almost with no fact check, it is purely an opinion and something which just gets carried. And the same internet intermediaries carry both sets of information, and both in some senses carry the same set of privileges. And this is the problem that society is struggling with today. My minister, who attended the World Economic Forum at Davos, recently came back, and I asked him saying what went on and how was it. So he said this year the theme was all about artificial intelligence, and it was all about how do we regulate this, and we shouldn't make the same mistakes we made the last time. And the mistakes we made the last time are apparent in the sense that with the safe harbor provision, what goes on to the internet in the name of free speech is virtually unregulated, and it has its own set of issues. And let's be aware that this is issues across the world, in all countries of the world, in terms of what gets carried, how the content gets carried, and what problems it creates to those societies, to those countries, and to those polities. I think nobody and no country in the world is free of this particular problem, and therefore I think it is something which is absolutely essential that we take a second look at. We've tried a number of approaches, and I think this is, I guess sometimes you feel that law needs to be written in a way so that it doesn't change at all. Very often when I was a student of law, we were told that if you take the Indian Evidence Act, that's the provision which has seen the least amendments over more than a century and a half, simply because it is written in such language and so clear that it's very difficult to amend. So that is, some of the laws stand the test of time. Those are adjectival laws. Those are laws which sort of define the broader aspects of it. But when technology changes and substantive law needs to keep pace, pace of technological change defeats all attempts at keeping law current. Therefore, a law which is less than 25 years old and rules which in some cases are less than 2 years old, we have to keep revisiting. So we are constantly looking at, what changes we need to make in the IT Act. When IT Act was last revised majorly in 2021, I don't think people realized that artificial intelligence will have an impact, and we need to look at what the IT rules say and need to look at further changes as to how we can take care of the issues that arise there. Today, when you are running elections, whether it is in the United States, and this is something that they experienced with the last presidential election in the United States and now are worried about it and are concerned about it, and clearly even as we face elections, these are issues of concern, saying how do you address issues of fake news, how do you address issues of deep fakes, how do you address all of this, which with their virality can have an impact before you even realize, and which is where all of this regulation becomes important, and which is where I think DNPA, in terms of your members, in terms of having the curated news content, need to stand forth a little differently, and that is a status which the system needs to recognize, the law needs to recognize in a way, and that what the law recognizes in terms of the broader public interest regarding digital news publishers is something which should then get reflected in a way that you can actually continue to flourish in the marketplace. Because there is something of social value there, something of public value there, which somebody needs to pay for. The system needs to make sure that it is paid for and produced. It's not for nothing that it's called the fourth estate. It's not for nothing that it's called a pillar of democracy. And what the media does and what the press, historically what was called the press, does as a social service, particularly in a democracy, is very, very significant. When you read newspapers across the world, and this is something that I learned when you travel across the world, one glance at the morning newspapers will tell you how much of a democracy a country is. And I'm sure many of you would have felt this. You might have the glossiest newspapers, you may have the best produced. But if you're in an autocratic country, you can tell from the content of the front pages. So this is something which I think as a society we really need to value. And that is something which needs to be reflected in the way our law is structured. I guess news media had a lot more clout. I mean, I remember many years ago when I was a young deputy secretary, and there is a provision in the Constitution which allows us to tax advertisements. State governments can tax advertisements. And there was a year when I suggested, why don't we raise a little more revenue by taxing some of the advertising that takes place. And I remember all hell broke loose in terms of freedom of expression and freedom of... we had a chief minister then who was himself a media man, Kalingar Karunanidhi. So he told me in Tamil saying, are you crazy? How can you even suggest something like this? So that is the clout that the media had at a point in time, and that's the way in which freedom of thought and freedom of expression was reflected in society. So I think it's important that that is a service, a public service that gets preserved for the health of our democracy, for the health of our own society. And I think what we do in terms of law in this limited sector, I mean, it gets regulated across different sectors or it gets facilitated across different sectors. But in the sector that I deal with, which fundamentally deals with the law of how the internet functions in India and how free exchange of information can actually take place while making sure that what is qualitatively different and what is qualitatively required for society is addressed adequately, is a challenge. And I understand my Minister of State spoke here this morning and called for a further engagement on these sets of issues. And the ministry would be very happy to sit down with representatives of industry. You've met me in the past. We're happy to sit down to see how these sets of issues can be addressed in the new law that we are working on currently, the Digital India Act. There are many versions which occasionally float. I can tell you that none of them is a final version or an authentic version. But certainly as we work on it, these are clearly areas of concern we need to address, and this is clearly a space that we would want to look at much more closely to ensure that the concerns that you have as an industry and the broader public good that we are looking at in terms of well-curated information, opinion, and something which is adequately fact-checked is available for the public at large. I think this is a broader service which needs to be ensured, and this is something which our Constitution recognizes, which is something that we need to preserve. And that is an area where I think all of us need to work together to see how we enable this to happen. And we have to ensure that the space is preserved for a public service of this nature. I think that is something which the ministry would be quite keen to work with the representatives of your industry going forward, and to ensure that we make sure that societal good is served through the way that we regulate the internet. And the broader societal good is an aspect which we shouldn't lose track of. And I think we all quickly realize that while social media in itself can be fun, it starts losing its impact and bite, and they keep rediscovering themselves in multiple ways. But there are some basic services and basic expectations in terms of information flow that we continue to expect and which needs to be preserved in the days to come. So let me conclude it. The TV screen in front of me has called time's up on me quite a while ago. So let me conclude here. And I came, as I said, I thought somebody would cue me with a couple of questions. That's what the program said. And then they suddenly put me up here and said, speak. So I have been like a very obedient dog. I have his master's voice spoken as best as I could with the limited time frame which is available. But I look forward to engaging further on this whole set of very important issues for our country and our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Krishnan, for that keynote address. Also requesting you to come back on stage. I'd also like to invite upon Mr. Pavan Agarwal, DMD Bhaskar, and Sri Tanmay Maheshwari, who is the MD Amar Ujala and also the President of DNPA. Gentlemen, please join us on stage for a special interaction with Sri Krishnan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. As time is very limited, because Honorable Secretary has to, rush to the House, for a, very important meeting. So I thought that let's just do a Q&A with all of you. Instead of me asking anything to him, you guys are the, best judge. Today, all of us heard, the Honorable Minister talk about the DIA. He did talk about a lot of things, but left a lot of things to the imagination of the House. So I will leave it to all of you to ask him some valid, pointed questions, and then we take it forward from there. Can you please pass on the mic?
Mr. Krishnan, good to see you again. A question that is actually building on the previous session which Elena talked about regulation globally. We talked about how different regulation is playing out across Australia, Canada. In India, what is the direction you see in terms of both regulating content and the relationship of publishers with content creators, especially in the era of Gen AI, where a bot would be an intermediary and not a legal entity?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting space to be in. I remember recently I was in a similar discussion, and there was this whole thing of somebody queued a bot and it gave a particular reply. And we were asked to call in the intermediaries and have a conversation as to how a reply of this nature came up. And the response was that, look, we don't control the AI engine as to what sort of a reply it throws up. It is artificially created. It's synthetically created. You ask a question and then it comes up. And if you are then using AI-related content, the issue that arises then is we recognize that it is not the output, it is not the creative output of a natural person. It is something that an artificial entity has created, which is synthetically created. So does it then carry, or will it have the same set of rights of free speech and free expression which any other kind of speech or expression would carry? I mean, I think that's a question which requires to be answered. So does it then have the same set of rights, because it's something which is artificially generated, completely artificially generated. It's not something which is natural. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is that while it is, I think, a very important thing here is the intent. And I think in all law, intent, or in criminal law, mens rea is an important part of what happens. And there are multiple ways in which AI-based material can always be fun to use. I mean, I don't think you can. The other day, The Economist carried this article that the last 2 lions in the movies are going to be out. So, which basically means that hereafter all the lions and animals you see on big screen are only going to be AI CGX generated. I mean, so there's no issue of violating animal rights or anything of that kind of using actual rights. But that's also fundamentally deepfake, and the closer it comes to reality, the more we like it. So clearly, when it is intended for entertainment, when it is intended for certain other purposes, it's perfectly legitimate. Therefore, the intent is very important in the way that we regulate this, and I think that is what many of us are finding out. So on this then, the most important thing becomes labeling or watermarking, as they're calling it, saying that this is artificially generated content, and so a clear indication that it is not for real, not for true. So I think that is something which becomes very important. And the second part of it is that once this is generated and how it proliferates, especially if it's found to be fake and not carrying the label, or it's found to be fake and deliberately mischievous, I think technologically it becomes very important that we come down on it much, much faster. I think that is something which becomes important, because otherwise it can have all the negative impact that it requires to have in a very, very limited span of time. And so these 2 elements, I think, need to be kept in mind. And even for, content providers and publishers and the way that they operate, I think some of these lines need to be clearly observed, and that's probably the direction in which the regulation needs to go. India, I think, for various reasons, because we have the election process intervening, which means that the actual legislation itself cannot take place for another 5 to 6 months. We are in a good spot in terms of studying the impact of legislations globally. We are aware that there is legislation in the UK. We are aware that there's legislation in Australia, in Canada, some of it being thought of in the US. EU has a set of regulations. So it gives us, even China and elsewhere. So it gives us an opportunity to actually study all of this in greater depth before we get into what needs to be done.
Thank you. Nowadays, we get a lot of messages, WhatsApp messages, which says expectation versus reality. So in the morning, the Honorable Minister gave us some expectations, right? So we have both, Pawanji and Krishnanji with us. I would request Pawanji to say that what is his expectation about the DIA, and let the Honorable Secretary answer that what is the reality. DIA.
Yeah, this is fine. So let me answer this question on behalf of the members of DNPA and the audience here. Is sir, the expectation from DIA, from all of us, and I said this in an earlier session, it has been 2 decades that publishers have been trying to find their space, trying to find their position, trying to find their existence in the online world. We actually lost out. We feel we have no place. We feel we have become very, very small in this whole digital ecosystem. We have, each one of us here, all our members here, have at least spent 60 to 80 years doing journalism and not news. Journalism is what we have invested in. And we are passionate about it, we are committed to it. And we feel that this needs to go on for several decades and not just for my lifetime. It needs to go on. And it's something which we don't treat as industry. And we feel that for us to be able to exist, thrive, not just survive. A legislation or regulation needs to account for the fact that we are committed for content. We are making sure that our reporters, our journalists, while they will use AI to improve efficiency, but they will take full accountability. They will take full responsibility, and the department doesn't need to arbitrate. Department doesn't need to worry about, as you said, we are your fact-check agency there, because we've been doing this for the last 80, 100 years. So my expectation is, how do you ensure that not just a fair level playing field, how is it ensured that journalism doesn't die in India?
So now it's time to get the reality check, huh?
Okay. I mean, he had said, expectation versus reality. So it would be way above my pay grade to try and define that I control reality in any way. But having said that, I think the important element here is that, the one thing that I can promise to certainly do is to hear all these views before we put together a law. Clearly, as I pointed out when I spoke, I think part of the problem is that we don't have a categorization of internet intermediaries. I think the first and most important thing is we have to regulate all of them in virtually the same fashion. So that is where I think it will make a significant difference in terms of attempting a categorization of what kind of internet intermediaries are there, who require to have safe harbor, or who require to sort of observe fewer regulations, or function on the basis of the kind of regulation that they already worked with. So I think categorization and giving them slightly different regulatory regimes will probably take care of the significant issue that you mentioned. Content which you as an agency create will probably be in a position that would get privileged over something which is arbitrarily created without any intervention. So I think many of those questions will get answered there. Now the revenue models in terms of survival that's a slightly different question, more difficult for me to answer, because that really depends on consumer preferences in the digital world and the way in which that can be addressed. So today there are many ways in which that revenue model works. But within that revenue model, if there is some form of governance which is possible, and as I said, if there is a public service element to what is being done, and if there is a societal good that we are able to establish, then there could be a way in which we could determine that aspect also. So I think these are the things that really need to form part of that discussion as we go forward, so that you are able to see a reality that can be put together. So I would not like to take responsibility for the reality though.
So right now, as per various estimates, publishers get anywhere between 15 to 20% of the overall ecosystem revenue, and 80 to 85% of this entire revenue goes to the big tech. Should we say that, is it fair to expect that after the DIA comes into play, this ratio will move towards a better mix for us?
I think this is partly marketplace and partly the ability to sort of manage this. But at best, what we can try and recognize, and which is what we need to attempt to do, is what happens when there is a societal good or a public good, and how does that get paid for, is the crucial thing that we need to look at. Currently, there are social costs. So whether the cost gets socialized to a broader community, or whether the cost is paid by specific private entities, is something we'll have to work on. I don't want to hazard a guess today. If you look at it today, some of the tax breaks that the organized media industry has is fundamentally because we recognize it as a social good which deserves those tax breaks, right? So there is a social cost which is being, if you look at it as a tax expenditure, it is being met by broader society. And it's a conscious decision. It's a societal decision when we decide something of that kind. So we'll have to see how it is structured. So let me not kind of say that this is exactly how it is structured. But one point I certainly concede that in my belief, in my personal belief definitely, that there is a social good which is there, a societal value which is being conveyed by organized news media, and that needs to be preserved in some form. How that revenue model works is something that we'll have to work out. The details we'll have to work out.
No, it's really heartening to hear that guys at the top who are at the helm of the entire policy making also feel that yes there's something to be saved, but at the same time I would say that the equitable fair share of revenue is something which we need to think about, as you also rightly said, that that has to be dwelled upon, worked upon. I hope that the government will take note of it and probably include it in the next draft, which is the original draft when it comes to us. Any other question from the house?
Two, I think we'll finish with those two.
Sir, I'm Dharam Raj. I've started a cyber security consulting services company, and I have got multiple international certification in cyber security, and I'm former CIO of PSU, leading PSU. In fact, question is with the Honorable Secretary, that as a country we are doing extremely well. We are the most talented people in the cyber security and IT, the people are doing. Just I was going through the presentation, everything. Now, I want to just know when we'll be leading in these legislations, as this forum is talking for since long about the legislation which will provide them equitable, and rest of the world like European Union, as you know, sir, Australia and rest of the world has come out with the legislation. My expectation is that when will we start leading the legislation front also in this area? Thank you, sir.
See, I mean, legislation is not just for me to comment on when it will come out, because ultimately it is something which has to come out of Parliament. But as I said, we are in the process of drafting a bill, and hopefully we should be able to draft the bill, take it to Parliament sometime in the new Parliament when it convenes. That is the best that I can promise. As you know, even the the Data Protection Act took a while. It went through 3 or 4 iterations before a final version could be passed. So those are things that would be difficult to hazard a guess now. But from our side as a ministry, our target is that by about when the new Parliament meets around that time, we should have some sort of a legislation in place for the political executive to consider and bringing before the Parliament.
Secretary, I'm from Prefri Limited, UK. We are handling the digital privacy in the EU nations. My only question to you is, since the DPDP law has been passed now in India, has it been notified in India? Because there's a lot of confusion with the people here.
Now let me clarify that particular aspect. The DPDP law has not yet been notified. The rules have been drafted and they need to be put out for public consultation, which they will be, hopefully shortly. And once the rules are put out for consultation and the rules are notified, then the Act also will come into force. The point is the Act has not yet been brought into effect. Let me make that point.
So I think we are a little short on time. I would request that, just one last question, as the gentleman already has the mic. Probably, we'll just wrap it after this.
My name is Sachin Sharma, heading Technology India DB. Sir, a lot of discussion on the AI. You told us this is the alarming stage for the content also. Yeah, content is a king, whether it is a media, whether it is a digital platform or the print media. So my question is, it is an alarming stage. If we see after 10 years, the actual journalism will kill, or will AI take over the actual journalism?
Are you asking me for a prediction on whether AI
Yes,
will
yes,
take
yes,
over?
he's saying that,
Yeah.
you know, after
Because,
10 years, you know, will AI take over the actual journalism?
I think we can, each one of us have our own respective answers for that. It's very difficult to determine whether, whether AI will take over actual journalism. Possibly not. I think most of the applications of AI will be towards enhancing productivity in the respective areas that we work. Just this morning, we were having an internal discussion in our ministry saying that what elements of our work can actually be simplified by using AI, because we are using an e-office system. So many of the precedents, many of the old history of cases and things are things which are, as a matter of record, available in our offices. So, I mean, if you were to do an archival check, or if you have to find out, what kind of material has already been dealt with and so on, maybe instead of relying on individuals' memory or looking through documents and trying to search for something, AI will help us improve our productivity in some of those respects. So, but my thought would be that those would be the kind of aspects that AI would be doing for us. They would probably be not actually thinking for us. There would still be an element where there would be a human element in the way that we operate. Same should be true for journalism as well. I mean, I don't think it's going to get replaced entirely by an artificially or synthetically generated content.
Definitely, and see, AI also needs, models to get trained upon, and that original data always has to, exist for AI to learn. So I think, so, with that one last question, I would like to, wrap this session up. Thanks a lot for taking out time, joining us, coming over, and we look forward to the DIA.
Namaste, a very good morning to all of you. A very good afternoon to all of you. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today at the DNPA Conclave and Awards 2024. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers for their commendable efforts in bringing together this distinguished gathering, especially for recognizing and honoring excellence. I would also like to thank the jury members for their contribution. Friends, the past decade has seen an unparalleled surge in technology and digital media, profoundly impacting every facet of our lives. We, the inheritors of this era, have borne witness to the most significant technological advancement in human history. From the inception of the World Wide Web to the proliferation of mobile phones, our journey through the 20th century to the 21st century has been nothing short of revolutionary. Today we have transitioned from waiting months for a SIM card to the era of eSIMs and from the keypad phones to the touch screens. Today we have seen a lot of changes in the digital media as well. I'll come to that on the later part of my speech. We have also seen the birth of computers evolve into laptops and tablets, and the analog world gradually morph into the digital realm. Today we have a leader who is not just tech savvy, but also tech evangelist. Today we can proudly say that our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji champions the potential of technology to empower citizens and propel the nation forward. His association with technology transcends mere awareness, and it's a driving force behind the vision of Viksit Bharat at the 2047. His flagship initiatives, Digital India, aims to bridge the digital divide and harness technology across sectors. From ENAM, the e-National Agriculture Marketplace, connecting farmers directly to the JAM Trinity, connecting directly to the markets, and the JAM Trinity, the Jandhan Aadhaar Mobile Trinity, providing financial inclusion and the upliftment to the common man. This government has implemented game-changing programs. I've seen Prime Minister Modi in the early 90s when he's our party General Secretary, and he was also before that in charge of Himachal Pradesh, from the state I come. At that time he used to learn how to use the computer. And one of the earlier interviews done by my colleague in the parliament, Modi ji talked about the technology at that time also. While becoming Chief Minister to now Prime Minister, he has made the best use of technology. I can talk about some of the schemes, initiatives being awarded like Mission Karm Yogi, UPI Bheem to Ayushman Bharat Digital, Poshan Tracker app to the Bhuvan Umang single window interface. If you look at the Mission Karm Yogi, we have about 30 lakh Karm Yogis on board on the iGot platform. 885 courses and 1,647 content hours available. As far as the UPI Bheem is concerned, across the world, if you look at the digital payments, 46% of the world payments, the digital payments are done in India on the UPI platform. The total digital payment transactions volume increased from 2,071 crore in 2017-18 to 13,462 crore in the financial year 2022-2023. The digital payment transaction reached about 12,000 crore. This is the number of transactions. I'm not talking about the money or the value of the transaction. The second is the Ayushman Bharat Digital. The total Ayushman Bharat health cards across the country is about 54 crore, and the health records are linked with that. Poshan Tracker app also to keep, to take the children out of the clutches of the malnutrition. This is actually helping on the ground. And the Poshan Tracker application was rolled out on the 1st March 2021. Around 13.97 lakh, 13 crore 97 lakh Anganwadi Kendra centers have started using the ICT application. Close to 11 lakh smartphones have been provided to the Anganwadi workers. Apart than that, more than 4 lakh Poshan Vatikas have been developed, and a lot of work has been done in this area. As far as the geospatial data is concerned, our Bhuvan app is working. Umang is another area where on this mobile app, various government services are available on single platform. Currently, 1,882 plus services of the 207 departments are available on Umang. Total registration is about 6 crore. The single window interface, which is very important for the industry, for the ease of doing business, is also being there. So today, India being one of the youngest nation in the world, I talk about the average age of the population, and we are going to remain so in the coming decades also. The power of positive sentiment and merit of opportunities being provided by the Modi government is such that today India is able to provide the most innovative solutions to the complex problems of the world. अगर आज से कुछ वर्ष पहले की बात करूं तो शायद आपको अपने महत्वपूर्ण डॉक्यूमेंट हो या अपना ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस हो, आई कार्ड हो, पहचान पत्र से लेकर अन्य भी अपने साथ ही लेकर चलने पड़ते थे। लेकिन आज डिजी लॉकर में आपको सब कुछ अवेलेबल है, आप उसका लाभ उठा सकते हैं। इसी तरह से ही हमारे देश में बैंक के नेशनलाइजेशन की तो बहुत सारी बातें हुई, लेकिन बैंक के खाते नहीं खुल पाते थे। आज 50 करोड़ गरीबों के भी बैंक के खाते खुले, जो बैंक के अधिकारी ही कहते थे कि बैंक खाता वाइबल नहीं होगा जीरो बैलेंस के साथ। आज 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया उसके अंदर जमा है, और वही जो बैंक से कभी दूर रहते थे, आज करोड़ों रुपए की ट्रांजैक्शन सालाना इनके माध्यम से, यूपीआई के माध्यम से हो रही है। मोदी जी जब प्रधानमंत्री बने तब ये भी एक समस्या थी कि उससे पहले कहा गया था कि हम 1 रुपया यहां से भेजते हैं, 15 पैसे नीचे तक पहुंचते हैं। So that means only 15% was reaching at the grassroots level. Today, we can say that if we have transferred 34 lakh crore rupees as a direct beneficiaries transferred, each and every penny has reached to the bank accounts of the beneficiary. साइफन करने वालों को हमने हटा दिया है, खाने वालों को हटा दिया, अब खातों में सीधा पैसा पहुंचता है। यही नहीं, अनेकों ऐसी योजनाएं जिसके बारे में मैं यहां चर्चा कर सकता हूं, लेकिन मैं उससे आगे थोड़ा बढ़ूंगा, क्योंकि ये भी आता था कि एक हमारे फॉर्मर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है, while speaking in the Rajya Sabha, he said, Modi ji, how can you claim that if anyone goes to a shop and he has to buy something worth rupees 7 rupees 50 paisa, how will he do the transaction? He won't have internet, he won't have a smartphone, and what kind of technology will be used? जितने प्रश्न चिन्ह उस समय लगे थे, उसका जवाब आज सबको मिलता है। अब जब फ्रांस के राष्ट्रपति भी आते हैं, चाय भी पीते हैं, तो उसकी भी डिजिटल पेमेंट मोबाइल फोन के माध्यम से की जाती है। जर्मनी के इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर आते हैं तो सब्जी भाजी खरीदने के लिए भी कैसे पेमेंट की जा सकती है, दुनिया आज इसको अडॉप्ट कर रही है। आज यूपीआई हो या रुपए कार्ड हो, आज हमारी एक बड़ी ताकत इस दिशा में मिली है। मैं सारी भूमिका आपको इसलिए बांध के बता रहा हूं कि कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी ने हम सबके जीवन में एक नहीं अनेक क्षेत्रों में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव लेकर आए हैं, बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव भी डाला है और जीवन सफल और सरल भी किया है। इसी साल शुरुआत में जनवरी महीने में ओब्राइस में एक फंक्शन था। आई मेट वन ऑफ द सीईओज ऑफ अ वेरी large multinational company, one of the top companies in the world. While he took out a paper and showed his COVID certificate to me that this is vaccine certificate. He still have to carry a vaccine certificate with him as a hard copy rather than a soft copy. Whereas in India, we have earlier the Arogya Setu app, then the CoWIN app, where we have provided the digital certificates and also the information online. So things are changing fast. We have leapfrogged. People have moved from the coin to the paper currency, then to the plastic card currency, then the digital payment, whereas we have leapfrogged from the paper currency to the digital payments. And I think this is the time for the media world also to look at what are the opportunities available in front of us. My dear friends, India, that is Bharat, has a rich tradition that is carried forward through the mediums of debates and discussions. For thousands of years, we have had healthy debate, healthy criticism, and right reason or right reasoning as a part of the social system. We have held open and healthy discussions on every topic which is relevant. This has been the tradition of India which we have strengthened. I could see a lot of media houses present here who have come from the background of print to the electronic media, now to the digital media. As democracy has flourished in our great nation, so has the media. Free speech in India is a commitment of its robust institutions today. In the past few days, in the past few years, a large section of the media has adopted campaigns related to the national and social interest, and its positive effect is being felt by the country today. The way our journalist colleagues worked like Karam Yogis during the COVID-19 pandemic, I can vouch for them. Their commitment towards the cause. When most of us were sitting in the closed walls of our house, our media persons were on the field reporting every minute and keeping us, informed, well informed. Today, if the life of the village and the poor of the country is getting better with the Swachh Bharat campaign, then the credit of this transformation also goes to an extent to the media people for creating awareness. If today India is a world leader in the terms of digital payments, some credit also goes to the media for creating awareness among the masses to use the digital payment system. However, as with all things that expand with speed, the expansion of media in India also merits a cautionary note. There are some points I would like to make. Much of the media governance structure is self-regulatory. For the print, we have the Press Council of India. For the other digital platforms, they have two such bodies which are self-regulatory. Also for the digital media, for the OTT platforms, we have the self-regulation available. But self-regulation does not mean the license to err and err intentionally. That would erode the media credibility. We may have left the pandemic behind us, but debilitating infodemic seems here to stay. It is for the media to reflect and also self-introspect on how to immunize itself from the virus of infodemic, which continues to inflict disinformation on societies across geographies. Democracies around the world are seized of this problem. The challenge lies in disabling disinformation. While during the COVID-19 pandemic, I was attending one of the UN conference on media. Majority of the country representative talked about the disinformation or the infodemic. So I think I will say it with a caution that we really need to look into this. A related concern is that of paid news and fake news. Clickbait journalism contributes nothing to media credibility, and it contributes even less to the nation building. Media has to reoccupy the space of responsible, fair, and balanced journalism. The advent of new technologies present a unique opportunity to break barriers. However, there lurks a growing danger of digital colonialism on platforms run by algorithms coded offshore behind the walls of transparency. We must remain cautious not to accept anything and everything in the name of innovation and modernity. We embrace artificial intelligence. We must educate our youth, especially, on its potential for good, while cautioning against its misuse, such as deepfakes and forgery. Friends, today there are some media houses, whether foreign or the local, these media organizations in India which are working with anti-India bias, you could see that through the reporting. With this wrong sentiment, they come out with some fabricated reports which has no scientific basis. They have created such a nexus that even when questioned by the agencies for their wrongdoings, which is against the law of the land, they shout and tell the world that there is threat to the media in the country. They want to cover up their wrongdoings in the name of media. As per the law of the land, it should treat every institution and individual equally as per the law of the land. You should not cover up just for being in the media industry for your wrongdoings. And this is why they must be identified and called out. Freedom of speech and freedom of press, for which my party, Bharatiya Janata Party, and during that time Jan Sangh, has fought during the emergency time also. We always stood for the freedom of media and will always stand for the freedom of media. There is autonomy, there is freedom, and it should exist for the coming years also. In some of the foreign media houses, many of them who work are Indians or from the Indian origin. Despite knowing well the factual positions, they don't report facts, but the story looks biased. And these are, nothing should be the detrimental to the country. देश का नुकसान नहीं होना चाहिए और आपका काम खबर पहुंचाने का है, खबर बनाने का नहीं है. मुझे लगता है भारत का मीडिया बहुत अच्छी तरह वास्तविकताएं समझता भी है, एक बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ रिपोर्टिंग करता भी है. लेकिन आज उसकी जिम्मेदारी केवल भारत के बाउंड्रीज के अंदर ही रिपोर्टिंग करने की नहीं है. आज डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स के माध्यम से आप भारत के बढ़ते कदमों को, भारत की कला, संस्कृति, साहित्य, परंपराओं को, या भारत में जो भी अच्छा हो रहा है या भारत से जुड़ा हुआ कुछ भी है, वो केवल देश ही नहीं दुनिया तक आप पहुंचा सकते हो, क्योंकि इसमें टेरेस्ट्रियल कुछ भी नहीं है. आप इसमें कहीं तक भी अपनी बात को पहुंचा सकते हो. डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन हो सकता है, लेकिन वो फेयर रिपोर्टिंग तक जाना चाहिए, ना कि फेक न्यूज बनाकर कुछ लोग जो काम करते हैं वो नहीं होना चाहिए. The media of the country should think that how to occupy a large space in India and overseas. If India's presence is growing in each and every sector, not locally but globally also, from the time of yoga being, unanimously adopted the resolution on the Yoga Day. After that, one after another, such global alliances have been taken place only due to the leadership of India. If you look at the International Solar Alliance, Global Biofuel Alliance, India, UAE to EU economic corridor during the G20 G20 summit, it clearly shows the growing presence of India. Not only that, but if you look at the FDI numbers and also the GDP numbers, from the fragile 5 economies to the first 5 economies, in last 10 years, India has progressed, I think, practically in every sector. So I think here media has a large role to play, a much bigger role to play. All we need to look at the role of media in India and in the globe as well. And this will be possible only if you make the best use of the technology. We are with you as far as the making of the policies are concerned or hand-holding is concerned. We are soon coming out with the various other such policy interventions also for the digital marketing as well. If you look at the last session, we passed the Press and Registration of Periodicals Bill and get away with the 1867 bill, where even to get a paper or a periodical register, you have to first go to the DM, then to the RNI office, then back to the DM, then back to the RNI office. It used to take at least 1.5 to 2 years to get your periodical or your press or magazine get registered. But today, you can get your periodical or your newspaper registered within 60 days' time. So you have to just apply online simultaneously with the RNI and send a copy to the DM. If the DM does not reply within the 60 days, RNI can issue the certificate and the name for your paper or magazine. So you don't have to spend 2 years to find a paper. दूसरा मैं मीडिया के मित्रों से इतना ही कहूंगा कि एक और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने अपने काम से देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है, तो आप अपनी कलम की ताकत से देश के अच्छे काम को दुनिया में दिखाने का काम भी करें. On one hand, with the policies, programs and the patriotism, how with a good performance we have made a mark at the international level. On the other hand, you can use it with your pen and with your paper to showcase the work of the government and also the country. I have seen when I interact with a lot of print media guys or the television guys, they come out with something where they feel little reluctant when they see this online portals and all that. They come out with a lot of queries, suggestions. मैं इस पे इतने कहूंगा, जब न्यूज़पेपर थे और टेलीविजन आया था तो उनको लगता था पेपर बंद हो जाएंगे. ना पेपर बंद हुए ना टीवी बंद हुआ. जब लैंडलाइन फोन था तब लगता था कि मोबाइल फोन आएंगे तो लैंडलाइन बंद हो जाएगा. टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ बहुत कुछ बदलता जाएगा, नए अवसर आते जाएंगे. All we have to do is we have to evolve, upgrade and keep reskilling ourselves and to convert these challenges into the opportunities. Today we see even a small online platform owner or a reporter from a small village report a very important and interesting story which become a breaking news on the TV channels as well. So they are also contributing. So I think technology is going to stay here. Let us make the best use of it. I request all the big media houses present here to associate with the journalism schools and engage more in them. Help in hand-holding of the budding journalism students. It will shape them into a good reporter, responsible journalist, but also they should know the basic ethics of media and use the best practices to be in the field. If you look at the social media today, that also needs good content. And if you engage with these journalism students, I think that can also help to have a lot of stories online. This will also help them to get skilled and also create good content for the online platforms, and India could become the content hub of the world. I would like to request all the intellectuals present here to consider this program with a positive and open mind. Our opinions may differ, but our mind should not. The feeling of Indianness should always be paramount. भारतीयता, राष्ट्रीयता या भारत प्रथम, यही हमारे दिलो दिमाग पे होना चाहिए. देश से बढ़कर कुछ भी नहीं है. And our vision should be to create a dynamic and responsible digital media ecosystem that contributes to the development of Viksit Bharat by 2047. As we embark on this transformative path, I urge the media fraternity to be our partners in progress. Together, let us shape a brighter future of our nation. Thank you once again for inviting me here, and congratulations to all the winners. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Shri Anurag Thakurji, for those precious insights. I would in fact request you to continue being with us on stage, please. Now, since innovation has surely become a key driver in this age, we would now request our Honorable Minister to launch the industry report by Ernst & Young titled State of Digital Media in India. For unveiling and deliberating over this report, I'd also like to invite the session's chair, Mr. Ashish Perwani, who's the partner at EY.
In 2019, the world's largest democracy went to polls. As millions cast their votes, there emerged one undisputed winner. News 18 Network.
On election result day, our news network had the highest cumulative reach.
भारत के सबसे बड़े न्यूज नेटवर्क के तौर पर हमें एक निर्णायक बढ़त मिली, क्योंकि 2019 में हमारे पास थी रिपोर्टर्स की सबसे विशाल टीम, जो देश के चप्पे चप्पे की हर हलचल लाती रही,
जिससे हमने देश को यह भरोसा दिलाया कि सिर्फ हम आप तक लाएंगे सबसे तेज और सबसे सटीक नतीजे।
So what's new in 2024?
As we head towards the general elections, we're only getting bigger and better.
आंकड़ों के इस गणित को सुलझाकर न्यूज 18 ने मार्केट में शिखर पर अपना कब्जा और मजबूत कर लिया।
Our digital brands are among the country's most admired and followed. We've built a formidable following on social platforms that allow our messaging to spread wider.
Our websites are now 320 million unique visitors and 5 billion page views.
Our studios have been built with the latest technology and storytelling tools
that will keep our audience engaged, informed and entertained.
न्यूज 18 नेटवर्क पूरी तरह से तैयार है इस चुनाव की महा कवरेज के लिए, आप तक सबसे तेज, सबसे निष्पक्ष, सबसे भरोसेमंद खबर पहुंचाने के लिए।
And not just the politics. After all, politics and the economy are inextricably linked.
We will bring you a ringside perspective of how does the market perceive this momentous event.
Partner with us as we dominate the consumer mind space once again
with our path-breaking 2024 general election coverage. We're going bigger, grander and deeper than any election so far.
The battle for Bharat, सिर्फ न्यूज 18 नेटवर्क पर।
So book your ringside seats now.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 700 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News 18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 52 weeks. Our national brand, News 18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV 18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 96% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awards, has been the trusted partner for traders for 19 years running. Delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Storyboard 18 presents DNPA Conclave and Awards 2024. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We at Digital News Publishers Association deeply appreciate your help in making this event possible. The pivot of today's gathering is navigating digital transformation in the media industry. And moving ahead, many say that journalism is dead. Well, the truth is it's not. The landscape of journalism is only changing. The way society consumes news and content has changed dramatically in the last decade. And to understand journalism in today's digital age, let me take the opportunity to introduce our mid-afternoon session, Editor's Opinion, Journalism in this Age. And with that, I'd like to request the session's chair, Ms. Dilshad Irani, Editor Storyboard 18, and our esteemed panelists, Mr. Jaydeep Karnik, Head of Content and Editor at Amar Ujala, Mr. Prasad Sanyal, who's the Business Head at Times Internet, Mr. Nalin Mehta, he's the Managing Editor at Money Control, Mr. Vijay Jangthapa, who's the Chief Digital Officer at ABP, and Mr. Vikram Chandra, Founder, Editor G. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists.
Absolutely. And gentlemen, we have the enviable task of doing the post-lunch session. Do we? Yes. All right, settle in. Yes. Like I was saying, the post-lunch session, let's liven up the mood a little bit. We heard a lot about the future of journalism, news media, especially in the AI age, and that's the topic for this session. But before I get into that, and because we spoke so much about how AI is reshaping journalism, as well as we've heard it before, the death of journalism in some way, shape, or form. But let me just, again, like I said, liven up the mood a little bit and ask you, I'll come to you, Vikram, first, right? If you could sort of go back in time and do things again, would you still pick journalism? Knowing where we are today.
Well, actually, in a sense, 4 years ago, when I left mainstream television and set up Editor G, I more or less said that everything that we know about journalism is going to change. Everything that we think we know about the media business is going to change. So to some extent, I've already taken that step of reinventing that part of it. And the reason I say it is because if you consider the pillars of everything that journalism has been based on for 100 years, has been on what? Two basic premises. That we are going to be content creators. Content is king. We are going to tell stories. We're going to write stories. We're going to anchor stories. If you look at it, by the end of 2024 or end of 2025, content creation is going to be meaningless. Or certainly not as important as we think it is. That's a You said you wanted things to be livened up after lunch. So I'm
and provocative.
So I'm having a shot at it, right? I'm trying to liven things up. And I'll tell you why I'm saying it. Because by the end of 2024 or 2025 end at the latest, you're going to have a situation where AI can already write better than certainly I can. I don't know about everyone else here, but AI can write better than I can. AI will soon be able to voice stories better than any of us can. It'll be able to edit stories really well. And anybody out there will think that we can get AI to write stories, voice stories, edit stories, and put the stories out. And you won't be able to tell whether it's done by a professional entity or a professional organization or a professional journalist or by somebody in a dorm room somewhere. So that's the future we're headed to 2 years from now. What then is going to be the requirement of journalism? And that, by the way, into the last line, which I will say, then I'll pass it on, that in a sense is the premise in which Editor G was built also. That a day will come when content will not be king, but curation will be king. The job of the journalist is going to be to curate information in a waterfall of information and stories and content cascading on your head. You will have the job of creating little straws that will take that content and passing it on to people in a sippable form. That's going to be journalism 1 year from now.
making sense of it all and keeping it relatable. Nalin, you were nodding vigorously. Tell us why. Do you agree with what Vikram said about content creation and about journalists becoming content creators and moving beyond curators?
So I think I totally agree with Vikram that journalism has to be reinvented. Part of the, 70-80% of what journalism is, which is a routine stuff, right? Stuff which is predictable. Stuff, cricket match happens, you're reporting on the cricket match. Markets are happening, reporting on that. All of that can be automated. The regular stuff, the beat stuff, for example. It is the specialized stuff, which only somebody who really understands what's the inside, that's where you bring extra value added now. But there are significant other players who are now experts who can write far better than the beat reporter who writes on it, right? So I agree with Vikram to the extent about that journalism needs to be reinvented completely. Also, you're not competing with other journalists, you're competing with much larger, you're competing with Netflix, right? So,
oh wow.
The only point that I would disagree with Vikram is on the curation, yes, but ultimately somebody has to produce the stuff which is curated as well. And that's where you can add a lot of value added if you get your journalism right. But most of our newsrooms are not geared for this kind of content production. We are geared for content production in the way it's been done the last 100 years in the traditional media, and we are trying to make it work for this new age. You have to almost break it down and build it up again for this kind of audience and for this kind of wheel. We are trying to force fit an older model which is pretty much past its use-by date into a new model.
Right, absolutely. Vijay, I'm going to come to you next because we're talking about reinventing and breaking down the old ways of doing things. What does that really look like? But on the ground, what does that really look like when you just reinvent or reimagine how we do journalism? And okay, fine, in the sort of artificial intelligence age, but also we can think of it as an augmented intelligence age, right?
So again, totally agree with both Vikram and Nalin. I really think that AI is going to do a better job in per se content creation, as you rightly said, right? And I see that happening already in the newsrooms, in various verticals, and things like that. But I think the other big challenge that we face is credibility. And I don't know whether AI addresses credibility, right? And that is the big crux for journalism today. Where is the credibility going? Already in a polarized world that we are in today, and with social media becoming echo chambers, that if I like a certain kind of content, I get just sucked into that and I keep getting that again and again, right? How do I change that? I think those things still matter, and those things are going to be very, very important as we go forward.
Absolutely. Prasad, let me ask you, I mean, given that you are also on the business side of things, what about sort of the business and sort of the editor part coming together to really build something that is tech-powered and that is future-facing?
So I think 3 panelists have spoken before me where they've said that, look, we're going to curate, and we've talked about credibility. But I think I agree with Nalin. I think we're going to see some investment in going back to news gathering. I think that's something AI cannot do. What AI will help us in augmenting is perhaps discovery of that content, and also how we use the whole personalization journey to build a market of one for our users and give them more relevant content. It'll help us improve consumption at some level. But can an AI tool write better than a journalist today? Sure it can. But it's going to then reduce some functions like the desk, but it is going to empower that reporter who couldn't write that well equally, and maybe you have a different workflow. But your basic function, I think, is about news gathering and putting it out is going to remain pretty much what it is, augmented by AI wherever you can, in whatever measure you can.
It's really interesting because when, of course, we had social media 15 years ago, then Twitter came, and there were actually sort of policies put in place about what journalists can or can't do on Twitter. And now, for a lot of people, it's the first port of entry when it comes to news, for instance, and even journalists voicing their opinions there. And I'm pulling on that because I want to talk about also journalists using technologies like AI, and not just having accountability, but also using it responsibly. And let me get your views in your, Jaideep. I mean, how do you see sort of the responsibility angle of it when it comes to journalists, organizations using AI? And simple things like disclosures, you know.
Right. Thank you, Dilshad. बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है, जवाबदेही। मैं ये मानता हूँ, मुझे लगता है हिंदी में किसी को दिक्कत तो नहीं है, पीछे में सभागृह में किसी को, क्योंकि 75 सालों से हिंदी पत्रकारिता की मशाल को मजबूती से थामे हुए जो अमर उजाला है उसका प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा हूं, तो मुझे लगता है कि हिंदी की आवाज भी उतनी मुखर होनी चाहिए मंच से जितनी अंग्रेजी है, दोनों साथ चलते हैं। अगर पूरी तकनीक की जो आपने सवाल उठाया है, दुनिया से पत्रकारिता इस शब्द को कोई अलग कर सकता है तो वो है जवाबदेही। ट्विटर पर लिख देना और व्हाट्सएप पर फॉरवर्ड कर देना पत्रकारिता नहीं है। ये वैसा ही है जैसे सारे कंपाउंडर अपने आप को डॉक्टर समझने लगते हैं। जो जवाबदेही के साथ किया जाता है वही पत्रकारिता है, और ये समय, कालखंड और तकनीक से परे है। मैं इस बात से थोड़ा सा असहमत हूं कि आने वाले समय में कंटेंट किंग नहीं रहेगा और केवल क्यूरेशन किंग होगा। विक्रम जी, क्यूरेशन भी कंटेंट का ही होगा, इसलिए किंग तो कंटेंट ही रहेगा। प्लेटफॉर्म को हम ज्यादा महत्व देकर पत्रकारिता को अगर पीछे छोड़ेंगे तो शायद विषय से भटक जाएंगे। जो संग्रह करके लाते हैं, प्रसाद ने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, सूचनाओं का, जानकारियों का, खबरों का, और जर्नलिज्म इन दिस एज अगर विषय है तो वो ज्यादा चुनौतीपूर्ण हो गया है। सूचना देने वाले और नीति नियंताओं के दरवाजे पत्रकारों के लिए पहले से अधिक टाइट होकर बंद हो गए हैं। उनको खोलना और वहां से खबरें निकालना ये मशीन नहीं कर पाएगी, ये पत्रकार ही करेगा। इसलिए पत्रकारिता चुनौतीपूर्ण जरूर होगी। जो काम रूटीन के होते हैं, डेस्क पे अच्छे लोग नहीं मिलते हैं, कई लोग बहुत अच्छे से खबर लाना जानते हैं पर उसको लिखना नहीं जानते, वो काम मशीन कर देगी। लेकिन इससे हमारा काम आसान होगा, हम लोगों की लिखने की वो दुविधा खत्म होगी, लेकिन पत्रकारिता की जवाबदेही वैसी ही बनी रहेगी, और जिसमें जवाबदेही है वही पत्रकार है।
Vikram, you've caused quite a bit of disagreement on the panel.
Actually, I agree with him. And I'll tell you, let me now get a chance to elaborate on what I started by saying. In a sense, what we will hopefully get back to, where the curation of information becomes important, you're actually returning to what journalism originally started off as. What was the job of a journalist? To look at all the facts in the rest of the world, look at everything that's happening and saying, okay, I'm going to now dissect it and bring it the correct information and present it to you to see. Now what's happened is, over the last 10, 20, 30 years, that's not what most journalists are doing in content creation. Either you're dealing with the technicalities and the mechanics of how you're editing stories or writing stories, that AI will do, right? Or increasingly, journalists are preaching to tribal loyalties, left-wing loyalty, right-wing loyalty. These are my echo chambers, so I'm going to be preaching into that, right? That's what journalists are doing. What hopefully journalism will become now, and to answer your original question, would I do it again? Yes, I would, because now the interesting part is going to be, I have billions of stories and informations to search from. They're very good, well-crafted stories. I can assemble them in a nice manner and present it to my audience. And my audience knows me, trusts me, respects me as an independent journalist who has a point of view. And I can therefore get that information to people. So, in a sense, I agree with you. Content.
Yes. Just one small, like what Vikram said right now. आज से 25-26 साल पहले जब मैंने पत्रकारिता शुरू की थी, तो एक संपादकीय लिखने के लिए मैं नई दुनिया की लाइब्रेरी में 6 से 7 घंटे बैठता था।
Exactly.
तब मैं जाकर एक संपादकीय लिखता था। आज अगर उसको लिखने के लिए मेरे क्लिक ऑफ बटन पे इंफॉर्मेशन है तो मेरे लिए तकलीफ कैसे हुई? हम तकनीक को हवा क्यों बना रहे हैं? तकनीक सहायक है। मैं तो कह रहा हूं, और आपने जो सवाल विक्रम से पूछा था, मुझसे भी अगर आप पूछेंगी, तो मैं शायद जब पत्रकारिता में आया था तो बहुत सारे रास्ते थे। मैं एयरफोर्स में भी जा सकता था, मैं सीडीएस, पर आज मुझसे पूछेंगे तो मैं फिर से जन्म लेके पत्रकार ही बनना चाहूंगा।
Okay, rebirth. If there's a rebirth happening, Nalin, then I'll come to you, Vijay. Nalin, what do you want to say?
I think if we think about the next level of this conversation, if what I think everybody is saying is the tools are now much more easier, the tools are far more advanced, the landscape has changed. But what it also means is that the skill set required for the journalist also changes significantly. So earlier, if you had 100 people who were journalists, 80 could be really run-of-the-mill, right? And all they had to have, many of them, language. But 70-80% of that is not required anymore. You have to be really good. You have to be really in-depth.
What is required?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what it means is that the kinds of people you're going to be hiring, the kinds of skill sets you will need are now very different from what you were looking for even 2 years ago.
No, my point was very different. I was coming again from a business angle. And I was saying that it's very nice to see that everybody's agreeing that they want to be journalists again. But where's the business model in that? And that's what we are struggling for, isn't it? I'm sure Sanyan also struggles with it, and so do I, right? I mean, we are all running for reach. We are all expanding our stories, lots of more news stories, lots of verticals. But the actual, what he talked about, the curation, and the strong curation, or what you used to call, the fact-checking or the editor. The curator is actually the editor, really. Where are those people? Where do you see them? Even I'm so short of them in my own organization. And I worry about what I am giving out. It's a struggle to keep the quality. And in today's age, where everybody is a reporter, right? Everybody is a reporter, but who's the curator? Who's the editor? There's no editor. And that scares you, doesn't it?
That's an interesting point you made there about, then let me ask you this, are we perhaps sacrificing the fundamentals of what good journalism constitutes, say at the altar of speed or this always-on, attention-scarce world that we live in? If anybody wants to take that question, Prasad, go ahead.
I think we've done that for a while now.
Yes.
But with these AI tools, at least I can get to a space where I am fast without the compromise, or with, at least I'm 30-40% faster. Therefore, I can invest more time in finding the right story to report, reporting it the right way, doing some research. Because the basic act of writing takes a lot less time. The basic act of curation might take a lot less time. So you're significantly faster in those kind of processes.
And it's interesting because everyone's talking about journalism in the sense of writing right now and not as much about video or all the other ways of telling stories.
I'm just saying, we say writing in a very generic way, I think.
Speaking.
It's part of content, it's part of content, text, video, audio, everything. It's part of content, and every journalist has to now be a multimedia journalist. You can't be just, a text journalist or a video journalist. You have to be a multimedia journalist covering it from covering it from field like a commando. You have to do everything at one time. So that's what I call my journal. They have to be like commandos doing everything at the same time. But आपने जो सवाल पूछा या प्रसाद ने भी जिसमें जोड़ा ना, बीच में एक संक्रमण काल आता है, ट्रांजिशन फेज. जितनी तेजी से मीडिया का एक्सपेंशन हुआ है पिछले 1.5-2 दशकों में, उतनी तेजी से हम अच्छे जर्नलिस्ट नहीं बना पाए या उनको सिखाई नहीं पाए कि जर्नलिज्म का मूल होता क्या है. केवल जर्नलिज्म स्कूल में पढ़ लेने से आप जर्नलिस्ट नहीं बन जाते. तो अगर उनको बुनियाद नहीं पता थी और वो आ गए हैं और वो उस तरह का फैक्ट चेक या बेसिक चेकिंग नहीं, हम लोग अभी बाहर लंच पे भी बात कर रहे थे, फैक्ट चेक होता क्या है. जर्नलिस्ट तो फैक्ट चेक किए बिना छाप ही नहीं सकता. भाई हमारे संपादक तो हमसे बोलते थे कि इस खबर को लेके कोर्ट में जाएंगे तो जीतोगे तो ही छापो. तो वो तो बेसिक, इससे क्रूड फैक्ट चेक क्या हो सकता है. लेकिन हमने उसको भुलाकर बीच में एक रैट रेस आ गई, लोग तेजी से नंबर्स टीआरपी के गेम में बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़े. ये सेटल होगा और एआई के आने से हमको मदद मिलेगी कि हम इसको धुंध को छांट के अच्छी खबरों को आगे ला सकें. और मॉडरेशन का लेयर तो विजय है. तेजी के चक्कर में, फास्ट के चक्कर में हम ये एआई से चुनौती बढ़ेगी. जैसे पेंटागन में बम ब्लास्ट हो गया, वीडियो आ गया, किसी ने वेरीफाई नहीं किया, बड़े चैनल्स पे तक चल गया, लेकिन बाद में समझ में आया कि एआई से, डीप फेक से क्रिएटेड था. इन चैलेंजेस से क्यूरेशन का मॉडल निपट के कैसे हमको आगे ले जाता है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद लगेगी.
Vikram, I'll let you have the closing remark because you had your mic up and you wanted to say something.
Well, I just wanted to sort of add video, there are solutions coming. In fact, the core of what we do is a video solution, how anybody can create their own video news channel on the fly from that dome. The question about the business model is a very major open-ended question. There's no clear answers to that, which I'm glad I moved from the next panel to this one, because that's tougher to do, and that's also because good journalism is not necessarily the most financially rewarding journalism. Let's face it. Good journalism requires a lot of money. Good journalism doesn't necessarily get you TRPs. You can get TRPs doing a lot of other stuff than doing good journalism. Or, for that matter, readership. Tabloids always have more readership than a broadsheet. So the business model will remain under the question. But I think space will now open up for good quality journalism, which people can practice, because the costs of doing it are not that much. You can do a TV studio sitting in front of a computer. You don't need a giant studio with all the expenses attached to it.
Absolutely. Okay, before we sign off, let me ask you once again, are we all in agreement that if you're going to do it again, you'd still be in this business? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Now, you hesitated for a
Before
minute.
I would like to add one small thing. You know, what Vijay asked and what Vikram also added, the business model part. Let this voice go out from this panel and this house. People will have to ultimately pay for the good content. Advertisers cannot keep paying for the content because that model is changing and it's also failing at a lot of places. And then people say that you are biased and you do not publish the content we want to read because there is a lot of financial pressure involved. Let us agree to that. And then if readers want good content and quality journalism, ultimately they will have to pay for the good content.
You've opened up a whole other debate. Thank you for that. That's an entire session all in itself. So, but thank you everyone on the panel here. It was lovely chatting with you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for such an enlightening discussion. And with that, let's now move ahead with our next session. While still an uphill battle, news outlets that are evolving to meet the need of their consumers stand a fighting chance to continue providing quality journalism. But is the space for quality journalism shrinking? Let's gain some insights, and for that I invite the session's chair, Mr. Nalin Mehta, Managing Editor, Money Control. Please join us on stage, Mr. Mehta. And joining him for the panel discussion are my other guests. Let me also introduce them to you. Mr. Apar Gupta, he is a distinguished lawyer. May I invite upon Mr. Apar Gupta to come on stage. Ms. Meghna Bal, who is the Head of Research at SCR Center. Mr. Vineet Goenka, the author and former BJP spokesperson. Mr. Sanjay Goel, the member Grievance Appellate Committee at Government of India. Mr. Arvind Arora, who is a YouTuber. And Mr. Akash Banerjee, leading Indian YouTuber, author and comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists.
I think our guests, our panelists are outside. We're having a coffee till about 5 minutes ago. Let's just wait for a couple of minutes for them. Hi. Should we wait for a couple of minutes till the other people join us? So let's start. Right, so let's start off now. So let me see, the topic of today is media's trust in the digital age, balancing influence and integrity. We talked so much about journalism in the last session, so let me begin with satire. When we talk about integrity vis-a-vis influence, Akash, you run a political satire network. You are the Deshbhakt, right? Now, integrity is also fundamentally important when you build audiences. Your last video was about Kashi Mathura bhi baki hai, right? Now you are constantly treading that line, constantly between poking fun at something vis-a-vis something which is real, and also trying to build an audience. So how do you thread that line while keeping the integrity / following that you have with your viewers?
Since the audience is also present here, since our last conversation, and I'll just pick up from where Vikram also left off. Is it possible to tread a fine line? Is it possible to be sarcastic yet factual? Is it possible to be financially viable? We've been doing all of this since the last 5 years. We've been caustic, we've been sarcastic, we've been factual, and we have been financially solvent. We haven't had to beg for money in front of an industrialist or a politician. Of course, we ask for money on social media, we have membership drive, etc. What is going to drive the content, and the last session is important in that factor also, is that we are all trying to, acha nahi, what is happening? Acha, AI is happening. No. What is going to matter is very simply who believes in you, what is your credibility. And that could be extreme left, extreme right, or maybe some idiots, centralists like us, who call themselves constitutionalists. And there will be no one over-compassing network, one over-compassing channel, one over-compassing anchor, who the whole nation will just look up to at 9 o'clock. That era is now disappearing. You will have, and yes, maybe it's a rabbit hole, maybe yes, people will believe what they want to believe and go down on that road. However, that's the future where there will be segments, where there will be a breakdown, and overall I think this is more democratization of the information.
Is that in different forms of content, you do satire, how important is keeping the trust even in satire?
150% more important. And I take inspiration from the fact is that late night American television, the anchors at late night American television have more trust in the American audience than the prime time 9 o'clock anchors. Unfortunately, in our country, we won't have late night television because they'll be sued left, right, and center. But do not confuse that somebody sitting with a tie and a suit with a multi-million-dollar studio will have more trust than somebody talking on a mobile phone standing on the road.
Vinitji, you deal with the media in different guises. As an author, you've been a former BJP spokesperson, you deal with the left and the right both. From your vantage point, how does this look to you in terms of trust issues around media?
I see this in a conventional way, where I used to see a media which had self-appointed as to be the fiddles of the media system, where they said we would only talk and tell the people what they should listen. Those were the old days when there was no internet. And with the advent of internet and the social media, now everybody has appointed themselves to be a journalist. So you see every corner which comes up. The challenge is how do you see between the lines, the ones who tell you the truth, ones who create the truth. So I remember that famous incidents of Mahabharata, Ashwathama, Hatuhata. So now the fact is Ashwathama had died. But the reality was it was not the man but the animal which had died. And the message which was conveyed that the man has been killed, right? So which sometimes internet does that. They tell you the fact. So when you challenge them on the facts, they are right. But they present the fact in such a way that you feel that it is truth, but it is not truth. So it requires a lot of intelligence to understand that particular part, and then it becomes duty of people like us to come and counter that.
Arvind, you've built a very large YouTube audience, doing different kinds of content. So in your view, what matters most when you're looking at building a large digital audience now? Is it trust, or what do your viewers look for?
Thank you so much for asking. पीछे हमारे कुछ मीडिया दोस्त हैं जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक फॉर्मेलिटी के लिए बैठे हुए हैं, शायद अपना काम भी कर रहे हो, तो मुझे अपनी भाषा बदलनी पड़ रही है, शायद आप लोग ध्यान दें। सवाल पूछा गया है कि सोशल मीडिया में जब हम कंटेंट बनाते हैं तो हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट क्या होता है? ऑब्वियसली ट्रस्ट। एक सिंपल सी एक स्टेटमेंट बोलते हैं हम लोग जनरली, बच्चों को सिखाते हैं, थिंक व्हेन यू स्पीक, थिंक बिफोर यू स्पीक। जब तुम बोलते हो उससे पहले सोचो। अगेन ये स्टेटमेंट मैं थोड़ा सा रिवाइव करता हूं, थिंक बिफोर यू पोस्ट एनीथिंग ऑन सोशल मीडिया। नाउ थिंक, इसका एक मतलब है THINK। टी, क्या जो तुम कंटेंट डाल रहे हो वो ट्रस्टवर्दी है, ट्रुथफुल है? H, क्या वो हेल्पफुल है? I, क्या वो किसी को इंस्पायर कर रहा है? N, क्या वो नेसेसरी है, सोशल मीडिया पे डालना जरूरी है? NK, क्या वो काइंड है? जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था यूट्यूब पे मोटिवेशन के वीडियोस में अपलोड करता हूं, A2 मोटिवेशन मेरा चैनल है, तो हमने स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड कहता हम हर चीज डालेंगे एक्सेप्ट नेगेटिव थिंग। हम कोई भी नेगेटिव कंटेंट नहीं परोसने वाले। और दूसरा, मैं मेरी टीम को हमेशा एक बात बोलता हूं, कुछ भी कंटेंट आप लिख के ला रहे हो, उसमें एडिट एट द एंड मैं करता हूं, टॉपिक्स भी देता हूं, लेकिन वो नेगेटिव न्यूज नहीं होना चाहिए और उस पर जितना आप रिसर्च कर पाओ उतना करो, वो बहुत ज्यादा नेसेसरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ट्रस्ट फैक्टर एक बहुत बड़ी चीज है जो कि हर एक कंटेंट क्रिएटर को ध्यान देनी चाहिए और वो देते भी हैं।
Meghna, let me bring you into the debate. In terms of the research around this, now year after year we find that if you do surveys and so on, different survey data points tell us that trust in media is going down. It's a secular trend across the world and in India too. What's the research on this globally and in India currently?
Yeah, so you're right, it is a kind of enduring trend that trust in media is going down. Pew has found that in people in the US under 30, there's an equivalent amount of trust in news they receive on social media as news they receive from regular media outlets. And these trends are not restricted to the developed world, because there is research from the Reuters Institute and the Oxford Internet Institute, and they have this Trust in News project, and they found that in the countries in the global south, like India, like Brazil, there is a kind of decreasing faith in regular news outlets, and the trust gap, which generally we used to be quite wide between social media and information received on social media and general news, is decreasing. What they found actually mostly is that people want news to be fair, they want it to be impartial, they want it to be accurate, but these are solutions towards this end is quite challenging to implement, because what is fair and impartial to me might be different for Apar, might be different for you, etc. It's extremely subjective. But broadly, what people want is they want more transparency. So there are conflicts of interest, they should be disclosed. And similarly, I'll give an anecdotal example of our own experience in terms of transparency, particularly related to ownership structures in news. We were doing a data collection project for Columbia University, where we look at ownership and revenue structures of news organizations in India, and it is impossible to find data. The ownership structures are so skewed and opaque. And I know that generally when you talk about trust and safety, or you talk about trust in media, everyone kind of pushes it on social media that they are the problem, etc. But at the end of the day, they are doing quite a bit. Apar would argue not enough, but they are doing quite a bit in terms of putting out initiatives to foster trust and safety. They all have trust and safety teams. How many large news organizations in India have trust and safety teams? Similarly, in terms of putting out research on this, a dedicated research towards trust in news, or in news in general, we don't have a Reuters Institute equivalent in India. And I think these are all important things in terms of engagement with the public and creating awareness that there is this kind of effort and movement towards ensuring that
you could
the news
argue
environment is more
at the same
trusted.
time that while there are models from the West, that they may not be replicable exactly as they are in India, and you could argue that in the end, the audience also is a barometer of trust. I mean, it's an argument to be made. Apart, let me bring you into the debate. That in terms of the regulatory situation around this,
Yes.
the DPDA Act, and that's not been implemented yet. You've been writing a fair bit around this. Is regulation? I mean, you've been very critical of the Act in general and various things around it, but in general, this is not just an issue around trust of news media, it's also with platforms and so on. In general, where do you see this going?
So, firstly, in the Digital Data Protection Act, there's no specific exemption for journalists, which means that the personal information you gather is susceptible at a future date and time to a dispute which may hold up a story which may be in public interest. And it has also impacted the right to information law, by which now third-party information, or what was confidential information which could be disclosed in public interest, cannot be done any longer. So that takes care of the Digital Data Protection Act. But what I do want to comment upon is the problem of trust and how regulation can actually be enabling it to a higher extent. And that also picks up from what Meghna was saying towards transparency. The two principal stakeholders which hold immense power as well as incentives of greater control are the private Silicon Valley platforms which serve us the content which we see on our phones, right? In fact, if you may be having your handheld open right now, you may be checking Twitter, you may be browsing on Facebook, you may be checking your Instagram feed, or you may be on YouTube, right? And it also speaks to this panel, that this panel has two YouTubers, which shows that they are a legitimate part of the journalism conversation today, right? But do we know how much money does YouTube spend on its largest market in terms of trust and safety? I'm not saying you appoint 10 officers. I'm saying you tell me how much money you're spending as per geography in your largest market. And it's the same with Meta platforms as well as other Silicon Valley platforms. In fact, when we do have transparency, it comes through disclosures, such as the Francis Haugen disclosures, if you remember and jog your memory about 2 years back, right? And those confidential internal reports from Meta, which was filed to the Federal Trade Commission, showed that Meta's about 92 to 94% spend on trust and safety happened in North America, 6% for the rest of the world, which includes India. So that 6% is also not coming to us. The second stakeholder here is the government. And I've been very clear, the government is abrogating greater power at the ministerial level. It's not building a regulatory body which can insulate the political interest and thereby has a risk of control directly of the stakeholders it then regulates, which means that the minister who also has a political interest also through the bureaucracy drives a governance, regulatory framework and enforcement. Let me state it practically. The DNPA in fact filed a case in the Madras High Court challenging the IT rules, which was favorable to its outcome. It was stayed in part. Now you look at the much more recent decision from the Bombay High Court, where there has been a split verdict, right? One judge holding that the amendment to the IT rules, which are placing a censorial power with the central government to determine what is fact or fiction, which is false and misleading and open to censorship, only at its own discretion. This one line added. And the other judge holds it is constitutional. So you have deep uncertainty. And the judge who has ruled it's unconstitutional states that there is no operating process within the IT rules, there is no safeguards, there is no process of hearing, notice, etc., etc. So what I have described today is that the problem of trust is not only between the reader or the viewer and the medium and the content. It is between the stakeholders itself which drive this governance. Spend that money as well as govern this entire landscape.
So, we've talked about media, we've talked about news and non-news, we talked about readers, we talked about regulation and government. Let's talk a little bit about big tech as well. Akash, yesterday, for example, the Meta board, as an example, found its AI regulations or its AI self-regulatory thing inadequate, but they also found the pedophilia video of John Biden all right. Now, when you you make your living and your brand is built on a big tech platform, right? So how do you see these guidelines and all of that from that point of view, whereas trust and veracity is concerned?
So, two things here. There will always be issues. What is a biggest concern for a content creator at this point in this country? We have, like Twitter, for example, will allow abuse to bubble up right to the top. Facebook will, anything which is a little bit anti-government, you will find those posts completely suppressed. YouTube, despite the 6% to the rest of the whole world, seems to be a little better than the rest of the platforms, which is not saying much actually, but at least it tries. Our biggest problem, unfortunately, is coming...
It also goes to what Apar was saying about the resources being spent
in policing. I have seen YouTube at least being a little bit more proactive than the rest of the platforms. The rest of the platforms don't care, or they actually want to foment more hate. The problem is when you want to be independent, either you will have to ask for money from your subscribers, or you have to depend on some sort of professional business political funding. There lies one problem. If you are able to surmount that problem, then what Abar is saying is that today an independent creator doesn't have the surety of existence. Can I plan 2 years into the future? No, I can't, because the regulation might just change tomorrow and I might be buried under paperwork. So that is one real concern. However, having said that, this is not going to go away because independent small creators will keep popping up. You shut down 5, there will be 10 more that will pop up because there is no moat. And the government and the big media needs to understand that there is no big moat preventing the next, unless until like China, you shut down the entire social media. Till that point of time, you will have more Deshbhakts come, you will have more content creators come. A point about, very quickly, about building trust. First 3 years of Deshbhakt, every Saturday night, we used to go and do a live stream called SNL, where any and everybody watching that live stream can come and ask me a question. And that question is a paid question, maybe 100 rupees. But I am duty bound to answer that question. The trick is, I am getting my funding, and the audience knows that even if he's abusing me, I will have to read out that question. Nobody seems to abuse after paying 100 rupees, that's another point. But that built a lot of trust. I got a lot of members because they knew that I am open to any sort of questioning. Can a mainstream anchor do something like that? I don't know. But I am just saying is that the mainstream media needs to open up and see this as, not as a challenge, but as a growth opportunity, because this is where the world is going.
For the last word, you are a content creator from a different, with a different perspective from Akash's, right? So do you agree with what he's saying? In the last word, we're out of time, so.
या जितना इन्होंने बोला है उसके
आप सिर्फ पॉजिटिव कंटेंट करते हैं, आपने बोला हम नेगेटिव नहीं करते हैं। हाँ। आकाश बहुत सारा नेगेटिविटी करते हैं।
हम नेगेटिव इंसान नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। बट मैं ये बता सकता हूँ कि इसको कंट्रोल कैसे कर सकते हैं, जो उन्होंने बताया। बेसिकली उसके लिए पहले ये समझना जरूरी है कि कॉज क्या है, नेगेटिव चीजें फैलती क्यों हैं। मुझे एक कोट याद आ रहा है महात्मा गांधी का। उन्होंने एक कोट कहा था कि झूठ जब तक आधी दुनिया का चक्कर लगा लेता है, तब तक सच जो है बेसिकली वो अपने शूज पहन रहा होता है, जूते पहन रहा होता है। अब ये फैलता कैसे, मैं इसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन करता हूं आपके सामने, ध्यान से देखिएगा। मैंने जो बोला, आप में से कितने ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने मोबाइल पे सर्च किया कि ये बोला महात्मा गांधी ने था कि नहीं था? एक्चुअली महात्मा गांधी ने बोला ही नहीं। मैं इतने कन्विक्शन के साथ बोल रहा हूं तो आप ट्रस्ट करो, और मैंने आधी दुनिया तक ये बात पहुंचा दी क्योंकि आप ही आधी दुनिया हो। ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द कॉन्सेप्ट। पर अगर आप में से 5% या 10% लोग भी सर्च कर ले कि एक्चुअली कहा किसने है, इनफैक्ट अगर आप सर्च करेंगे तो ये स्टेटमेंट है मार्क ट्वेन का, और वो भी स्पेक्यूलेटेड है। आई मीन रूमर है कि उसने कहा था, उसके पीछे का सच किसी को नहीं पता है। सो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग कि आज प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम लोग क्विक आंसर चाहते हैं। अ डिजायर टू क्विक आंसर इज ओवर पावरिंग द डिजायर टू बी सर्टेन। दैट इज द मेन प्रॉब्लम। जिस दिन वो खत्म हो गया, डेफिनेटली आपकी जो न्यूज है उसमें ऑथेंटिसिटी, इनफैक्ट मुझे लगता है सर्टेनिटी भी बढ़ जाएगी। That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, and we are now out of time. So thank you very much to the panel for this conversation. Thanks.
Thank you for that very engaging and thought-provoking discussion. I'd just like to end by saying let's keep striving for balance and integrity in our media landscape. And with that, let's begin our next set of discussion for the day. Adapting media business strategies to the digital tsunami. The focus of this session will be on the changing landscape of the media industry in India and how it can proactively adapt to these changes, leveraging new technologies like AI for innovative content creation, enhanced user experiences, and more efficient operations. Chaired by Mr. Prasad Sanyal, Business Head, Times Internet, and our esteemed panelists for the discussion. Let me introduce them to you as well. Mr. Sunny Sen, he is the founder and CEO, Consent.ai. Mr. Clement Birdsall is a Senior Publisher and Platform Director,
Thank you so much for allowing me to moderate this, and thank you to the panelists for being here. I think we're, playing catch up with time, so I'm going to dive straight to it. Let me start with Hemant. Hemant's picked out the chair on the farthest end. Hemant, one of the biggest challenges in the newsroom, and I'm picking up from the earlier panels that we've had today, and the earlier panel that I was a part of, I think where Vikram left off is one of the biggest challenges in the newsroom is the revenue model. In the context of the next 12 to 24 months, where do you see that heading? How do you perceive that revenue model?
So I would say revenue has, since the last 12 to 24 months, being the prime bone of contention for all news publishers. And there are multiple reasons for that. I wouldn't say it's a single attribute. So while we would have seen that there is significant growth in inventory, resulting in falling down of your core unit rates, etc. I believe that in any business, when your revenue comes under constraint, most of us have always tried to innovate and look beyond the regular streams of business to evangelize the newer streams of business. And it is very, very evident that while some of you are experimenting with subscription-based models, many of you have got into space of branded content. Influencer marketing is another area where there is a great traction with the advertisers. I would say that you would have to open more number of fronts to kind of see how you could maximize on your revenue opportunity. Because your platforms of distributions have increased multifold, the formats of content are continuously changing. And the only thing I would suggest is there would always now, going forward, be different kinds of advertisers. So just to cite a few examples, while all of us work with national brands, what we did at Lokmat, we, right from the beginning, even say 50 years back, the reason why we became #1 and have been able to hold on to that position in Maharashtra is because of our focus on hyperlocal. So in digital too, what we did is beyond news, we started to build communities around, say, women lifestyle, Marathi entertainment, agriculture, personal finance, etc. And what we have been able to do is build products which are multidimensional, not just restricted to web, but also build capabilities in terms of video, etc. So while I continue now since the last 12 months to be the largest influencer marketing agency for Amazon, having worked with 250 influencers for them, but at the same time, I am working with local sari and jewelry shopkeepers in the tier 2 markets of Maharashtra, creating content which gets published on our hyperlocal destinations with an objective of helping one build awareness and driving traffic. So if you ask me today, the number of revenue line items in terms of the channels or platforms, I'm currently holding on to between 25 to 30 different channels from where we are trying to generate revenue. Some of them are very early stage, very frustrating, requires patience, requires a lot of involvement in terms of creating awareness among small and medium enterprises, etc. But I foresee a great future there because as they kind of move up the curve and they start experiencing what digital could do for them, over a period of time, I believe that they would make significant contribution to the revenues. And on the other hand, I clearly foresee the existing digital and high-impact advertising to move away from advertisers buying display or native advertorial to completely morphing into an audience-based selling or buying. And hence, this whole journey for news publishers to invest significantly in collecting first-party data becomes extremely important, because then you could be charging a significant premium basis the kind of data intelligence you have with regard to your audience.
Sunil, you want to comment on that? We are seeing a demise of cookies. We're actually, some newsrooms are looking at losing a lot of traffic with the search generative experiences. So do you really see some revenue channels kicking in to completely take over from your traditional display models?
So I don't think we are going to lose traffic because of, let's say, removal of 3P cookies, right? What we are going to lose out is essentially on advertising revenue, because we are not able to justify where the advertiser's money is going, right? And that's where building the first-party information, first-party consumer data is super, super important, right? I'll actually go one step further on what Hemant said, right? From monetization perspective, I think advertiser will pay a lot more when we are able to co-sell, right? Drive conversions instead of just impressions, right? And to do that, we need first-party information, we need user behavior tracking, right? And we also need to have a very strong recommendation channel, right? Whether it is for our own content, or I can take content or, let's say, items from someone else on my platform, because my platform has reach.
So Sunny, let me come to you. We are looking at, Hemant spoke of alternate revenue streams and him having 25, 30 items where, streams where he's monetizing. What do you think is the future of users actually paying for content, especially in our country?
Right. Prasad, I agree with both Sunil and Hemant on what they said about revenue streams. User paying for content is one alternate, but the core of this entire media business is about establishing the relationship between content and the user. Whether it's advertising revenue, whether it's subscription revenue, whether it's content to commerce, whether it's brand stories, whether it's the event IPs that we create as an industry, everything revolves around this relationship that we establish between content and the end user. And that relationship is going to change drastically. And a gentleman sitting here in this room once told me that 5 to 7% of your most loyal users will consume about 30 to 40% of your page views, right? And that money you would not like to share with another big tech company. That is the money you would like to keep with yourself. And that relationship, building that relationship is extremely important. So it's all about how do you build the user journey, how do you take the first party data, how do you curate that relationship between the platform and the user through content, through the right communication, so that the user comes back to you again and again. And if the user is coming back to you again and again, there is an opportunity to mine that user from a revenue standpoint in multiple ways. Whether showing him an ad that he loves to see, whether showing him a bit of commerce that he would love to buy, whether enabling transactions for a Unilever or a P&G, or for that matter, even selling subscriptions, right? So the last action of revenue generation is actually a long step down the line, but before that there is this huge relationship you need to build between the user, the content, and the platform. I think that's where all media publications should spend more time, energy, effort, investments in building that relationship.
Clement, how do you see this panning out with respect to big tech? While we've had panelists speak about now building relationships with the audience, and publishers have over the years had certain bridges to their own audiences. Do you think publishers investing significantly more in doing that?
Yeah, so
at IAS we focus on media quality, and the more data you have about your audience, about the content, about everything that's happening on your site, I like to think of it as walking into a dark room and switching the light on. It's far easier to see what you have, make decisions. How do you serve an ad to someone? How do you curate the content? What else are you doing with it? And data is really good, but having good data, actionable data that drives superior results is the key in the end goal. My forte is streamers and broadcasters at the moment, particularly the OTT platforms, and there's a lot that they could be doing particularly in India, to help drive more revenue and a better user experience. Programmatic advertising as a starter, it's revolutionised how we buy and sell ads, and it has shaped the buying and selling of ads in the digital industry for the past 10 years, and will continue to be a significant growth engine for publishers going into the next, 10, 20, 30 years from now. And publishers who are working closely with those SSPs, DSPs, all those sort of partners of that advertising supply chain are going to have an advantage over the partners who are sitting on that data and not actioning it and not making it drive those superior results.
Can I add one more point? Because we are talking about revenue streams, right? I think with Gen AI, content creation has become quite easy, right? But what's also lost is IP rights and attribution to source, right? I'm betting on it. I think I'm very confident about it. Next 5 years, I think most of us have heard about non-fungible tokens, NFTs, which we used during lockdown. A lot of people spent horrendous amount of money to buy digital paintings and whatnot. I think that will come back as a proof of your IP on the content, and you can monetize your content even if it changes hands, right? Which means that when we think about content creation, the originality part of content creation is here to stay, right? And it's going to pay you royalties over much longer duration than just page views and UVs.
Sunny, you want to add to that?
Right. So, again, somebody needs to find what will the user journey be, right? If the user journey is about liking and disliking certain aspects of a platform, certain content, certain interests, that becomes a very critical way of selling any NFT or any other kind of product which is bound by content. Because even if it's an NFT that Sunil is talking about, it is a form of content, right? And it goes somewhere into the chain, and somewhere, sometime buys it. But it's all, if you can follow that user, and even if that user is in some other part of the universe, but if you can upsell that piece of content to that user, then you can always get a share of revenue. So it comes down to the fact that how you get to know the user, how you curate this entire life cycle of this user, and say what all are his interests, what all might be his probable areas of buying over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In fact, we are in conversations with one of the media companies where we are talking about how do you build a 10-year user life cycle, and you monetize a user over a 10-year period, and do not see the user as a one-off user or even a 6-month user. See what will the eventual user journey be over a 10-year period, and can we create that experience where we say that over a 10-year period, through ads, subscription, content plus commerce, brand, everything put together, can we create 10,000 rupees can we get 10,000 rupees from that one user, right? So that user might be anywhere ecosystem. That user might be on Facebook, that user might be on Google search, that user might be on your platform, that user might be on somebody else's platform. As long as we can get to know the user and we can build that relationship with the user, there is a huge opportunity to build a layer of commerce revenue on top of it.
Even when we are speaking about these relationships, that's a huge amount of data that we're collecting. Any challenges you perceive or see when it comes to collecting this data, using this data? Because that's been sort of a gray area where we've all grappled with it of what to do with that data, how to manage that data?
I think it's a brilliant question. While, it's quite tempting to talk big about how easy it is to collect data, believe you me, it is one of the toughest part of this entire project of collecting first-party data. If you look in typically, when you start this journey, 100% of your users are anonymous users. And then there are ways we nudge them to kind of at least register using a Google One Tap, and there are other ways, interesting ways we all try. But believe you me, while the guy would be coming, say, once a week, twice a week, 4 times a month, etc., to consume your content, it is extremely difficult for you to convince him to at least register with you. And once a user registers with you, the only thing which you get is his email ID. So 99% of your users continue to be anonymous users, and the only way you can connect with them is once he visits the website, right? And that's where what we did, we realized that recommendation plays a very, very important role. If you have the right recommendation engine, and if you have had the right SaaS platform to map the consumer's consumption pattern, his behavior on your website, while he might have still not registered with you, the only metrics that you could influence by would be average number of articles / pages consumed every time he visits. I would say very subtly that also somewhere if you give him the right content, maintaining that the quality of content is great, etc., somewhere you also slightly influence his frequency of visit. But unless and until you really run a very, very concentrated, full-fledged program which is linked to your on-ground events, linked to some kind of, great value proposition for him to start parting content, say, for example, location. So the next time I'm doing an event on ground in Pune, Amravati, etc., you get invited. There are, special breaking news of your local, hyperlocal catchment which gets delivered to you in a manner that you could consume. The speed or pace at which you could start collecting the data goes up. And again, if you look at it, email, according to me, is completely a waste in terms of investment if you look at the CTRs, etc. According to me, WhatsApp is one of the best channels if you want to kind of look at integrating a channel for the data collection exercise. But if you look at the cost of using WhatsApp as a channel, it just doesn't make sense. So the entire journey of for the entire journey of collecting first-party data, I would say you have to be extremely patient. You have to not really worry of the size which you have been able to capture. But even if it's a small percentage that you start off in the first 12 months, please ensure that you as a publisher are extremely, extremely focused on that small base to give them a wow experience that somewhere, at some point, they recommend others to become a part of the journey cycle. So that's been my experience.
So if I hear you correctly, you're saying value that one user who's really loyal to you, right? So
can I just extend on that? See, the other thing, while we commonly talk about loss in revenue, originality of content, I also feel somewhere we have to be synced with the changing consumer behavior. So if you look at from a video, if I have to just talk about video, from a 30-minute video to a 10-minute video to a 90-second video is a shift in consumer behavior. So while you might, from an editorial standpoint, want to continue doing debates of 30 to 45 minutes, but the point is the guys moved away from that format because of the attention span issues and whatever you might say, size of the screen. So I think it's also important for us as an industry to adapt to this changing consumer behavior and see how the shift in content format could also lead to a complete radical shift in the manner in which I could monetize that piece of content.
I'm going to, Sunny, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, just a short one. Hemant talked about this thing that the user signs up or doesn't sign up. The moment the user signs up, I do not know how many of us actually go to the depth of understanding if the user has signed up, what do I do next with the user? And the next 100 steps, it's not easy. But if you do not have the next 100 steps with the user, you will actually lose the user. In fact, I have two of my colleagues sitting here, Pratik and Preeti. And I think the biggest problem they have with me is, I said that everything is a user flow. And if you do not have the user flow right, then we will never get the product right. And you map it to the level that when is the right time when you can say that, okay, fine, this is a user I'm ready to abandon. What is that moment? So if you have not mapped that moment, if we have not gone to the next 100 steps, user signed up today, what will he do tomorrow? If I send him this content, if he did not come back to my platform, what should I do next? So things are, for example, if I'm a video consumer, if you send me a newsletter of a textual story, definitely I will be lost in your entire funnel.
Okay. I'm going to go around the panel, 30-second responses on the one big business strategy that you think newsrooms can adopt to weather this digital tsunami. Let's start with you, Clement.
I think artificial intelligence, particularly from an actionable standpoint where you're using artificial intelligence to scan an article, look at, are there biases included in it? Is there a way that the AI can translate the article to make it more of a global conversation across borders? What's the sentiment of that article? How does it impact, interests and other sort of items that come up, which can, I'm talking from an advertiser perspective, that make it actionable and more profitable for a newsroom to sell the same content that they have by servicing these things and bringing them out.
Sunil? So I would like to talk about the whole content creation and change in content creation, right? So with Gen AI, like I said, it's become a lot easier. So the way we have been operating our newsrooms, and when I say newsrooms, it's not a particular part, but the whole content factory is what I refer to as newsrooms. So instead of looking at changing or bringing technology in the newsrooms as a brownfield operations, we should look at it completely greenfield operations, right? Because everybody is a content producer, right? So 2 months back, there was a report by McKinsey where they talked to multiple Gen AI companies and they asked them about the confidence score of content creation, about social and emotional reasoning of Gen AI, right? And most of them agreed that by end of this decade, that is 2030, right? AI will be better than 50% of human population, right? And by end of 2040, it's essentially 25% more. And this whole thing has come to us 40 years earlier than what we thought 2 years back, right? So in terms of the way we create our content and the way we use technology within our newsrooms, it has to be thought through revolutionarily, right? As if nothing exists, and if I have to build it today, how will I build it?
Quick takes from Sunny and Hemant.
I would say one, stay close to your customer. Number two, be quick to adapt to the shift in technology. And number three, I would say, be consistent.
I think every media company, for that matter, any company, should define what the North Star metric is. And in today's day and age, from where I stand, I see only two metrics that matter. Number of users who give you zero-party data, and how many of them come back to you. And everything that you build should be on top of this, and you should see this metric improving on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, so on that silver lining, I'm afraid that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel, and thank you for being such a nice audience.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your shared experiences, expertise, and those valuable insights into navigating the challenges and opportunities in today's digital landscape. It was a pleasure to have you here. Now, with the integration of artificial intelligence, the 21st century is undergoing a seismic shift. one that's reshaping industries and redefining the very nature of job roles. As machines take on routine tasks, there's a growing demand for unique human skills, emphasizing the need for upskilling as a crucial strategy for individuals and organizations to not just survive, but truly thrive in this age of AI. On that note, let's begin our fourth panel discussion at Storyboard 18 DNPA Conclave Awards 2024, Lives and Livelihoods, Navigating Job Transformation in the AI Age, chaired by Shri Shubhranshu Singh, VP and CMO Tata Motors CVBU. Joining him for the discussion are Ms. Sabina Dewan, President and Executive Director, Just Jobs Network, Mr. Kevin Vaz, CEO Viacom 18, and Shri Suresh Prabhu, former Union Cabinet Minister. Shri Prabhu will be joining us virtually. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for missing out on Mr. Sindhwani's mention. Mr. Sindhwani, as we all know, is CEO of Indian Express Digital. He's also part of our esteemed panel today.
Do we have Mr. Prabhu online? Great. Okay. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shubhranshu Singh. I serve as the Chief Marketing Officer at Tata Motors. I am really excited to be here with this fantastic panel. Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani, CEO Indian Express Digital. My old friend Kevin, who's CEO at Viacom 18. Sabina, who is the President and Executive Director at the Just Jobs Network. And we are delighted to have Dr. Suresh Prabhu, former Cabinet Minister for Civil Aviation, Railways, with us. Thank you, sir, for joining us from Goa. Really, this discussion is about artificial intelligence. This morning, my son has gone on an edu tour, and when he landed in Amritsar, I said, your teachers are not informed. I'm running late. He says, where are you going? I said, to speak on a panel. He says, about what subject? I said, artificial intelligence. He says, what do you know about it? And the emphasis was on you. So, you know, teenagers have a way of putting you in your place. But the general truth is artificial intelligence is much talked about, but little understood, adopted by many, but really implemented in a deep sense by only a few right now. And artificial general intelligence has become the new thing that is causing great excitement because the interface is very human. It has conversation ability and it multitasks. So the first question I had for each one of the panelists, starting with Mr. Prabhu, is if you can give me an opening sense of what your view of artificial intelligence is. It could even be one word. Are you hopeful, pessimistic, optimistic? How real do you think this transformation is going to be? Sir, over to you. I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to pause. We have a problem with the audio here, I think. We'll see if we can correct that right. I think you have to unmute yourself, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, see, firstly, rather than having a view on artificial intelligence, let us accept the reality that it is here to stay and is going to be, this is the first generation. So I think as we go along, we'll see more and more dimensions of it. And as the time passes, more experiences again, I think artificial intelligence will become even more intrusive than what it is today. So therefore, let us accept that as a reality. Now, secondly, let us look at it from a technological perspective, the kind of changes it's going to bring is always welcome. But also let us look at it from a social perspective. And one part of that is what impact it will have on the livelihoods and jobs. That's very important. I mean, I'm happy that this panel is moderated by a person who is from Tata Motors. Now just take motors, only one mobility part, in which the automotive, this is nothing to do with artificial intelligence per se, but now the autonomous cars will not require drivers. The electric vehicles may not require as much as maintenance. So obviously there may not be even servicing. as we always do, and therefore many jobs are created from shop floor when a car is manufactured into the servicing part, which is part of a service sector. And that all may not be there. And again, artificial intelligence will probably impact everything, including now this program is organized by the fraternity of media. So in fact, writing, my wife is a journalist herself, and she always spent time researching, writing. Now everything is available. With maybe 20,000 other people can do an equally good job, and that's a challenge. So I think what is important is, we have lost jobs in agriculture when there was the agriculture revolution. We lost many jobs on shop floor when there was this so-called fourth industrial revolution. Then we actually had many jobs which were losing because of obsolescence of technology and many other reasons. But now we are seeing artificial intelligence virtually challenging the human being themselves, and therefore what impact it will have on the kind of job profile of the people is very important, because that's a livelihood issue. See, it's not just technological discussion and how will it affect, whether it will have privacy issues. They are very important, undoubtedly. In fact, I was also on the Joint Parliamentary Committee to draft legislation on privacy. But I am not getting into all those issues. I am looking at it only from a social angle. What impact artificial intelligence will have has to be studied properly, dispassionately, objectively, specific to the country of where it is going to be affected. And therefore, I think IMF has already said that we might, almost 40% of jobs will be affected. The Writers Guild in US is already on strike, saying that, our jobs will be threatened. So just imagine the speed of change that's going to affect. And therefore, as I said, cannot avoid it. At the same time, we have to be cautious and conscious, both at the same time, about its implications, and therefore we must study it properly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sanjay, very quickly, what is your take on, is it real? Are you optimistic? What's the future like?
I think there are both ways. There are a lot of opportunities that it will throw open, but it will also cause a lot of disruption. And I think what this is doing for the first time is creating disruption in the white-collared world. So typically, if you look at mechanical innovation, which has been like the steadfast thing over the last 100 years, it has disrupted mostly the menial, blue-collared jobs. This, for the first time, we are going to see this impacting doctors, lawyers, professionals, journalism, coders, software coders. So I think that's where this is going to be a very different kind of a change, and probably the acceptance will be very difficult, because somewhere we've always assumed these jobs are secure, everlasting, ever-going. But I think, like everything else, change is a constant. And I think this is one change where we'll have to do, a lot of people will have to unlearn and relearn how to use this technology and become more efficient and fast.
Great. Kevin, I'm going to limit you to 1 or 2 words, because everybody's answering everything that I had for the future in this discussion. So just very quickly.
Now you're being very unfair to me. But I'm saying is, that said, I think with any new technology, little is known and lots of fear comes with it. Rightly, as he said, change is constant. And we all accept that as a cliche, but very few are ready to accept it in real life. I think in the end of the day, AI has always been there, right? It's just different forms of AI that we are seeing now. We talk about generative AI on today's date. I think AI is here to stay. It will disrupt our lives. It will disrupt sectors, it will disrupt industries, it will disrupt our lives both personally and professionally. But I still feel change is good. It's what we can make of that change going forward.
Great. Sabina?
Thank you. Well, if I had to pick one word, it would be highly, highly scary. That's 3 words, but really scary. I think when it comes to media and AI specifically, I think AI, if you look at the fact that the role of media is to reveal the truth, speak truth to power, bring truth to the people, AI is threatening the very fabric of that truth, right? With deep fakes, with misinformation, disinformation, and that's just scratching the surface. When we talk about jobs, as has already been said, there'll be huge disruptions, and not just disruptions in the low-skilled categories, but also the high-skilled categories, right? But it's also, I mean, you hear all the time people say, yeah, there's job losses, but there'll also be new jobs created. Sure, but the question is who's going to have access to those new jobs, right? It's not just about a one-for-one. And this AI revolution is much beyond anything that we've seen with technology before, and it comes at a time when there's a confluence of various other forces: climate change, restructuring of trade, pandemics, and then you bring technology into labor markets as well. There's very little, there's very little place for workers to go to, and very little access to skills training, upskilling for many, many people. So it's a quantity of jobs issue, it's a quality of jobs issue, it's a quality of access issue, it's all of these, and that's really frightening.
So, roughly, their one word was of equal length, by and large. Let me take Sabina's point and quickly segue into the next portion, which is this concept of artificial superintelligence. Narrow AI has been around for a long time, and it's machine learning. So when your thermostat switches on, or when your sentence is completed for you on Word, or when you rely on GPS to get where you need to get to, or when your refrigerator beeps and you have not shut the door, all of that is AI as well. But what's getting really exciting for people is this multimodality, ability to do tasks and be unstable and dynamic in the sense, once you feed the rules, it teaches itself. Which brings me, Kevin, to you very quickly. One of the things that people are saying is, in the future, the distinction between fake and real will completely go away. And this concept of source of information, provenance, it is coming from XYZ channel or XYZ newspaper, is basically a thing of the past, because you cannot tell the fake from the real, and that's causing concerns in national life, in politics, in percolating biases. But in content, the bread and butter is the ability to create something where it didn't exist. Do you think the arrival of AI will take the ability to create content away from your hands?
So, Subhanshu, at the end of the day, if I have to look at it from the media and entertainment sector, what's at the core and the center of everything is the human beings and human emotions, right? That's what we play on human emotions at the end of the day. I think at the end of the day, if you just look at it, whether it's sports, whether it's movies, whether it's news, or it's serials, right? Finally, at the center of it is the human being, who is actually the creator and the consumer in the end of the day. And it's very difficult to remove the human being from that creative ecosystem.
Right.
Right? What I really think about it, if I look back a few years, there came data analytics. And everyone said that, wow, with all this data analytics that are there, this entire storytelling will be changed. People will look at it from the past and write a story. They look at the best high points, look at consumer behavior, and accordingly chart out a story. Right? Never happened. But what happens is, each of these technologies helps to actually enhance the creative process. It's how you want to use it. One way is to shun it out completely and say, yes, I want to put a wall there and I don't use it. The other one is saying that, how can we use data analytics to enhance it? I think AI will do the same thing, of trying to say, if you can use AI in the right way, we'll be able to enhance the creative process. And I think, finally, the consumer is what's going to benefit from it.
Right. Let me now move to this whole thing about transformation of lives and livelihoods. And let's stick to livelihood to begin with. One of the things that is being said frequently is the extent to which existing jobs will be impacted. And like Sanjay was saying, the belief was it will impact the lower end jobs first. But it turns out that anything that has a routine, database foundation, analytics, etc., is likely to be more impacted than something which is more collegial. So if you're doing roofing or making a chair, it's unlikely AI will displace you. But if you're a law clerk or working in a BPO or writing code, it's likely that it will outpace. So my question is to Mr. Prabhu, and then Sabina, I'd like you to. There are varying projections. Elon Musk, when he was a couple of months ago in Great Britain for the AI summit, said when he came out and quote, there will come a point where no job is needed. There will come a point where no job is needed. And the most benign, the most favorable projection is one made by Tina Ellendu of the OpenAI, who says around 80% of the US workforce will be impacted to the extent of about 10%. India, with much lesser proportion of GDP coming from agriculture, etc., has the largest population employed there, and then we have industry and services and so on. I'd like to ask Mr. Prabhu what his take is on the impact that it will have on livelihoods. Sir, you'll have to unmute yourself. Sorry.
Yes, sir. No, it will have certainly an impact on all three segments of economy, whether it is services for sure, and we have more than 60% of GDP coming from services. Industry already has been impacted, will impact more, which contributes only 16% of GDP. And agriculture, which as you correctly pointed out, may have almost more than 60% of the population directly depend on it, has only 14% of GDP. So there is already an, not equilibrium, but sort of an imbalance into the job profile and the opportunities that it offers, the economy offers to the people. So now, in that context, we have to see. So firstly, let us forget projections. I'm not getting into that because that will always be subjective. It all depends upon who sponsored that projection. So it can always give up idea that, then always let us not go into the past by saying that gainers and losers always emerge from a new technological innovation, which is true. When the railways came into the Britain for the first time, the horse car carriers were saying that we are losing jobs. But it has happened that it created more jobs, sure. But what I'm saying is these are different kind of innovation, type of huge change that is happening. So let us accept the reality. It is completely different than something else. There are storms always coming in, but tsunami is different, right? So I think we should always think about this is something unprecedented, and even our human mind cannot fathom it properly for a reason that it is not coming from our own ideas. The machine is actually replacing the human thinking. It is the intelligence which was supposed to be the sole prerogative. If not sole, at least the most of the species don't have what we have. Some species are better than us, and luckily, and I think we are better, but probably lack wisdom. But now I am saying is, in this context, we have to be very clear about livelihood, and let us study. Therefore, I was saying, let us not jump to any conclusion. Let us have a dispassionate, objective studies for each of the sector which will affect it. Secondly, whether the losers are going to be the gainers. That will create another social inequality in the country, because so gainers may be different and the losers may be different. How do you make sure that the losers also become gainers? And that's a challenge. And we'll have to retrain, create opportunities. So ecosystem has to be created properly. So I think we'll have to get into a comprehensive analysis, study, and then come to this conclusion. Now whether this particular projection, now as I said, in the most advanced, rather the largest economy of the world, the writers in US are striking. Just imagine, could you ever imagine something like this happening ever? The steel workers in US were always striking earlier when the steel production was moving out of US. Auto workers were striking recently. They got an excellent jump, maybe $54 per hour or something like that. They got a job compensation package. So that's a different thing. But this is a completely unprecedented, unusual, and completely different kind of change is happening. So let us look at it and look at it properly, because we have a large population. Nobody else is going to be affected like us. We have almost 1.5 billion people now, projected to be 1.6 to 1.8. And therefore, that's the kind of people we are talking about. Right. And as it is, earlier there was a challenge. So I think this is my...
Thank you, sir. Sabina, would you go to a robot as a dentist? Would you take legal advice from an algorithm? Would you let an online program file your taxes?
Okay, those are three very different things. So no, yes, and yes.
Okay.
So but the point being, I agree with Minister Prabhu that, that this is completely unprecedented, and therefore I think one of the very important points to keep in mind is that any projections, anyone that says that the net effects are going to be positive or negative is really talking hogwash, because we don't actually know, since this is all very unprecedented. But what we do know, particularly in the context of the Indian labor market, is that we have 370 million young people between the ages of 15 to 29. right? Only 1 out of 2 young people that age group are actually participating in the labor market. 31% are not in education or training. We have high levels and growing levels of informality, right? We have high and growing levels of self-employment. So our economy is not creating enough jobs to begin with. And then you introduce a huge disruptor like AI, right, which has applications in everything from, automation in factories to algorithms to implications for gig work, coding, translation. I can go on and on and on, right? All of the professions that you just named. And we don't have a regulatory framework or a social welfare or a social system that can help shelter and transition and help people adapt to these changes. These are real, right? So I think we need to really move very urgently and quickly to coming up with effective regulation that allows human beings, people, at the center of all of this to actually catch up with the disruptive effects of technology. And I'll just end by saying that please don't get me wrong, I use AI. I'm not a pro or against it. That's not the point. The point is it's a huge disruptor. And what are we doing to regulate it? Are we moving fast enough? Because the effects are hugely disruptive, particularly in the context of the Indian labor market.
Right. Now, I'll come to you, Sanjay. Before that, Mustafa Suleiman, who thinks and writes a lot about artificial intelligence, has said there is a new Turing's test. He says it's called artificial capable intelligence, and his test is the fastest way to make $1 million from a $100,000 investment online. If I had $100,000, I would have thought that's a wonderful test to put for AI. But when a human passes a law exam or a medical exam or becomes a journalist, they may be taking the test on certain questions, but it is assumed that they know as much, if not more, about other things on which they were not tested. But when a large language model is tested on something, it is pulling data and answering in a narrow aperture only that question. When it comes to something as sensitive as journalism, which informs people, which questions authority and so on, and particularly in your domain in digital, it's presented, curated, born and dies, actually never dies, but stays forever in the digital domain. In artificial intelligence world, how will we know what is real and what is not, whether you wrote it or you did not, whether it is credible or not?
I think it's a very complex question to answer. I mean, let me just think about it. But I'll give you an example. So I was talking to somebody who wanted to source her data to train their large language models. And I kind of posted a problem to them. I said, like, sometimes what happens, I've fed a story to you, and it's a story about somebody doing some activity which was probably recorded in law or whatever, like income tax rate, let's take for example. And 10 years later, that person is, exonerated by the courts. And he comes back to us and says, remove this article. As a policy, we don't remove because we say, well, this is history, this is what happened. The courts did not find any fault with you, we can update the article. Now what happens is if this article has gone to feed a large language model, this information stays there. How do you now, with the updated content, create that? Or let's say the court says you remove that article. How do I extract it out of the learning of the large language model? So I was just trying to understand, what are the implications when regulation comes to play and I have to remove an article because of regulatory reasons. How does the large language model kind of, unlearns what it has learned, and what are my legal liabilities in that scenario? Because tomorrow they could say, it's learned on your model, and therefore you are liable. So I was trying to, but this is the kind of complexity that we'll have to figure out, answer, and think through. And as far as journalism is concerned, I think there are two parts to it. A large part of journalism is about, when you go out, see things in the society, and then you write about it. I think that part of going and discovering what is happening will continue to happen. Earlier, you used to write stories on a typewriter. There used to be a typeset. Then you had the computers. You made an error, it was very easy to, undo that error and rewrite it. So I think the efficiency part is where a lot of value will come into journalism. The human part of going on-ground reporting, and unfortunately, if you look at it, especially in the digital world, there's been a lot of armchair reporting. You sit in a room, you have televisions, you have internet, you have feeds coming in. So there's a lot of armchair journalism that digital has inculcated, because large digital companies have largely a print division or a TV division which is doing the on-ground reporting. So I think the on-ground part will continue, will remain robust. The armchair journalism in the digital newsrooms is what will metamorphose into a more efficient operation. Because you don't now don't need people to rewrite content, the machine will do it for you. So one other thing I was telling my marketing team, markets team, is that, the stories you're writing about market going up and down, the machine can do. I would now like you to spend 7 hours a day reading and then use that learning to add value to what the machine has done. Because the machine will not add value. It will only pull out stuff from historically what it has learned from. It cannot create, it cannot imagine, it cannot see the future. That is where the human intelligence comes into play.
So I think we are out of time, but I'll just ask the last question to Mr. Prabhu. Sir, there is an injunction from David Hume which says we should not make a distinction between is and ought. What is and what ought to be is not in our control, especially in the development of open AI. It's a commercial imperative. Large, big tech companies will emerge out of this. And, Thomas Nagel famously said, what is it like to be a bat? Nobody but the bat knows. We can only have metrics around how AGI or artificial general intelligence is emerging. Your view from the government's perspective, do you think it is premature to start regulating it? Do you think we should move ahead of time? The government's taken a great move in terms of data privacy and security. Do you think it is time for regulation to start in India for artificial intelligence as well?
First of all, you regulate something when it is born. It is actually in the womb of the artificial intelligence right now. It is evolving. It is the process which is happening. Of course, the European Union has already started regulation. The US has not yet regulated. In fact, the majority leader in Senate, he just mentioned yesterday probably that it will take months before we start thinking about regulation. So even US Congress is not yet fully geared up to regulate it. So regulation is one part. I have another viewpoint on this, is that we must have a global convention on ethics of new technology. This is not regulation of what is already happening. That regulation will always emerge. But regulating technology is always a challenge, because technology is always one step ahead of whatever the government can think. By the time, as we are seeing now, everybody is thinking, including US, is thinking about artificial intelligence maybe months away from now with the regulation on that. So I think what is important is you should not prevent a technological innovation. You must encourage it always. That's how the humanity has developed. We cannot stop it. We should not stop it. We should not even attempt to stop it. What I'm just saying is there should be ethics of new technology development in the world. This is very important. If you have global convention on ethics, on technology, let any technology develop. What is the problem? What is the harm in that? But technology, once it develops, it is in nobody's control. So therefore, you must try to not regulation, but get into this, the mainstreaming of technological development should be ethical part of that. And that can definitely be globally accepted. We can take all the stakeholders on board and can do that. If we do that, that will prevent from taking the reality, as now in this case it is happening. We have to accept the reality. You cannot just escape from the fact that technological changes have already happened and are bound to happen. So I think if you can do that, that will help even the new ideas to be generated, fine. But on what basis? There are certain red lines which must be drawn, and I think if we can work within those red lines, it's a good idea that we have innovation. So I think this is something which is really necessary, and I hope we work on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Prabhu. Thank you, Sanjay, Kevin, Sabina, for a great discussion. I think if we don't move, we will be ejected from here. But thank you all for your attention and time. Unfortunately, this is all the time we have. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for this enlightening discussion and offering invaluable insights and strategies. Many thanks to all our panelists today. Now, as the global journalism industry struggles to adapt to shrinking revenue brought on by the failure of traditional business models, big tech companies continue to dominate the digital advertising market. This uneven playing field has led policymakers to attempt to rebalance the relationship between big tech and news organizations. But is it enough? Let's dive deeper into the crisis facing the news industry and the battle for rights, remuneration, and rebalance. What will it really take? And for that, let me invite upon Mr. DJ Narayan, who is the president of DNPA. He's chairing this special discussion. And with that, let's also welcome our panelists, Mr. Paul Deegan, who is the president and CEO of News Media Canada, Mr. Matthew Stoller, antitrust advocate, director of research, American Economic Liberties Project. He's also the author of Goliath, the 100-year war between monopoly power and democracy. And Dr. Courtney C. Rush, she is the director at Center for Journalism and Liberty, UCLA Institute for Technology. Let me also inform you all that our three panelists will be joining us virtually. The stage is all yours, Jackson.
Hello. Hi, this is DJ Narayan. Mr. Paul Deegan, you there? Can I see you? Yeah, hi, hello. Hi. Hi. Mr. Matthew. Hi. Yeah. And Courtney. Hi. Okay, so from almost, it must be very early in the morning, and you must be all awake. Thank you for staying awake and being part of this session. I'll keep it short and simple. We have been discussing whole day out here. It's around 6 o'clock out here, 1800 hours India time. And the day-long discussions have been essentially on what has gone wrong. Where are we? What's gone wrong in terms of relationship with the big tech, the future of journalism, where do we stand now at crossroads? Is there a possibility of some resolution? Is there a midway solution? We would like to know from your experiences a bit out here, and then possibly come down to some quick closing solutions possibly, in case we can find out something. Though it's not easy, people have been discussing for years and months, but maybe through your experiences, you'd like to learn more. So Paul, just brief us, what's the state of reforms that have taken place in Canada now in terms of the remuneration part of it and vis-a-vis the relationship big tech? How much the journalists are getting paid more? What's happening? Are the publishers better off? Yeah. Paul, you are muted, I guess so. You're speaking?
You can hear me? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we had a situation in Canada a couple of years ago where, in advance of legislation or regulation, both Google and Meta started doing essentially licensing deals with large publishers in Canada. And they did about a dozen deals covering a couple hundred news titles. But there were a lot of news companies, mid and smaller publishers, that didn't have deals. And from our perspective, that wasn't right and that wasn't fair. So what we did was we pushed the Canadian government for legislation. Now, there were essentially a few different avenues to pursue this. One was copyright, which we thought would be quite complicated and lengthy. The second one was essentially to simply tax them and have them pay into a fund. And then the third was similar to the Australian News Media Bargaining Code, which, in a nutshell, is essentially mandatory bargaining, collective negotiation backed up by final offer arbitration. So we got legislation similar to that that was introduced, and then it passed in June. But then since then, there's been a regulatory process that has to unfold. And with the regulations, there were a number of things that Google in particular found that they couldn't live with. One was essentially that there was a floor rather than a ceiling on their economic liability. And so we thought that was actually reasonable. And we worked with the government throughout the fall and with Google as well. We had lots of productive conversations. And where we've netted out is the government actually negotiated an envelope for publishers and broadcasters, which is 100 million Canadian dollars. We got into the regulations that 63% of that would go to news publishers. And if you look at the number of eligible publishers, the number of eligible journalists which are covered by this, it should equate to roughly $20,000 per journalist. And just for global context, that's about the same as what the New York Times got. So the New York Times deal, at least according to the Wall Street Journal, was $100 million over 3 years. The Times newsroom is 1,700 journalists. So, from our perspective, we've come up with something that we think is reasonable. A unique feature of this is that it's on a headcount basis rather than on a payroll basis. So the reporter with the large urban daily and the reporter with the small community weekly newspaper, their publishers are essentially getting the same compensation for them, so roughly $20,000 a piece. So we look forward to sort of receiving this money from Google. Meta, unfortunately, is still blocking news in Canada. They don't seem to be anywhere near the negotiating table. Obviously, we'd like them to come to the negotiating table, but that's just in a nutshell where we are right now.
All right, thank you, Paul. May I go to Matthew? Matthew Stoller, you wrote this book, The Goliath, all right? You're muted. 100 years of war between monopoly, power, and democracy. America is the center of the capitalism, democracy, the power of big tech, everything. Where is the war now? We see New York Times case. Where do we stand? And what is your take? Why the government in US is not kind of forthcoming in terms of a regulation, which something happened in Australia, something happened in Canada. What's happening? Was the state in US?
Yeah, so thanks for inviting me. I appreciate it. So there's a number of different approaches to the problem of big tech. Traditionally, and the questions are global. And I know Canada has taken a lead, Australia, India's been doing interesting things. There's been work in Europe and Turkey, all over the world, because we're all facing a very similar problem, which is this consolidated power of these communication giants. They're largely American, although TikTok is Chinese. And the problem is that enforcers globally, but specifically in America, allowed Google in about 2002 to 2014 to buy up most of the companies, or a lot of the companies that were involved in advertising technology. So the big one would be DoubleClick in 2007, but there were many others. And Facebook had a similar roll-up. And this was part of a broad philosophical reorientation of antitrust policy that started in the early 80s, in which traditionally America had been suspicious of concentrations of private power, but starting about 45 years ago, we decided that we liked concentrations of private power. We decided it was good for America. And one of the things that happened is these roll-ups of power. And when Google, and to a lesser extent Facebook, acquired power over not just things like search and social media, but the software that underpins how newspapers and advertisers connect with one another, what happened is it opened up the ability for Google in particular to redirect revenue from publishers to themselves. And this is not just newspapers, this is publishers kind of all over the place. And that's fundamentally the problem that we're dealing with. Facebook has somewhat similar, although slightly different dynamic in that it's more of a set of walled gardens. But in the US, what we're now trying to do, I mean, we have a similar proposal to what happened in Australia and Canada called the Journalism Competition and Protection Act, JCPA. It's unlikely to move in Congress. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, you will start to see Congress move on a lot of these rules. But we do have a more traditional American approach, which is a set of antitrust suits to break up Google. And one of them is on the software that underpins how newspapers and advertisers connect with one another, buy and sell ads, place ads, and so on and so forth. That one is going to trial in, I believe it's September of this year. So that one was filed about a year ago by the Antitrust Division. That one is going to trial in September. It may lead to a breakup of the firm. There are a series of other cases against Google for over different parts of its business. There's also a case against Facebook, which will go to trial in 2025. So right now, we're in a kind of a litigation phase, and I think we will get back to policy making in the next couple of years. And I think it is an American, America is sort of the center of this problem, but it is a kind of a global dynamic because enforcers all over the world allowed these mergers to take place. Enforcers all over the world have not actually taken on the structure of these firms and taken them apart. And enforcers all over the world are learning and actually starting to do that. So it's a pretty grim time, I think, for journalism, but it's also an exciting time if we can start taking apart the concentrations of power here, start redirecting some of the revenue flows back to journalism. And if we can do that, it'll be quite extraordinary because the ability to tell stories, the technology that we have, you can look at it and be frightened, but it really is the best technology that we've ever had for telling stories in the history of humanity.
Thanks. Thank you, Matthew. Now I'll go straight to Courtney Radish. Now, you've been into academics also, you've been in journalism also, and you've been talking a lot about AI governance and all matters connected with it. Recently, I read one of your articles in Guardian, right? The debacle of AI, right? And you blaming big tech for it. Am I right? You're saying big tech caused it?
Caused AI?
The debacle. The debacle.
Debacle, yes. I think to build on what Matt was saying, we are paying the price now for 20 years of the failure to rein in big tech. You covered the ad tech infrastructure on which media and journalism rely, as well as small businesses all over the world that used to also support local news advertising. But you have to add to that also the vast amounts of data that these companies have gathered up, created the ability to generate, created entire futures markets in our behavioral data, as Shoshana Zuboff describes, the surveillance capitalist system that has been set up. And because they are so large, they also control access to the core aspects of artificial intelligence. That's data, computational power, cloud services, talent. So we are replicating the problems of the social media era in the era of artificial intelligence, which actually generative AI reinforces monopoly power. And this should be very concerning to journalism because as we move into AI, journalists not only haven't been compensated, news organizations haven't been compensated for the value that they provided social media platforms, search platforms, et cetera, over the past 2 decades. They now risk not being compensated for the use of their very valuable content in the training of large language models and in generative search. So both in terms of the inputs and the outputs of AI. So I think it's very critical that as an industry, we first of all enforce our intellectual property rights over the content that is being used to train these large language models. We know, for example, that news comprises 5 of the top 10 data sets in a couple of key models. We know that it's very important for training, alignment training, and again, generative search AI. Your local news site is going to be particularly valuable as we move into this new era of search. And so I think it's very important that news publishers band together to A, demand compensation and recompense for the data used as inputs, to figure out how are we going to integrate AI in a transparent and meaningful way, and what is the generated AI output going to look like? Because we're already seeing with the creation of artificial intelligence newscasters, AI-generated newspapers, and of course the integration of AI into the ad tech infrastructure, it's going to become even more difficult for news publishers to monetize their information. And so I think we have to make sure that we don't repeat the past as we enter this era of AI.
Right. Now, I know the time is short, but I'll come closely to some quick questions. Let's see, I'm starting with US. Canada have the government regulation. Do you think in US have been a role model for so many of the world countries in so many ways, democracies, freedom, press, and all that stuff. Do you think, is there anything possible, a fair deal possible? You're talking about the rebalance of it, right? Is there a rebalancing point? Is there sweet spots possible without government regulation, government coming in? Canada, not the best solution, but yes, there was a movement at Canada, not the Australia, possibly not the best solution, but they moved towards it. In US, we still don't see anything happening like that. So do you think publishers are going to come to some solution, sweet spots, without government intervening in quickly? Or it's all free laissez-faire, democracy and freedom, you don't intervene? Government has to come. Yeah.
I don't think you're going to see publishers and tech companies come to the table voluntarily, because there is no table to come to. The tech companies will not speak with the smallest news organizations. So one of the benefits of the type of legislation that's being considered, that has been passed in Canada and Australia and being considered around the world, including in the US and California, is that it creates a forum for negotiation. It mandates that the tech platforms negotiate with any eligible news organization, and that is a fundamental difference. How many people in the room here, at the DNPA Awards, are able to get a tech platform on the phone to deal with a content moderation issue or your account verification, much less to negotiate payment for your content? I highly doubt it. So, publishers in the US are in the same situation. So mandating the negotiation table to exist and that the tech platforms come to that table is really critical, especially because we want to, negotiate for the use of our content in display, but that also creates a precedent for negotiating for the use of the content in large language models and other AI services and applications.
Matthew, what's your view? Same?
Sorry, can I say something?
Yeah, please.
I would sort of push back slightly at your question, saying nothing is happening in the U.S. The U.S. system has private litigation as well as public litigation, and that's happening. So you have multiple suits to break up Google that are happening. The Google just lost one. It involves Android and a video game publisher called Epic Games, but they were found to be an illegal monopoly, and that has to do with their app store. And now a judge is going to decide in the next couple of months what to do about that. And it feels a little crazy because everybody's kind of ignoring, but like a judge could just break up Google in the next 3 or 4 months if he wants to. And you have a series of lawsuits like that. And there is going to be policy making that'll happen. It's not going to happen this year through Congress or maybe next year, but it'll happen eventually. But I wouldn't sleep on these suits. And I think the newspapers they've all banded together and they have a suit against Google as well. So you do have this working through the courts. It's not that nothing is happening. Things are happening. They are slow. And there isn't the consensus in the U.S. And I don't think there's the consensus, frankly, anywhere else in the world that journalism is worth saving. And that's the hard truth here. Like at least in the U.S., our newspapers are terrible. The quality is bad. The journalists themselves are sort of snobs. And that's undercutting the political legitimacy of journalism itself. And we haven't built the consensus to actually address the problem of big tech. And until you build that consensus, it's happening, but until you build that consensus, we're not going to be able to really move things. And as you said, as you noted, the solutions in Canada, the solutions in Australia, I support them. I think they're good, but they are second tier. They are not restoring a real competitive market in advertising, which is what we need.
Paul, lots of people, when we were discussing the case of Canada, lots of people I heard them commenting, look, it's not the best of the deal, but this is what they best could get. It's a balance, but it's not the best of the balance. Do you think it's going to survive, or you had to accept because nothing else was happening? You take it or leave it still?
Look, I think under the circumstances, we got the best deal that we could. One of the interesting features of the regulation is there's a most favored nation status clause. So in other words, if, for example, if India negotiates a better deal, there's the ability to go back and renegotiate our deal. But again, overall, I would say, we're pleased. As Matt said, it's looking like it's going to take still some more time in the U.S. Working through the courts here, we didn't think, we just, frankly, given the state of the industry, we needed a solution that sort of worked right now. Our Competition Bureau is actually right now investigating Google on the ad tech side, and I think that's the really big issue. Essentially, what we have been able to negotiate relates to content, but that's a completely separate issue from advertising. And I spent much of my career working for a duopoly in the rail sector and an oligopoly in banking. And, we really do need regulation here. And I think, we need it in Canada, but I think you need it in the U.S. The other thing I would just point out in the United States is I think you've got way too much money in terms of campaign finance in your political system. And, I think that is a factor in sort of making slow progress on some of these issues.
Paul, when we came to know the costs have been calculated in Canada as around $20,000 additional remuneration or payment per journalist, right? So journalists in India were asking, well, the deal has been done, but would the $20,000 go to the publisher, the owner, or would it be actually going to journalists? So is there some...
So there's actually, it's interesting. There's actually a clause both in the legislation and the regulation about reinvesting in journalism. And I think ultimately, the lesson in journalism over the last 10 or 15 years really is you cannot cut your way to growth. You've got to invest in content. And so, our expectation is that publishers will reinvest in journalism, in content, and that's what's going to drive their businesses forward.
Courtney, I think, how much time do we have? Any clue? How much time do we have? Conversation, just let me know. So I just wanted to know, Ms. Radish, there's been widespread perception with the advent of AI, and you've been working on the AI and future of journalism. You're a faculty member, or faculty also. Do you think there's a future of journalism is actually at stake that way we see it? Would there be job losses also taking place, or are they already taking place? What kind of data you have?
Yeah, so we are seeing really what many are concerned may be an extinction event for journalism. I think between the massive job cuts that we've seen here just over the past month, where you've had hundreds of historic levels of job cuts happening at some of the leading news organizations, and I would definitely disagree with Matt about the evidence of journalism's importance to democratic processes as well as in authoritarian regimes based on my research here in the U.S. as well as in the Middle East. And I think if you look at the impact, what this shows is there is a correlation between the lack of local news on the ground and corruption, for example. The importance of local news organizations, ethnic news organizations, minority language news organizations, these are all really important for not only keeping their communities informed and their government officials accountable, but also for building community and that sense of a shared reality. And so I think that we're really concerned about what's happening with the massive job losses. There's also a problem with media consolidation and the role of venture capital firms and monopolists in the media sector. But I think that there is evidence from around the world just how important journalism is to democracy, and that is why these small measures, I think, we're talking about $20,000 a head. For some news organizations, that will be critical. But I think one of the problems with the ways that we've approached this legislation is to take a myopic view of the value that news provides to platforms based on traffic and click-through rates. There's really interesting research out of Switzerland and Columbia University showing that people behave differently on search and on different platforms based on whether there is simply news there or not. Not whether they're looking to news, not whether they're searching for it, but just the existence. And through some analysis that they did based on what that, what the behavioral change translates to in terms of eyeballs on those pages and linking that to advertising revenue, Columbia researchers found that then Google and Facebook would owe U.S. news publishers upwards of $13 billion. That is astronomically different than the tiny fractions that we're talking about in Canada and Australia and some of the other countries considering this legislation. And I think we need to look at massive reconfigurations like that if we're talking about rebalancing the playing field. And Matt's absolutely right. These antitrust trials are really important.
Can I just intervene again? What data did you say? Google paid how much? I mean, Big Tech paid how much? How many $1 billion for the settlement?
They did not pay it, but what they should owe based on the value that is created to their platforms as well as the value provided to news, if you split the joint value created, that would be about $13 billion. And I can certainly send you that study to share with your colleagues.
Yeah, that will be very nice. In India, we are in the process of a massive regulatory overhaul. And a proposed act is going to come, a Digital India Act. Government has been talking about it. We would be very happy to share this information with all those policy makers, what is happening, and possibly we may take your experiences happening in Europe and US and rest of the world, so that we can also arrive at those solutions and have a bigger perspective. These data is important. We all have a rhetoric, we know what is happening, but the data that you suggested, possibly this kind of information would help. We can request you to kindly share with us. Now, Matt, from your question to Mr. Stoller, I would just request one thing. Do you have information about the impact, when we're talking about the changing contours of the media and impact on remunerations to the journalists in the traditional media sector, legacy media? Lots of businesses of the advertisers are possibly going towards new age, non-legacy media people, including social influencers and YouTubers. So is there some data with you? Is there some information about it? Is there a trend there? In India, this is happening a lot. Publishers are feeling the pinch, whatever reasons, the ad tech technologies or the AIs or the algos are driving the ads and clicks towards these fresh new age media people. What's the status in US?
I'm not a journalist, I'm not a big publisher or anything, so I'm not tracking how ad budgets are moving to influencers. I guess what I would say though is, at least with one of the big changes that's happening in our advertising markets right now, is that the movie streamers, the Netflixes, the Disneys, they're all moving towards advertising. So Amazon's a big one, and what you're seeing, I think, in general, is that because of advertising is essentially has two inputs. It's eyeballs and then data, right? So people are looking at your ad, and you have to know who they are. And so there's a lot of people, there's a lot of institutions that are entering that market because it's a very high margin market. You have firms like, big stores like Walmart whole e-commerce, and then you have the streamers like Amazon and Disney and Netflix. You also have influencers who have always had some element of PR, and I think PR spend. And I think what you need is a reconceptualization of data and how data fits into advertising. I think as long as people are paying attention to influencers and and they effectively are a new form of media, they're going to be in the advertising market, and legitimately so, if they're telling stories and doing things that people enjoy. The problem isn't that. The problem is the intermediaries who are taking 30, 40% of the revenue, whereas if you think about it like maybe an analogy would be a credit card network. In the US, we're way overpriced. India has a much better payment system. Our payment system takes 2 to 4% of each transaction, which is too much, but that would be a comparable amount. Or maybe if you go back to advertising agencies, take 10% or something like that. Nothing like the 30, 40, 50% that these intermediaries are operating in. So I wouldn't say that influencers aren't taking market share from publishers. I don't know, but they are actually doing legitimate work. And so they're monetizing the work that they're doing. Publishers need to be able to monetize the work that they're doing. The problem that we have is that it's the intermediaries who are preventing everyone from monetizing the work that they're doing.
All right, I'll ask one common question to all of you, one word. Is there a permanent solution, or we keep here a new, is there a permanent solution to this David versus Goliath relationship, or big tech versus news publisher relationship? Do we keep looking for new solutions each day, or can we have a permanent framework for something? Let's start with Paul, then we come down to, yeah.
Sure. So look, as Matt has articulated, I think the number one is on the ad tech side. If you compare to the credit card network or a stock exchange, the commissions are simply so high, and that's money that is essentially going out of the pocket of the publisher, but also out of the advertiser too. So we could have a much more efficient market. So I think that's a huge one. Obviously, licensing deals, need to happen. The market hasn't worked, so we do need legislation and regulation around the world for that. The other thing I would just say is I think government has a role to play as well in terms of supporting journalism through things like refundable tax credits. We've now got a 35% refundable labor tax credit in Canada. That's very important. Advertisers themselves have a role to play. Do they want to be advertising, with a social media company that foments misinformation or disinformation, or do they want to advertise with a legitimate news publisher?
Matt, your view.
I mean, on a very narrow lens, it's break up Google, break up Facebook, and ban TikTok, those kinds of things. I know India's banned TikTok already, but on a broader level, the issue, and it's not a U.S. problem, it's a global problem, is that there is not a consensus that communications and media markets are things that the public has the right and the ability to structure. And that's the fundamental problem. In the U.S., there's a lawsuit on whether our free speech rules prohibit regulation of certain forms of big tech, and there's a lot of briefs that different civil society groups have filed, and most of them are on the side of big tech because they don't really believe that the government and the public have the ability or authority or legitimacy to regulate these systems. And you could say that that's an American problem, but Europe really hasn't achieved anything in their decade, 15 years of press releases around big tech. India might. I know India's done a little bit more. But broadly speaking, we have to make a decision as democracies that we want to structure our own communications environment the way that we want it to be. And we haven't made that decision. Instead, we're too afraid to govern. So I say that's the broader problem. The specific issue is just we have to break up these firms. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too poorly managed, and they are too big to actually engage with in any real bargaining relationship.
Courtney, Radish, what's your view?
Yes, I would agree with Matt wholeheartedly and add that I think if we want permanent solutions, we have to break up not just these companies, but also prevent further consolidation of power. If you look at OpenAI, for example, it's, hailed as an innovative startup, and yet it's 49% owned by Microsoft, one of the, most powerful companies in the world. So we're seeing that these concentration of powers definitely in the advertising industry, the app stores, but also, what are you using to produce your journalism? Well, it's probably AWS cloud services owned by Amazon or another cloud service provider. You're using workspace tools, maybe Google, maybe Microsoft. So, this is throughout the entire journalism value chain, as we are dependent on a handful of companies, and therefore we need to break that power that they have over journalism, and we need to put in place real meaningful legislation around what type of data can be created in the first place, much less turned into commercialized information. And I think the U.S. has a responsibility to lead on that, but I'm excited to see that India is trying to flex its competition authority muscles, because you have the population and the market power that a lot of other countries don't have. And so I think we need to put pressure on U.S. regulators here at home, but also around the world.
So, in a nutshell, you're saying the first thing is to break up the monopolies, right?
I think we have to be able to do multiple things at once. So we have to try to rebalance a shifting playing field while we break up monopolies. But yes, I think if you want a permanent solution, you have to break up these really powerful players. They have so much money in politics that also, if you don't break them up, they'll just be able to continue funding campaigns and lobbying.
Courtney, I have a counter view. Sorry, I'm interjecting between. I have a small counter view. Monopolies, you break one monopoly into two monopolies, let's say, or two halves. In few years' time, you have two monopolies then. You break them again. It's like, in case they're bad, it's almost like a virus. You break them. So
you're right. So another option is to regulate them as common carriers or public utilities, which is a great option.
So essentially, we need to make them as public utilities, and once you declare them as public utilities, then possibly they come into different kind of regulations, right? And they can't deny the rights of being a courier of the information, and things would change. Paul, what's your view on this? Is this a permanent solution?
I mean, I think, again, as I said, I think there's multiple solutions, but I think the, competition authorities dealing with ad tech, that's got to happen. I mean, that's just so fundamental. Advertising obviously is an important part of revenue for news outlets, and that's got to be addressed.
All right. So, Matt, just a few more minutes. I'll take off yours. Are you okay with a few more minutes, or you in a rush?
Sure.
All right. Now, in US, I had this, the query always coming to my mind. It's a federal country, and different states have different regulations. Now, Google and these big tech is across, their impact is across all the federal structures of US country. So how do you deal with it? Would there be law in one part of the country which would be acceptable to other, or is it being done at some central level that it would be governed like this? I mean, otherwise, we keep on fighting different states.
Well, I mean, you can have different states running things differently, and you also have federal laws that are compatible with one another. People want different things, so they should, within reason, within a broad federal framework, you should, that makes sense, right? Because different states have different needs. So, yeah, I mean, there are different privacy rules. Louis Brandeis, who is a famous lawyer in America about 100 years ago, he talked about states as laboratories of democracy. So that's, a state would try something, and maybe it would work really well. Maybe it would be a disaster. And if it worked really well, it could be adopted by other states and ultimately by the federal government. And I think that's a common thing all over the world. Local regions try things, and then if they work, then the federal government or the nationwide government will adopt it. I mean, I think that's the history of the Canadian healthcare system, and so it's not unusual. I mean, you can't have you can't have one state doing something that's just completely different and incompatible with other states, and that's when you have the federal government step in. And then when you have states that trade, you have interstate travel and trade, and the federal government has to deal with that. But you generally want to make, if possible, you want to make policy closest to the people affected by that policy, whether that's a city, a town, a state, a federal government, a global institution. Try to keep it closest to the people who are affected.
What is the view in US Senate and Congress in general, the bigger view, that how it's to be controlled? In India, for example, we see a growing groundswell, and the policymakers and the general ecosystem, okay, look, this is a problem we need to control sooner or later, and it can't be delayed further. What is the view in US Congress Senate about it?
Well, I think that the problem of big tech is swept up in a broader crisis of confidence in the U.S., where there's a feeling, I think, a pervasive feeling that we need to do something, right? But there's also a lack of confidence that the government can or should do anything. So you won't find anyone in Congress who thinks big tech is great and we should just let things be the way they are. But you'll find, at least not publicly, but you'll find a lot of people who think, well, I'd like something to happen, but I don't want the government to do it, or I don't want it to happen through our laws because I'm not confident that we can govern effectively, and maybe things will get worse. So that's where we are, and I think that you see that kind of across the board with most policy questions, and it's something that we're working through. There's a lot of doom and gloom and pessimism in our democracies in general. I don't think that's necessarily true everywhere in the world, but at least in the U.S. it's true. We're working through that, and I think we will get to the other side. But generally speaking, that's where we are. There's a lack of confidence in our government to be able to actually do anything, and that's why big tech. It's so hard for people to conceptualize doing something about big tech. It's one of the reasons why it's so hard to imagine that Google just lost an antitrust case and may actually get broken up by a judge. It's because it's just beyond our comprehension to think that something could actually happen that's useful and productive, that the law might apply to the powerful. So it's like things like that that are going to change the way that we think about the problem when stuff actually does start happening, and stuff is starting to happen. It's just that we're not in a mindset to imagine that it's possible.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Dr. Courtney Radish. I had so much as you were speaking, lots of new questions were coming to my mind, but my time seems like running up, like being a red signal. Some new session is about to come up. We would be in touch with you. We value your suggestions. We value the inputs that you have, and we'll take you on board, Dr. Courtney, Matt, and Paul Deegan once again. Thank you for joining us. It's very early, a big day. Thanks once again. God bless you all. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks.
Moving on to our last category, the award is for ease of doing business, where we recognize the digital contributions that helped entrepreneurs grow quickly, simplify business operations, and provide a safe business environment. And this year, the award goes to the single window interface for facilitating trade, or SWIFT as we all know it, a groundbreaking initiative transforming India's trade infrastructure with its seamless integration of clearance processes and online regulatory permissions, dramatically enhancing efficiency and reducing operational costs. I'd also like to invite Mr. Chaya Boya and Mr. Dinesh Kumar Jangi, who is an IRS Additional Director at IK, to accept this award. Congratulations, Team Swift. And with this, we have come to the end of the second edition of DNPA Digital Impact Awards. Thank you to all our distinguished presenters, Mr. Kant, especially for honoring the winners tonight. And congratulations to all the winners for creating an impact and winning hearts with their commendable work. Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the end of this remarkable evening, it is my privilege to invite Mr. Tanmay Maheshwari on stage to grace us with his closing address, offering his reflections and insights to conclude our event on a thoughtful note. All right, Mr. Maheshwari, as you can see, has requested Mr. Narayan to come and deliver the closing note. Mr. Narayan, the stage is all yours.
Thank you everyone for coming. Congratulations to the award winners. Our sincerest thanks on behalf of the DNPA to Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Minister Sir, Anurag Thakurji, Amitabh Kantji, Krishnanji, Secretary Methi, guests and speakers who have come from different countries, sponsors Poonawalla FinCorp, jury members led by Suresh Prabhuji, ENY, Ashish Perwaniji for doing such hard work about the report, storyboard team led by Puneet Singhviji. Special thanks to Dilshad, Priya, thank you for everything, Manpreet, and of course our dear Rajat, and for whole team for doing great job. I know it's not easy, lots of things we are learning, but great job. I mean, we are learning to work with you, and you are learning to work with us. But all's well that ends well, to all's well that began so well. Thank you for everything. Without your support, it's not possible. But from bottom, and at this expression from behalf of all of us. All right. Then Shangri-La team for all the support, Anchor, Akanksha for excellent job, all of us saying top job. Thank you for holding with us and going through all the session. It was wonderful. And I'm speaking this on behalf of Tanmayji. Tanmayji was about to read that, would have made so much difference, but he had gone out, Amitabh Kantji ko niche chhodne. And to our fellow DNPA members, sir, aap log aaye. It's not easy from busy schedules, I understand. Aap sab log at this positions. You handle so many things at such high levels. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all the guests who've been throughout the day for attending the event and listening to us and our guests. Thank you. God bless you all. Have a good day. We'll meet next year again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being an incredible part of this conclave today. We look forward to more exciting gatherings in the future. Enjoy your dinner and have a wonderful night.